Thank you so much for being here today. We really appreciate you taking the time to spend today and hopefully tomorrow with us for this incredibly important conversation around making capitalism work for all. I think it's a urgently important topic that I think attracted your attention and is a very important focus for ASBC, the American Sustainable Business Council, which has been for the last decade working on progressive public policy issues at the federal and state level. And public policy hasn't always been something that people got excited about, but we're thrilled today that people are beginning to really understand that in order to deal with the challenges that we're facing in our country, we have to focus on public policy and how important it is that business is playing a heightened role in supporting issues that typically business has perhaps shied away from. So we're thrilled to have you here today. We think you're going to have an incredibly stimulating and exciting day. We have a wonderful lineup of speakers. For those of you who don't know, my partner here, David Levine, sitting in the first row. David, wave to everybody. And I'll turn it over to Richard.
Great. Okay, good. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Jeffrey. As Jeffrey said, we're really excited to have you here over the next 2 days. Today is the conversation part of the summit. Tomorrow we'll be on Capitol Hill, and we'll tell you more about that later. So the idea of this summit came about from recognizing and appreciating that our capitalist system from an economic, social, and environmental perspective is in somewhat of a crisis. And there are many threats, whether it's income inequality, stagnant wages, a declining middle class, a hollowed out manufacturing sector, trade imbalances, and opioid addiction, and many other factors that are creating a bit of a crisis. But out of that crisis, there's also a significant opportunity. So what we want to do is have a conversation, a three-part conversation here over the next 2 days. The first piece is to diagnose what's not working, right? And many of us have been working on the diagnosis for many, many years. And we're all extremely appreciative of that. The second part is to then identify what some solutions and policy actions would be. So solutions, are both policy at the federal, at the state level, but they're also operational changes that we want to look at from the corporate sector and what behavioral changes private companies and publicly traded companies can make. And the thinking is, in putting this together and looking at the threats, looking at the opportunities, we were thinking a bit that this is, if you've ever had a personal health crisis, right? Whether it's a stroke, a heart attack, something that befalls you, you know that there's a cycle that you go through, right? So we're sort of using that metaphor for the state of our capitalist economy. So first you go to the doc. First you recognize there's probably something wrong with you. And you head to the doctor. You get some diagnosis, and maybe you get the opinions of others in the room, and you get the opinion of other doctors. Then you get some prescription and some identification of some steps and remedies that you could take to improve your condition. And then you realize that if you follow those ideas and prescriptions, you can have a transformation, and you have a renewal. And out of that calamity comes a great opportunity to reinvent yourself. So using that as a metaphor, we're thinking of this summit as an opportunity to gather the tribe, all of you who've been working on these issues, some of you for decades, and have a conversation about how we can begin to heal and resurrect and reinvent capitalism. So again, out of that breakdown, we're looking for solutions and actions we can take. It's also interesting to just note, as you think about the next 2 days, that there are many different terms about capitalism. There's inclusive capitalism. There's stakeholder capitalism. There's responsible capitalism. Senator Warner's office that we'll meet with tomorrow talks about responsible capitalism. Senator Marco Rubio's office that we'll meet with talks about common sense capitalism informed by his Roman Catholic background. There's conscious capitalism. There's community capitalism. There's Nordic capitalism, market-based capitalism, et cetera, et cetera. So the point of that is to have us all recognize that there are different variations and different forms and thoughts around this country and throughout the world, whether it's Singapore or Canada or Finland or United States, where there are a number of different perspectives on what works and what success looks like. So ASBC, as an organization, as Jeffrey said, been working on these issues for 10 years, believes that capitalism is a dynamic force for social progress, for enhancing personal freedom, for creating solutions. And it also needs a reset. So that is part of the agenda for the next 2 days. Our speakers, we've tried to draw them both from business, from government, from the academic sector, from think tanks, and again with an eye towards helping to further an ecosystem. And last thought is, we'll talk to you more about this over the today's program, is there is a tremendous amount of great work going on in this country, and all of you are part of that. And our goal here is to convene a deeper conversation, to recognize all the important work, think about what we might be able to do collectively to have a greater impact and to accelerate our impact. And there's certainly no shortage of ideas. Maybe it's more of a function of how do we come together in this dynamic time and find ways to collaborate. So I'm going to turn it back to Jeffrey. And our first session is our economic future. Can capitalism be saved? And hopefully this panel will answer that question. Jeffrey? In less than 2 minutes. Right.
No, we have 50 minutes to solve that problem. I'm okay. So the purpose of this first session, as Richard said, is to explore the challenges and solutions to the biggest issues our nation and its economy faces. Those issues include income inequality, the decline in the middle class, the loss of our manufacturing sector, the downscaling of opportunities for many in the next generation, wage stagnation, and of course climate change, the weakening of the labor movement, and the monopolization of almost every one of our industries. Challenges to solving these problems, to name just a few, include an economy that has been designed to externalize social and environmental costs, the excessive power and influence of multinational businesses, a system of subsidies and incentives targeted to mostly the wrong industries, a fixation on short-term results, and policies that have largely ignored the needs of the middle class and poor people. We'll dig into these challenges and explore some of the most compelling solutions. And yes, we'll do that in 50 minutes or less. We'll try. To make that even a more daunting task, we've assembled an amazing panel of economists, business leaders, and even a historian. Since you all have access to their bios, I won't spend time with individual introductions. To get started, I'd like to ask each panelist a question that I'm requesting they take 3 or 4 minutes to answer. And I want to start with Thea. I'd like to start by asking you to set the table with some basic information about the severity of income inequality and to name a few of the strategies that would make a substantial difference in addressing this problem. Please, in those 3 to 4 minutes, also comment on the fact that policymakers have reduced the bargaining power of labor and workers and what impact this has had on economic growth, stability, the middle class, and wages.
Thank you so much, Jeffrey. 3 minutes, no problem. So in terms of setting the stage with inequality, I think everybody is pretty well familiar with some of the statistics that we've seen over the last couple of decades. This is not a brand new phenomenon, but that over the last 3 or 4 decades, the vast majority of the gains in this society have gone to the top 10%, a lot to the top 1%, the top 0.1%. We've seen a bit of a shift between the share of labor in the economy versus the share of capital in the economy. And to the point where if you look at the median full-time male worker, that person's median wage has not actually grown since 1975. And so if you just think about what an economy's job is, which is to provide gains to the typical worker or to the majority of workers or to the majority of people in the economy, you'd have to say that this economy has miserably failed on the most basic of tasks that an economy has. The economy's job is not just to grow. It is to grow in a way that both takes advantage of the skills and the talents and the potential of everybody in society. And the other piece that I think is an indictment of the current economy is the failure to invest in our future, certainly for the United States of America. That we have, according to the American Society of Civil Engineers, I think it's a more than $4 trillion deficit just in maintaining our current infrastructure. That is not even taking into account that we haven't invested in technologies of the future. I don't know how an economy like the United States, a wealthy economy and a globalized economy in 2019 or 2020 can expect to thrive and survive if we don't invest in infrastructure, technology, and education and skills. So those are the two indictments. And I think so when we talk about the crisis of capitalism, I would say it is a result of conscious policy decisions over the last couple of decades that have systematically eroded the power of working people, the bargaining power of workers. And so the balance of power between employers and workers has shifted very dramatically to the point where it is now dysfunctional even for business. And I think that's one of the points I hope that we will talk about more in this panel, which is that this isn't just a question of fairness and compassion, that it isn't good when people are poor or that workers don't have enough money. It actually isn't good for business because people, certainly children who grow up in poor families, poor neighborhoods, don't have access to good education, they don't have access to good nutrition. These are areas in which the market has failed us. It has failed our children. And just to sum up, because I know we'll have more time to talk in the future, is to think that there are a lot of things that markets are great at. Markets are incredibly powerful, dynamic. They organize vast amounts of information, but there are things that markets do not, cannot, and will not do. And one of them is adequately accounting for the future. So I think another one of the themes of this particular conference is climate change. And the market left to its own devices with individual profit-making decisions, short-term profit decisions, will not take adequate care for that. It doesn't take care of the nutritional and educational needs of every child in society. It doesn't invest in infrastructure, technology. And finally, just to sum up, and we'll come back to it, I hope, Jeff asked me to talk about workers and worker power. And the attacks on unions over the last couple of decades have meant that the kind of uneasy balance, and it's never been a particularly strong balance between the power of employers and workers at the workplace and in the political arena, has shifted so far away from working people that we have an erosion of wages, we have growing inequality, and we have a situation where it's almost not even rational for some workers. If you're, let's say, a single mom who has to travel an hour and a half to her job and find child care, it may not be rational to work for $7.25 an hour. And so this is a failed economy in so many different dimensions. These are big structural changes, but the good news is that there are policy reforms that we can and should be talking about that will address these imbalances. Thank you, Jeff.
Thank you. Push the button at the bottom. Hello? Okay. Thank you. Ben, from a historical perspective, what are the insights to remember when thinking about the current challenges facing our capitalist system? What lessons can we learn and what insights can be gleaned into how public policy solutions and market actions have changed over the past 30 to 40 years? And how is our economy and the view of markets fundamentally different than it was in the 60s and 70s.
Okay, Ben, your time's up. All right, I got 3 minutes, right?
3.5.
Wonderful. I think the advantage of history when you think about capitalism today is to start with a recognition that capitalism is not a monolith. It's not a singular thing that has existed across any period of time. There are varieties of capitalism throughout history and even in practice. And so, all the shibboleths that we hear and the platitudes about, this is capitalism, this is socialism, is really a distraction from the important question of, what kind of variety of capitalism can be made to work. Over the course of even U.S. history, capitalism has frequently been defined, at least in academic circles, in large part by the kind of focus of power, the focus of influence within the economy. And this is why we talk about earlier periods of mercantile capitalism or industrial capitalism in the 19th century. In the 20th century, the big typologies that historians use frequently moves from corporate capitalism to managerial capitalism to shareholder capitalism. And the distinction, at least for your question about the last 30, 40, 50 years, is that movement from the managerial capitalism that really held sway in the middle of the 20th century to what we now recognize as shareholder capitalism, not totally distinct from a financial capitalism. And the biggest idea here is that the focus of corporations and of the sort of entire economic system in the 1940s, 50s, and 60s, much more power was held by kind of more anonymous managers within large corporate structures. And the distinction between the sort of control of a company and the ownership of the company was fairly vast. One of the characteristics of a managerial capitalist system, at least the way it's been sort of theorized by historians, is that the objectives then of any individual company are more long-term. The interests of the people who have the control of the company, the managers, are in the long-term success of the company. What we see after the 1970s and the sort of end of the post-war growth economy, the declining power of labor unions, the conservative shift in market thinking and ideology, all of these things coming together, as well as the ascent of finance and the financial services industry, is this shift toward a shareholder model of capitalism, in which the principal objective of any firm at any given moment of time is to increase value to the shareholder in the short term. And it's that short-termism, I think, that really captures the essence of what capitalism has become in the U.S. in the last several decades, creating exactly the problems and incentives or disincentives that the Thea was laying out in terms of not paying attention to the future, not focusing on education or investment in infrastructure, and rather simply trying to maximize immediate profit. And not for nothing, that is a contributing factor to wealth inequality and the returns to capital that far outpace the returns to labor. There's probably 3 books worth of stuff I could say at this point, but I'll leave it there and we'll come back as needed.
Thank you, Ben. Next, we're going to turn to Hazel. Do we have Hazel queued up? We do. Terrific. So, Hazel, one of the big questions facing our economy now is how we measure economic progress. Unfortunately, GDP does not take into account many social and environmental issues and misinterprets negative economic activity. What new measures should we be using to better understand real progress? And can we make capitalism less focused on a single bottom line? Hazel? Hazel, hold on one second, if you can hear me. Okay, we're going to jump ahead to Andy Stern. Andy, and we'll come back to you, Hazel, when we can hear you, which would be a better idea. Andy, you've worked for many years with organized labor and have thought a lot about the changes taking place in the workforce. Can business really be a force for positive change to transform capitalism? Or is it forever wed, in your opinion, to short-term values and obsessive concern for shareholders? What role are policies like universal basic income, higher minimum wages, and tax reform playing or potentially playing in addressing the challenges that Thea and Ben have identified?
So I could say for all my adult working life, which is rather extended by now, I have seen this discussion about the American dream and how America has the greatest middle class in the history of the world. That rhetoric has met up with Thea's reality, which is for all of that good intentions, we have really produced a pretty miserable life for our families and our kids and grandkids who are growing up now, probably the worst since the 1930s. And I've seen all the ranges of responses that businesses have tried to do, some with good intentions, some with kind of greenwashing or self-serving, revised mission statements, McKinsey reports on greater responsibility and best practices, gain sharing, profit sharing, social responsibility, ESG, workforce development, retraining, and now we've sort of moved on to stakeholders from shareholders as a result of the Business Roundtable's most recent report. And I'd say at every single level, we have failed. American workers are worse off than any time in history. Our environment is worse off than any time in history, and communities throughout the Midwest and the rest of the country have been devastated by business practices. So I don't rely on the good intentions of business writ large to do anything. I love the efforts that people here make, but I think we need to appreciate that we have a structural problem, not a personal problem, that individual businesses' heroic efforts are really important, but they don't really move the needle, because for all this work I've seen throughout my whole lifetime, we're in worse shape than we've ever been before. So why do more of the same and expect to get a different result? And so we now know that market fundamentalism in America and shareholder primacy, fueled by quarterly reports, is a disastrous result. If you didn't believe it when the Trump tax cuts came and everybody promised bonuses and reinvestment, if we could bring the money in from overseas, 54% of the money that was brought back went to shareholder buybacks and 8% went to investment. So after all these years of all this good work, when the money hit the table, it went to the people that always tended to get it. And so what I say, the key strategic question is, this is not about policy, it's about politics. There's plenty of good policies all over the country. The question is, we haven't had the political power to introduce those policies, and we haven't had a shared understanding of what kind of capitalism we're really looking. And I think the other strategic question is, are we trying to raise the floor, meaning raise the standards for American workers, or are we trying to lower the ceiling, meaning take on wealth taxes and other kinds of ways to bring down those that have? And I would say, if you raise the floor, you have to lower the ceiling. And raise the floor is a much better way to, I think, campaign when it talks about changing workers' lives as opposed to punishing other people. And redistribution is absolutely essential, but I think it's for what purpose is where the soul and the heart of our work is. I won't talk about it now. I'm a great believer in universal basic income. I think that is a part of raising the floor, along with health care, child care, and college changes. But I do think we cannot count on the business community to be the answer. We need to count on restructuring through government intervention the policies that businesses have to play by.
Thanks, Andy. Morris Pearl, you spent many years on Wall Street and have come to see income inequality in the current tax code as symptom of a rigged system, one that is biased against wage earners in favor of financial capital. Why is this? And broadly speaking, what are the changes we need to make in our tax code, and what can be done to increase worker participation in the economy?
Well, why is it is fairly easy. It's because our political leaders spend far more time with the rich donors soliciting donations than they do with the rest of their constituents, who they don't really get to spend that much time with. It's not that they take bribes or say, oh, we have to do something the rich people want or else they'll, do whatever. It's they don't even talk to the rest of the people. And I think they need to understand that it's not the very wealthy that enable the economy to do well. You guys are a bunch of business people. You guys, I think, based on business people I've known, including my family, need customers who have money to spend in your businesses. Your problem is not that you're going to have to pay a high rate of taxes on your second $1 billion. I don't know too many business people who are worried about that. And the problem is that the working class people in our country have been taught for decades now, since the times that Ben alluded to, that, the problem is the middle class people are doing too well. Unionized teachers are making too much money and stealing from you, and that's the problem. But the rich people, you have to appease them, because if you even insult them, then they'll just, take their money and move to Zimbabwe or something. And we have to explain to our political leaders that we, the people that are running businesses, employing people, making the economy work, depend not on treating billionaires and appeasing them more, because most of us, frankly, are not billionaires, and most of us, frankly, are not going to become billionaires. What they need to do is enable the middle class to arise again, as it had been when America was great in the times when I was growing up. And that is the problem with America, is that since the 1970s, as Ben said, a few people got up and said that, we can make more money for the shareholders over the next few months if we close the businesses and liquidate them and distribute the profits to the shareholders and just forget about the workers and not worry about the quarter after next. And that doesn't work for the long term, even though it works really, really well for the short term. And so we need a different perspective.
Thanks, Morris. And pitch hitting from Trillium Asset Management, we have Jack Robinson. Jack, over the past 5 to 10 years, some institutional investors like your firm, Trillium Asset Management, have been pressuring companies through shareholder resolutions to change their operational practices, diversifying all-male boards, disclosing climate risks, addressing huge differences between CEO compensation and the wages of the average worker. How effective has this work been?
Thank you, Jeff. And for all of you who know Matt, he sends his regards. I'll see what I can do here. That's a really good question. Just Trillium, just as a point of reference for those of you who don't know, we've been doing sustainability, ESG, green impact, whatever you want to call it, since 1982 with some success. And we're very active on behalf of our clients, both institutional and individual, working with companies to help them shape change that they need to make. And we're not at all afraid to be quite aggressive using what legal remedies we have, and we've been able to do that with some success. But it's a huge challenge. I think we all know that. And the part of the solution, I'm listening to Andy say we're in worse shape than ever. And he's not about policy, but about politics. And I think one of the things that needs to be discussed is democracy, the issue here, as well as capitalism, because they're interconnected. So activism from a business point of view and shareholders, we've had quite a bit of success as a company and also as individuals working with companies. And just as an aside, I'm now sitting on my 4th public board, and in every case, and they haven't been easy discussions or they've taken a long time, been working on the inside of these companies to help show some of these old white guys the path to be on, whether it's compensation or diversity, and on the list goes, with some success. So back to your question, Jeff. I think that a lot can be done with advocacy, and that a difference can be made. But at the same time, we need to make some significant changes in our policy and our regulations, because the market, in my opinion, could be doing a whole lot better than it's doing today.
Thanks, Jack. So let me ask all of you a follow-up question. Given the challenges we face, which are daunting, if you believe that business can be part of the solution, at least the types of progressive companies that we have assembled here in this room, What most importantly do you think business should be doing to address the challenges we're facing? And Thea, we'll start again with you.
Thank you. Well, actually, I would say one thing. So I worked at the AFL-CIO, the Labor Federation, for about 20 years doing policy work. And I would say that when labor and business came together on the Hill or to advocate for something, it is a very powerful statement. And so just as a starting point, having principled business voices on the side, speaking out for, let's say, labor law reform or a higher minimum wage is tremendously important and powerful. And when we talk about infrastructure, for example, that's always been something where the AFL-CIO and the Chamber of Commerce went together to the Hill to talk about infrastructure, and yet we didn't get it over the line. And so there's something still missing in terms of the energy and the vigor with which our business partners, our business allies are there. And I want to just pick up on one point that Andy made, which is about how great it is when individual businesses make good choices with respect to treating workers well or environmental protections and so on. But it's not going to be enough just to say, and agreeing with Andy's point there, that we need some structural changes. Because what we need the government role to be is to define the terms of competition. What is an acceptable form of competition and what is unacceptable? That's true globally as well as nationally. Because when an individual company can succeed maybe by selling a niche product that is environmentally sensitive and, advertising they treat their workers well, they don't use child labor in their rugs and so on. And yet, certainly for commodity items that don't have a big consumer name, it is the bottom feeder who comes in and wrecks that. And what I want is if we have transparent, predictable, clear standards that the government sets that everybody is bound to me, that helps the good businesses. It helps the businesses with a conscience so that they aren't competing against bottom feeders and jerks. So I think that basic piece of recognizing that it is essential and it is helpful when the government can set the terms of competition and enforce them, and that goes for trade agreements as well as in the domestic market. And just two examples that are in the House of Representatives right now and could move forward and should move forward and should have business support. The Raise the Wage Act, which would raise the minimum wage to $15 an hour nationally by 2025, I think, but would also close a lot of loopholes and extend the coverage and index the minimum wage so we don't have to go through this farce every couple of years to try to catch up to inflation every 10 years sometimes. So that would be one thing. It would be wonderful to have business standing side by side with labor advocating for that. And the second is there is a really strong labor law reform bill, the PRO Act, which is about to pass the House of Representatives. It's gone through committee. All these things are dying in the Senate, but having business advocate for them would be tremendously helpful. So,
thanks, Thea. Ben, are there things that business has done historically that they should be doing now?
I mean, I kind of turn it around. The challenge with a lot of this, for me, and I think from a historical perspective, is that there's a lot of reasons to explain why we've reached the point where we have, and there's very little agreement about which ones are the most important, which ones have been, which of these factors can we control and which can't we control. One factor, and I can't make the case that it's the dominant one, that shifted mindset and policy on capitalism in the late 20th century was the organized power of business, particularly large corporations, pushing toward a weaker labor system, a deregulated economic model, and in many cases the types of politics that Morris brought up, where campaign finance becomes increasingly important. And so, it's hard to look back and find an example of a sort of progressive business movement in the recent past. And, what actually we've been dealing with is quite the opposite. So to your question of, what can business do, businesses that are not the largest corporations and the wealthiest among the Fortune 500 can mobilize, they can organize collectively, and they can pursue the types of policy agendas that Thea was laying out. Ideally, the larger ones would also play a part here and recognize that they do have a common interest in a more regulated system, in a system that has a more robust antitrust tradition and enforcement, and that a stronger labor system and a stronger labor movement would, in fact, be beneficial. I, frankly, am a little skeptical that that's in the offing, but that, I think, would be, one way to look at it.
Hello?
Andy, I expect you also share some skepticism about what business can do, but if you could have them do something, what would you have them do?
Well, first of all, I think it's always interesting when you talk about history and you can't find an example of when business led a progressive change, and yet we have so many meetings where we're going to have business lead progressive changes. I just think it's important to appreciate the well-intentioned nature of many of the businesses in this room is not big enough to flip the needle. So I think then the question is, if you look at the changes in healthcare, there were 13 different coalitions on healthcare, some with pharma, some with unions, some with AARP. They were the oddest groups of coalitions built around a set of policy and principles. They weren't like, and we all knew we were going to fight when it got down to a certain level, but we sort of said, there are some big things we all agree on. More people should be covered, costs should go down, et cetera, et cetera. And we were able to build big coalitions that made it easier for politicians to do this. I don't know, and your next panel is more about this, about whether stakeholder capitalism has that potential if you actually defined what it meant. Because I think without a definition, without law and rules, it'll just be another nice, mission statement adjustment of what we believe in. But I think you could hold people accountable to stakeholder capitalism if we could decide with labor allies and community allies and environmental allies and all of you, what does it mean and how do we fight for it, not at an individual business level, but at a fundamental change at the national level.
Thanks, Andy. And so let me turn to you, Morris. You have spent a lot of your career in business. Where do you think business should be focused in participating in the changes that are required?
Well, I don't think it's asking people to be, altruistic or, to sacrifice for the good of somebody else. I think it's a matter of doing things that will benefit your own businesses. There's two basic kinds of businesses. There's some that deal with consumers, and there's some that don't. And a few businesses, either extracting minerals from the earth and selling them, or enlisting huge numbers of people to look at websites and advertising, don't actually have their customers as their users. But most businesses, like those represented by the 100 people sitting in front of us today, do. And I think the thing that you can do, that we can do, is to join Richard tomorrow, go down the street a mile from here, and explain to a lot of these congressional staffers who've read Ayn Rand and think they know everything about running a business, even though they've never signed a check in their lives, that actually you need a robust middle class. Actually, you need people who have enough money to afford to be able to shop in your businesses and buy your products, whether it's premium ice cream or premium shoes or rafting equipment or whatever it is that you're selling to people, whatever you've invented is your product. And I think that's what we need to do, is somehow counteract the economic theory that's been promoted by a tiny number of people, but very successfully over the last few decades, that, the answer to everything is to make life better for the rich people, and somehow that will trickle down to everyone else. And I think we need to realize that that never was right. And it was just some crazy fiction promoted by a tiny number of people, but that somehow caught on with a few very charismatic politicians and seems to be the working assumption of, something close to half the population of the country now.
Thanks, Morris. And Jack, again, you work on many issues trying to change the way companies behave. Can you think of one that sort of stands out as the most important in moving us towards solving some of the challenges we face?
Yes, I can. Thanks, Jeff. Very simply, in order to move away from short-termism to long-termism, we need to change the regulation go from quarterly earnings to at least semi-annual, if not annual earnings. That one change, I think, will impact many of the things in a positive way, by the way, that we're talking about here today. We see in Europe and the UK that UK has reports twice a year, and I sit on the board of a UK company, and I can guarantee you we're able to have longer-term discussions because of that, not just because of that, but it's a huge help. So in answer to your question, Jeff, that's one thing I think can be done that'll have a favorable impact on many of the things we're talking about.
Great. Thank you, Jack. Want to give you a chance to ask this esteemed panel questions. You can direct them to the whole panel or to someone specifically, but we'd love to get your questions to hear about what's on your mind, what you want to make sure we're focused on. Someone in the audience have a question? Yes. Hazel, are you here?
Yes, I'm just joining by audio in desperation.
Thank you.
So, can I?
All right.
So can I just jump in here? This is a wonderful conversation. I've listened every minute of it. What I've been doing for the last 30 years, really, is working on the problem of the disposable worker, and we have been promoting at Ethical Markets, democratizing markets to worker ownership. There are 11,000 worker-owned companies in this country. To cooperatives. I love investing in co-ops like Equal Exchange. And, of course, now we've moved to electronic markets where you can do pure information-based swapping. So I don't like to talk about capitalism because capitalism was about accumulation in global markets. And when I was advising the Greens in Germany back in the 80s, I just loved their slogan. They used to say, we are beyond left and right. We are ahead. And so I like to talk about markets because markets are in our DNA. We've been doing them since we came out of the trees. And markets are always evolving according to the changes in social and technological circumstances. And, of course, they're always guided by cultural norms. And the oldest cultural norm that we subscribe to at Ethical Markets Media, as well as all of the great spiritual traditions in the world, is the golden rule. And markets need rules because markets are based on trust, and therefore they have to be regulated and taxed, and they have to have these changing social contracts and charters. And now we're in the Internet age, which was all incidentally, the Internet was funded by taxpayers. And so these social media companies today are really making outsized profits out of taxpayer-paid resources, whether it's the Internet or satellites or fiber optic cables under the ocean. Taxpayers paid for all of this. And this is why there is a big debate going on with left and right in the Congress. Across the aisle, everybody's talking about what do we do to bring these monopolies on the Internet, which have grown because of these platforms that they are able to control. And so that's why there's all the discussion of antitrust and breaking them up, doing away with Section 230 rule and all of that. And so what I've been looking at is two of the growing stepchildren of markets which we really do have to control. And the one, of course, is advertising. And we have to change the business models of Facebook and Twitter and Google and all of these companies, Silicon Valley, which are really making money on the taxpayers' platforms. And then the other problem child that's grown from markets is trading itself. And trading has really become an addiction, whether it's high-frequency trading on Wall Street, where, as you know, most of the trading now is done by algorithms. And the problem is that the algorithms are still using all of the old economic textbooks that are deeply encoded now in the decisions they make on Wall Street. And so not only do we have to curb the trading on markets, on stock markets with a financial transaction tax, which I've been pushing for at least 3 decades. But also we ought to look at what's happening in Madrid today with COP25 and Article 6, which is all about trading emission permits to pollute the air and water. We've always been against that because basically this was really the economics profession which decided to capture the climate change issue for their profession. And the only way to do that was to set up trading in CO2 emissions. And as we all know, it hasn't taken a single molecule of CO2 out of the air. And so the debate going on in Madrid today is very, very important not to let the emissions trading protocols win out over carbon taxes and internalizing all of those externalities. And so basically, just to finish, the new metrics that I have been pushing for at least 30 years, beyond the economic textbook GDP model, which is really based on the 7 deadly sins. Think about it. The 7 deadly sins is the source code in the hard drives of our societies. And we have to go back now to restoring the cultural norms that have existed with human beings forever. And they are the cultural norms of the Golden Rule. And they have reemerged, thank heavens, in the UN Sustainable Development Goals, the SDGs. And so we are able to make that shift to a new way of steering markets. And when we do that, everybody will be able to understand why the Green New Deal is really the way to go. And I have to say that I started the National Citizens Commission on Guaranteed Income with Robert Theobald, who was the author of the original book on guaranteeing incomes back in the 1960s. And we were talking about maintaining purchasing power in the economy overall and maintaining the aggregate demand. And this is the best way to do it, and I totally agree with Andy that it's a structural issue. So the real important issue to leave you with, I think, is that I am trying, along with many other people, to restore the Office of Technology Assessment, OTA, and I was on its original advisory board when it first began, and we did all of these studies of technology which would have allowed governments to stay ahead of the technological innovation which was going on in markets. And so many members of Congress now agree after that hearing where Mark Zuckerberg made fools of a lot of members of Congress because they didn't understand all of the Internet platforms and they didn't understand AI and couldn't really track the issues. So I agree with Andrew Yang really in restoring and bringing back OTA so we can begin to really look at these technological issues which are really desperately needed in terms of looking at full employment and dealing with the gig economy. And so I'm so grateful even to come in on the phone, and I appreciate it so much. Thank you.
Thank you, Hazel. Thank you. So, Denise, back to you and your question to Jack.
Great, thank you. I guess, Jack, my question was, I'm not familiar with the assets that Trillium manages. So I'm curious what those assets are. And also for small businesses here who may not have that sort of financial resource to leverage, what things do you do in Trillium that could be optimal for small businesses here who maybe want to make an impact with a supplier or somebody that they work with, or where they may have more limited money? What strategies have you used in Trillium that can be applicable for some small businesses here?
Thanks for the question. I think, frankly, everything we do, small businesses can do in a different way, though. Obviously, when we're dealing with public companies, which we do primarily, there are some legal guidelines and guardrails and behavior things that everybody needs to abide by, and that has an impact. And to answer your first part of your question, we're not a large money manager with $3 billion, but there are many, as you all read and know about, with larger sets of assets, the very large money managers that are paying more attention and having an impact. Now, back to your question. I think small businesses can have a huge impact working with the same stakeholders that all businesses work with. It's just perhaps in a more direct way, or there are fewer of them. So whether we're talking about working with our employees or working with our suppliers, or what level of information we want to provide about CO2 emissions, what are your suppliers, what are our suppliers doing to reduce their emissions, and what are you doing to encourage them to do that, both the carrot and the stick, if you have a stick. So I think there's a huge amount that can be done. I mean, what we're talking about here is behavior change, and there are lots, and it's a huge issue, and there are lots of unanswered questions, but I think behavior change on a corporate basis and an individual basis is just really, really important, and how you do that, frankly, can be more effective with small businesses. Thanks.
Great. I think we might have time for one more question. Yes.
So, Thea, what can small businesses do on proactive? What can small businesses do in regards to supporting the PRO Act?
What can small businesses do in regards to supporting the PRO Act? I mean, I think lobbying is going to be important. The PRO Act now has, I think, 215 co-sponsors in the House, and so we want to get it over the edge so that it can have the positive vote in the House. Then there should be some conversation with the Senate. The Senate is not moving the Raise the Wage Act, which was tremendously popular, too. And the PRO Act is long overdue. We haven't had an overhaul of labor law for around 75 years in the United States. And I think everybody would agree that our labor market has changed, the way people join unions, the way people try to raise their voice at the workplace and try to protect their rights and so on. So I think one thing that would be interesting, and some of the PRO Act has some innovative ways in which workers can have a voice at the workplace that aren't quite as structured as the old-fashioned. So the idea that, if you're a small business, of course you're not going to have a union. I think that's another thing that could be revisited. And certainly my staff, I have 45 staff here in Washington at the Economic Policy Institute, including a dozen PhD economists. They're unionized. And in fact, the union has been a partner for us in sort of addressing issues before they fester and having a reasoned conversation about what does horizontal equity look like and how do we survive in a kind of tough competitive market. But I think, so that's one of those things where I think changing the narrative about what is a pro-business environment is really important around the sort of received wisdom, which is wrong, which is that low taxes, no regulation, and absent unions is the best thing that businesses can have. We know that business needs skilled workers, modern infrastructure, comfortable consumers, I think you mentioned that, and a stable, healthy, and beautiful planet. So having business ally with other progressive forces on those kinds of narrative issues, like, how do we see a healthy economy, would be tremendously valuable.
If I can just add, a few small business people can have, the same kind of impact as a few thousand, union members in colored T-shirts marching across the lawn, because the politicians don't hear from enough small business people. They think that these things are just, some special interest union leaders out someplace that, aren't my constituents. And so small business people are extremely important to show up at Capitol Hill.
Tomorrow. Okay, well, I think we have just whet your appetite for this important conversation and hopefully have introduced you to the themes that we'll be addressing throughout the day. So, again, please thank the panel for doing a terrific job. And we're moving on.
Okay, great. Thanks, everybody. So this session focuses on moving from a shareholder to a stakeholder economy. We're going to explain a little bit, get some perspectives on what that means to the different panelists. And it builds on the preceding session and asks some fundamental questions about the purpose of a corporation, the role that businesses have in shifting public thinking. And could I ask you folks to my right over there, if you want to sit down, great. If you want to have a conversation, step it outside, please. So this conversation here is, again, about the purpose of the business community and how it can effectuate change, both operationally, internally, to what it does and its purpose and its mission in delivering services and creating products of quality to consumers, to engaging in communities, right? So really thinking of it from the triple bottom line: environment, social, and economic, and what impact companies can have. And then also, as was discussed in the preceding panel, what role should business play in advocating for policy change, right? And there are different views on that question. So just to remind everyone who we have, Jay Cohen Gilbert from B Lab is to my far left over there, right? Liz Morrison from No Labels. Next, Kristin Silverberg to my immediate left from the Business Roundtable. Evan McMullen from Stand Up Republic. And Raj Sisodio, who's with Babson College, but is also one of the co-founders of Conscious Capitalism. So what we have on this panel is a really dynamic group of thinkers and engaged citizens and thought leaders about what does the future of capitalism look like. So I'm going to start with Kristin Silverberg from the Business Roundtable. And as you may know, I think it was in August, the Business Roundtable, unbeknownst to most of us, came out with a statement on the purpose of a corporation, right? Is everyone familiar with that? How many are familiar with that? Okay? So it was a game-changing statement that came out from one of the premier business organizations in the world, certainly in the United States. And it spurred a lot of conversation, and people criticized it and people applauded it. So, Kristin, I want to start with you to explain first what was the impetus of that statement, and then 4 months later, how's it going? What changes are we seeing within the behavior of your members?
Thank you, Richard, for having me. For those of you who don't know, Business Roundtable represents about 200 CEOs of some of the country's largest companies, lots of names that you know. Jamie Dimon is our chair, of course, Ginny Rometty, Randall Stevenson, and so on. And since the 1980s, Business Roundtable has put out principles on corporate governance that outline a host of things about how management and boards ought to tackle corporate governance issues. In the very early years, those statements all included some language about the responsibility of companies to their various stakeholders, to their employees and communities and so on. But in 97, Business Roundtable adopted some language that said something to the effect of the paramount duty of a company is to its shareholders, the so-called shareholder primacy language. And that language was reaffirmed a couple times, most recently in 2016. So about, when Jamie Dimon took over the chairmanship of the Business Roundtable a few years ago, he hired our now CEO, Josh Bolton, and they began hearing from some corporate critics that this language was really the beginning of the end for capitalism, that this sense that companies went from a broad responsibility to their various stakeholders to this narrow shareholder exclusive responsibility was contributing to lots of the kind of societal ills, including inequality and other things. Honestly, when we heard that, we thought it sounded like an overstatement. That this kind of, one statement by a, association in D.C. could have had that kind of effect. But we began listening to the critics, did lots of interviews with corporate governance experts, people who have been active in this space, and decided that they had a point, that words really do matter. They particularly matter when they come from companies that operate, that have as much power as the companies that make up Business Roundtable. And so we started talking to our members about this question, how did they feel about the existing language? And to a person, they said, that's not the way that I try to run my company. Of course, I want to return value to my shareholders, and that's, my responsibility, but I want to do other things as well. I want to be a good employer. I want to be a good member of my community. I want to have sustainable, I want my business to be sustainable and so on. And so we started talking to them about different variations that would kind of capture their aspiration for what do they think makes a successful company in 2019, and came up with the formulation that you saw that we put out in August, which said in essence, we call it the kind of and formulation that says that companies need to, to be a successful company in 2019, you need to be able to do all of these things. So we put that out. I think, Richard, to answer your question about the follow-on, we've seen criticisms from all sides, a lot of support, but lots of criticisms. There is a principled disagreement with the statement, which we've heard from some people who, feel very strongly that shareholder primacy is the way to keep a company kind of focused, that it's much more measurable than this kind of broader view that we've introduced. And we've seen that in the Wall Street Journal and from some corporate governance experts. And then from the other side, we've seen skepticism. Okay, well, let's see it in practice. And part of that discussion is sort of how do you measure success? So what is measurement? What do metrics look like? And we've been thinking a lot about that problem in recent months. In our view, our companies are they're all issuing ESG reports and sustainability reports, and they're putting out kind of vast amounts of information, and that information is getting evaluated by literally hundreds of ESG raters and firms that do certification and firms that do corporate rankings. What seems to us to be missing is sort of agreement on what it is we're supposed to be evaluating. What is it that makes a company really successful over the long term for all of its stakeholders? And that's where we're spending some effort now.
Great. Good. So we'll circle back to that, but let me bring Jay into the conversation. So Jay, B-Lab, from my way of thinking, has been one of the most important game-changing ideas, benefit corporation, certainly in the past decade. So I think in response to the Business Roundtable statement, B-Lab published a full-page ad in the New York Times, was it, or the Wall Street Journal?
We actually had an op-ed in Fast Company, but there were a group of about 30 or so B Corp CEOs who published the ad in the Times.
Okay, great. So you've been thinking a lot about sort of the transition and the generational change from a shareholder to a stakeholder economy. So tell us, how do you envision that happening? What's the response to the Business Roundtable's work from B Lab's perspective?
Sure. Thank you. Our response is a combination, of excitement, and that a group of 200 of the largest CEOs in the United States have made the shift from a shareholder-centric mindset to a stakeholder-centric mindset. And that's an important cultural milestone for American business. And whether you think about it as progressive or conservative with a small c, meaning returning back to our roots, depends perhaps on where you sit. But either way, we think it's necessary. And not just for 2019, but for 21st century business leadership, that companies will be unable to be successful unless they are leading in a way that creates long-term value for all stakeholders, as Kristin was saying. And that in order to do that, they're going to have to measure and manage their beyond financials and look at non-financial performance, because that's how they're going to be evaluated, certainly by their customers, by their workforce, increasingly by investors, and I think one of the reasons why we're here today is increasingly by policymakers. And so that's going to be pretty important. Where we tried to offer some encouragement to the CEOs of the Business Roundtable is to note that there are over 11,000 businesses that have already adopted stakeholder governance structures that put into practice the principles that were articulated in the restatement of purpose by the Business Roundtable, and that plenty of those companies have raised outside venture capital. There's companies that have gone public. There's companies that are being rewarded by global credit providers with lower costs of capital for doing all this. And so there's an increasingly strong business case, as well as an increasingly strong societal case for running businesses in this way, and that we'd like to be helpful. A really big part of that is to build on something that Andy Stern said in the prior panel, is the big question is whether stakeholder capitalism will have a big enough tent that it can create a constituency for the necessary policy changes that will enable what's right now still a relatively small group of leading companies. 11,000 companies in the global economy is still relatively small. And so how do we work with folks like the BRT and others to address the concerns of folks like the Council of Institutional Investors around sort of a retreat to a lack of accountability? How do we address those concerns? And do so in a way that says actually the benefit corporation governance is a way to create the accountability that they seek, while offering the CEOs the freedom that they yearn for, which is to run their businesses in a way that contribute not just to the bottom line of their shareholders, but to the well-being of their workforce, their supply chain, the communities that they operate in, and the natural world on which healthy markets and all life depend. Right. And so what B Corps represent is sort of tangible roadmap for how we can turn statements of purpose and principle into actual practice and performance that ultimately would create like a positive feedback loop with the markets that will ultimately reward that kind of behavior.
Right. Yeah, and I think that's a really important point. The community of companies, as you know, represented here, Kristin, are mostly small and mid-sized companies. So I think our collective interest, speaking for the American Sustainable Business Council and for B Lab, is to find a way to partner and to learn from each other, because many of our members are customers and part of your supply chain. So we think that if we could collaborate, we could accelerate the transformation of our economy that benefits a lot of stakeholders. We can return to that in a sense, but I want to bring Raj in the conversation. So Raj and I have had a number of conversations over the past number of months, and we're mostly speaking the same language, I think now, Raj. And so I'm whenever we talk to conscious capitalism, we try to impress upon these very smart people that policy matters, But the orientation, if I understand correctly, of conscious capitalism is really focused on the purpose of the company and the leadership of those companies, right? So policy may be less important in the mix. And is that an accurate understanding, Raj, of conscious capitalism's sort of take on the transition that we're going through, that much of it is dependent on the leadership of companies and how companies act internally?
Yeah, I think we need a push and a pull to make these changes happen. So our focus in the 11 years that we've been around has been really to change the way we think about and practice business and convey that to leaders and others from two perspectives. One is sort of the ethical, moral foundations of business and the consciousness with which we need to do everything. But the other side is also appealing to a sense of enlightened self-interest. You know, self-interest is the foundation of markets, and that's fine. But somehow we have corrupted that into celebrating selfishness and greed and so forth, and that's not okay. So we say that actually there's a different way to think about business. That the old narrative, which we all recognize now, is bankrupt and doesn't work, the shareholder-centric paradigm, which has actually done incredible harm. There's a great new review article that I've been circulating recently, 10 ways in which the shareholder value maximization paradigm actually causes tremendous harm to society, to the environment, to communities, to customers, to employees, to their families, and to shareholders. Actually, shareholders do worse when companies are obsessed about shareholder value maximization. And so this is an idea that, you know, we human beings created. We can change it. I'm reminded of a quote by Drucker where he said, "The social universe has no natural laws. This means that assumptions that were valid yesterday can become invalid and indeed totally misleading in no time at all." And I think that's where we are with the shareholder value maximization approach. So we need obviously to move towards stakeholders. With conscious capitalism, we have three other pillars that go along with that. A higher purpose, just like each of us in our lives should have a purpose beyond just survival or making money or anything else. What do we intend to do with this life? Likewise, every company should have its own a higher purpose rooted in some core values. It needs to simultaneously create value for all of its stakeholders and think of them as a collective, as a system. So you break the idea of trade-offs. For one stakeholder to be better off, somebody else needs to pay the price. Everybody should be able to win if we do it right. And for that, you need leaders who actually care about people and purpose ahead of power and ego and money. And we pay attention to the culture, because the cultures of our businesses, for the most part, are really very toxic and create a lot of suffering. You know, heart attacks are 20% higher on Mondays. 120,000 Americans die every year. 120,000 Americans die every year due to stress related to how we work. 17,000 Chinese die every day from overwork, right? So our capitalist system has a tremendous human cost, which we don't factor in. So we need to focus on the culture, building cultures of trust and caring for human beings at the center. And the great thing about the research that we've done and others as well is that operating in this way does not penalize shareholders. So in fact, these companies, in my own research, we found that they outperform the market by a 9-to-1 ratio over a 10-year period, while simultaneously creating at least 7 other kinds of wealth. You know, intellectual capital, social capital, emotional well-being, spiritual well-being, positive impact on the culture, positive impact on our health, positive impact on the environment. Right? So this is not a trade-off. You can simultaneously do all of those things, and they all go together. So that's what our journey has been in these 11 years. You know, we're launching the DC chapter tonight. This will be our 40th chapter in the U.S. It's a big event at Georgetown. We're in 20 other countries. So we think, you know, we need to come at this in all different directions. So we're trying to impact the practice of business, existing corporations, entrepreneurs who are starting out, and we're trying to impact business schools. What are we educating about? I think business schools are actually a big part of the problem because we are still rooted in the old paradigm. Right? Most students are still receiving the shareholder-centric approach. So that's where we have chosen to focus. We view B Corp as an integral partner and fellow traveler, as well as many other entities like ASBC and others. We say that every conscious company should, in fact, become a B Corporation and certify as such. And every one of those 11,000 B Corps are, in fact, conscious companies, whether they choose to use that label or not.
Great. Good. Raj, thank you. You know, when we think about purpose and mission, Evan, and we think about the comments made in the preceding session about our democracy is also under threat, and the equation that if you have a dysfunctional political system, you probably have a more risk in your economic situation. So Stand Up Republic has been thinking a lot about structural reform within the political system and the benefits that it might have to the broader economy. So you have been both in politics and now you're and in advocacy work. So when you think about the connection between the threats to the economy and the opportunities and then the threats to preserving our democracy, how do those two things link up in your mind?
Yeah, thank you, Richard, and thanks for inviting me to be part of this discussion and to be with all of you today. You know, maybe I could start answering that with a little story from my time working in Congress. And you know, I was the policy director for the House Republicans, and there was a moment when a lobbyist came into my office and put a bill on my desk that they had worked with a member to write. And he showed me the list of sponsors that the bill already had. It was pretty decent. There were, a dozen and a half sponsors already. And I read through, he explained a little bit about the bill, and then I read through it as he sat there. It was only about 6 pages long. And it was a bill to regulate the industry that he represented. And I thought, okay, this is, sometimes that happens and that can make sense, but it did strike me as a little bit strange. And the regulation was one that put fairly onerous requirements on companies with regard to how they would have to accept return products that they sold. And I wondered, why on earth it seemed like a strange regulation to want to impose upon one's own industry. But the more I thought about it, the more I realized what was happening. And it was an aha moment for me, and that was that what I believe this gentleman was doing with his clients was trying to create an anti-competitive barrier, which would freeze out new entrants into his industry by making it by putting revenue at risk in such a way that it would be difficult to bring on venture capital early on in a company's life cycle. And so this was an effort, in my view, as I realized, to freeze out competition. I wish I could say that was the only time that happened, but you sort of see then reflections of that kind of thing elsewhere, and you realize that it's really an endemic problem with the system. I worry about that a lot now, working in the pro-democracy space in the United States, where I see, according to Pew data, tremendous political polarization in the country, and in my view, we're sort of experiencing the dangers of government controlled by extremists, and I worry about the income inequality, the disparity, the lack of opportunity that so many people in the country experience. And I think these anti-competitive practices obviously contribute to that. You have more concentration of wealth that's static in a smaller and in fewer hands. And those people are, and then what happens, of course, we have our educational opportunities are funded by 40 to 50% by local property taxes, which means if you go to Palo Alto, if you attend Palo Alto High School, you have a very different experience than you do if you go to high school in Anacostia here in Washington, D.C. And so economic opportunities are sort of driven by where that wealth is concentrated, and then that has an impact on who can then become part of our modern, knowledge-driven economy. And all of a sudden we end up with 40 million poor people in the country and others who are, in half the population that lives paycheck to paycheck, and a lot of frustration and a lot of sympathy for, populists and extremist viewpoints that promise, simple solutions to complex problems that often sort of, other large segments of our our population, whether they're immigrants or minorities or certain religions or even the business community. And so I worry about that a lot, and so as a result of that, think a lot about, when we think about the responsibility that the private sector, that businesses have to our country. I sort of think about it in terms of this larger civic responsibility that all actors in society have, whether you're an individual, a business, or a nonprofit. We all share a responsibility a civic responsibility for our society. And, and I think businesses obviously add a lot of value just, serving, stakeholders, but there's so much more to it than that. And I look at, for example, Facebook, and I'll express a controversial view perhaps on this, but, in my view, Facebook has become the largest disinformation platform the world has ever known, and it's pursuing, I'm sure Facebook would characterize this differently, but, it has not wanted to play an active role, the same level of, it has not wanted to do what is done in television, for example. If I place a political ad on television, I have to prove basically that my claims are supported by fact. And I've been through that process dozens of times, but when I put an ad on Facebook, there's no such check. Facebook doesn't seem to want to do that kind of thing. And as a result, it is threatening the survival of the republic, in my view. And so, yes, I agree that we certainly, that businesses do have a responsibility, the same responsibility that all players in society have to at least not do tremendous damage to the republic and to our society. And it should be more than that. And how we achieve that, other panelists have, more developed work and views on that. But I do want to express my agreement that there is that responsibility. And I think, my view is, that the way forward on some of these issues I've mentioned are guarding against anti-competitive practices and also fixing the education issue, which is something I could talk more about, but I'll tie it off there.
Great. Evan, thank you. So finally, Liz, and building off of what Evan just described, and I think we have a pretty good diagnosis of the problem or problems, right? And then one of the other charges we had today was to talk about solutions. So No Labels has been convening some unlikely bedfellows for a number of years, and I think recently you just held a program in New Hampshire where you got a bunch of people who don't necessarily know each other or agree on much of anything to come together and learn from each other and have a civil conversation and build on some good, important democratic traditions that help to stabilize the economy, I think, as well. So when you think about nonpartisan work, bipartisan work that No Labels does, how does that fit into moving towards a saner society, a more sustainable economy?
Sure, and thank you, Richard, for having us all here today. I suppose
is that on?
Sorry, can you hear me better?
There you go.
I suppose the strange bedfellows are Republicans and Democrats that we convened together. We started doing this a couple of years ago, and it came to fruition with the establishment of the House Problem Solvers Caucus, which is a group of 48 members, 24 Democrats, 24 Republicans from around the country that are a voting bloc. Just like the Freedom Caucus that many of you are probably familiar with, when they get to 75% agreement within their caucus, they vote collectively together on the floor of the House on any given piece of legislation or resolution. It took a long time to build up the trust with Republicans and Democrats to be in a room together and to recognize that it wasn't going to be used for their primary challengers or their general challengers in their campaigns. They are now hold weekly meetings and have put together a number of different bipartisan solutions on everything from infrastructure, healthcare, to border security, DACA. And now what we're doing is we're engaging with the Senate and bringing the House Problem Solvers Caucus together with senators in a monthly bicameral, bipartisan meeting. It's the first Wednesday of every month, and really encouraging that talk across the two chambers, as well as across the two parties. It's something that, doesn't happen often in Washington. They get off the bus after they've been elected, and they're immediately segregated based on their party. And we're working from the inside to sort of push back on that and to really support these members that are working across the aisle. I think in business, everything that you're probably wanting to get accomplished, you'd want it done in a bipartisan way. Because when it's not done that way, the next party gets in power and they try to undo it for years and years and years. And that just continues to create instability in your own businesses, instability in the markets, and continuous chaos in Congress. And so we are really working hard to protect and support these members who are working across the aisle to provide financial support, to provide media support, to spread the message around the country, because unfortunately, compromise, bipartisanship is not sexy. It's not what you're going to see on the nightly news. You barely see it in the newspapers, but it is happening in Washington. And this group of 48 does stand together, and they do have that trust. So in a margin of 18 in the House, they are able to wield some power there.
And Liz, what is the driving motivation for those 48 members? Why are they participating in a bipartisan collaboration like that?
I think just as the majority of Americans want us to work together, want members of Congress to work together, that's exactly what they go to Washington to do. And they're not willing to sort of toe the party line. They vote, the way that their conscience tells them to do, and they are voting together across the aisle and staying at the table to find those solutions.
Right. Jay, did you want to add to that?
Yeah, I did. Just want to build on it and say how important I think that work is, and how important I think it is to lift up examples of existing policies that have achieved similar bipartisan support. An example of which is the stakeholder governance legislation to enact new corporate structures in now 2/3 of U.S. states. That's been signed into law by as many Republican governors as by Democrat, and has actually received 30 unanimous votes. So the 75% threshold for getting everybody to move in unity is an extremely high supermajority threshold. And the only thing that I'm aware of that's beaten that is the benefit corp governance that creates the stakeholder governance model that allows business leaders like the BRT CEOs to have governance structures that actually support their intentions to lead for the benefit of all stakeholders. And so what I wanted to lift up is that it's often in settings like this, I hear lots of talk about problems, less about solutions or the mechanisms to do it. And we fail to recognize things that are already sitting there in front of us, that are tools that have been demonstrated to be effective in the marketplace, that have bipartisan support that we can actually adopt. And even since those laws have been adopted and the thousands of companies that are now using them, you've got Republican senators like Marco Rubio or from Florida or Josh Hawley from Missouri talking about the need to move beyond shareholder primacy to create an economy which is designed to create value for all stakeholders, to properly value American workers, to invest in the appropriate R&D that creates the innovation machine that we need for future quality job growth. And so I just think it's important as we're searching for solutions that have bipartisan support that we don't look past things that are already sitting right there in front of us that can actually create the governance structure that allows exactly that type of leadership that Raj and Conscious Capitalism and the BRT are talking about, that it creates a system that supports that kind of behavior as opposed to a system that actually resists or works against that type of behavior.
Right. No, I think that's a really important point. And, I can think of two other examples, in the case of the American Sustainable Business Council working on, one is family medical leave. There are differences in the parties about what the particulars are and how many weeks. But ASBC has historically found Democrats and Republicans and independents agree that a policy needs to be adopted. And then the second one is on climate, so particularly on a price on carbon, which is could be a huge, if not already, drain on our economy and creates instability. There are many Republicans, talking in private about the necessity to address that. Again, the particulars vary from party to party. Kristin, let me go back to you. And so as you are traveling around the country, hearing from your members, are you also, and looking at the way they're adopting some changes and implementing the purpose statement, are you finding there are challenges to making that work on a company-by-company basis? And the second part of that is, if you can share with us, is there any pushback within any of those companies' boards of directors who don't think this is a necessity?
I would say, well, I guess I'd start by saying that we have an extremely diverse membership. We have members from every sector, from energy, financial services, every form of manufacturing,
and
consulting.
Just describe a little bit. Everyone may not know the composition of BRT, so just tell us a little bit.
So it's about 200 CEOs. The CEO is the member, not the company, and it's cross-sectoral. So as I was saying, it includes companies from every different part of the economy. It's U.S.-based. Almost entirely. There are a couple international companies that have a substantial U.S. presence, but it's otherwise these are U.S. firms, and we do lots of different things. So we do a lot of policy advocacy on issues around kind of three principles. One is, what are the things that are going to drive economic growth for the country as a whole? What's going to keep us innovative, so keep the country competitive over the long term, and three, what's going to promote economic opportunity, so make sure that we have a strong and growing economy that works for all Americans. It's one of the big principles of BRT is that you don't join to pursue your narrow parochial interest, that you join because you want to be part of this larger conversation with other CEOs about what's going to be good for the country as a whole. And so I've been really proud of the way kind of BRT has tackled some of those issues. But going back to your question, I'd say there's no one size fits all. I mean, the kinds of challenges that, for instance, Walmart is facing in dealing with helping its 1.2 million associates reskill themselves to prepare for automation and other things is very different from the kinds of challenges that JP Morgan, big financial services firms, are facing. There are a few themes that come up in all of them. The challenges around reskilling. So every company is facing, kind of rapid change, and helping make sure that their employees are prepared to navigate that is a big one. Sustainability, going back to your points about climate, that's a big focus for lots of our companies. And, I think for BRT collectively as a whole, it's thinking also about what are the policies that we can advocate for that will, things like a minimum wage increase that can help make sure that every American is sharing in economic growth.
Mm-hmm. Okay, good. Evan, let me quickly go back to you. When you think about some reforms and structural changes that we'd like to make to the political system that would both stabilize the economy and increase public confidence, what are your top two priorities that Stand Up Republic's working on, and that you would like business support for?
Yeah, well, look, I mean, we have a whole slate of electoral reforms the Stand Up Republic does that we work to advance at the state level, mostly across the country. I mean, those include independent redistricting, ranked choice voting, automatic voter registration, and a handful of others. But I think for the purposes of this discussion, I would say that the business community has a tremendous opportunity to impact the corrosive effect of money in our politics. And what I mean by that story that I told earlier, that whole dynamic only worked really for that lobbyist until he came and met with me. But it only really worked because that lobbyist, of course, and his colleagues and those that he was representing were writing probably maxing out checks to the members whose signatures on this bill they were acquiring. And so there's that loop that exists where there's in this partisan environment that is so dominating and shaping our political atmosphere. If you're a member of Congress, then you are expected by leadership to go out and raise a lot of money for yourself, but more importantly for the party. And if you're unable to do that, or let's say if you're able to do that, then you're going to be rewarded with leadership opportunities. Your bills are going to go somewhere. But it's the impact of this is very corrosive. So as a result of that, because you're under such pressure to raise so much money, you lean on lobbyists who want something from you, and you get those checks. And those checks guarantee that those lobbyists will at least get a meeting, and the best members of Congress will at least hopefully still do the right thing, even though they're taking a meeting from a donor. But the worst will maybe sign on to a bill, maybe introduce a bill, maybe vote for a bill that is coming from or supported by a major source of funding and a major sort of backer for them and their possibility of gaining a chairmanship or something like that, a leadership opportunity in Congress. So I think the business community, somebody needs to break that cycle. And I would like to believe that our leaders would break that cycle, but the business community can play a role too. And then hopefully we can more of our leaders will step in to break that cycle as well. The other thing I would say is education. I talked about that a little bit before, but, especially in our high-tech economy, I have a sense that we're probably paying too much we're probably paying people in high-tech jobs too much. And part of that is that there are labor market constraints, that we don't have as many high-skilled workers as we need. And so, that probably drives those costs up, and it limits the amount of people. Our educational situation that I described earlier limits the amount of people who can participate in our economy. And so I think another reform or change that we can work on is making sure that our national education dollars are serving to ensure that especially at the K through 12 level, that students are, whether you're in Anacostia or in Palo Alto, you have a similar educational opportunity, and therefore a similar opportunity to enter the economy. And it's, the United States of America, as many of you probably know, we spend just almost more than anyone in terms of, we spend more per student than any other or most other countries in the world, but at the same time, we're falling behind in the education levels of our students. And, there's a lot of, reasons why we can talk about why that is. But I think one reason is that, in some places in America, we are not offering acceptable educational opportunities to our young citizens, to our young students. And I think the business community, has an incentive to help change that, and I think that's a particular area, in addition to the money and politics issue, where business leaders can have a significant impact.
Okay, so I know that is a whole conference unto itself, which I think is a really critical topic. Evan, thank you. So let's take a few questions here. Yep. And we have a microphone that I think works. Just push that, maybe push
How's
the
that?
little. Yep,
That's good. Okay, hi. My name is Mike Jower. My firm is called Revisioning Strategies. And I guess I'd like to perhaps build on what Jay was talking about. The announcement by the Business Roundtable provides, it seems to me, an extraordinary opportunity across the spectrum of our economy to go from a statement of principles to something that's maybe a more workable methodology, to bring that down to actual practices. And how do you measure? I think you mentioned, Kristin, how do you measure progress towards a stakeholder economy, or a stakeholder business, I should say. Okay. And I'm thinking back about 20 years ago. I was working in commercial real estate, and a group of those companies, very far-sighted companies, sat down and developed something that became known as LEED, Leadership in Environment and Energy and Environmental Design. And LEED eventually spun out to encompass, these 4 different levels of adherence to environmental and energy design principles, and is probably, I don't know what the figures are, has saved untold amounts of resources given all the supply lines that commercial building owners and operators rely upon in the design and operation of those buildings. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here, and maybe the Business Roundtable is beginning to consider it. Maybe the businesses in this room and the Sustainable Business Council could consider starting to coalesce to take that statement and sort of make it more granular and a methodology to actually measure the progress being made.
Good. So defining what purpose means, I think. Right. Thank you.
I think that's a great and really interesting example. As I was saying earlier, I think there are some areas where the diversity of the kind of membership may make it hard for all of them to agree to a particular target in this area. But one thing we would like to explore is if we can get agreement about what long-termism looks like. You know, the theory behind the Business Roundtable statement was that the interests of various stakeholders start to converge if you really keep a long-term focus, that the trade-off for our members isn't so much between shareholders and employees as it is between short-termism and long-termism. And so to go to your point with the lead analogy, one thing we'd like to think about is, can we get some agreement about what principles around long-termism? What are the things that a company that's really managed for the long term ought? What are questions should it be able to answer? How can it build a board that's prepared, that's designed for the long term? Those kinds of things. But I think that's a great insight about the possibility of kind of collective agreement.
Yeah, and I know there are a number of people in this room who would be happy to help you define that. So I did see, I know the microphone's back there, but I did see Vince DiBianca. So Vince, maybe you just speak loudly, if you would, ask your question, please.
Kristin, here I am in Green Bay, Wisconsin last week, during a snowstorm, in the back seat of an Uber, with an Uber driver who's 6'3".
Here's a microphone.
With an Uber driver who's 6'3", 250 pounds, a former black ops soldier. So I was going to talk about anything he wanted to talk about. He wanted to talk about this new purpose for business that he read about in the newspaper. So I want to actually acknowledge you, because it's almost like a tipping point. Some might say that the Business Roundtable is late to the game, right? Because but the point is they're in the game, and they've created now a new narrative that I think is really widespread. So many people can hitchhike on what you've created as a possibility. The question I have is it's a build on to the last question, Kristin, which is, does the BRT really feel a sense of responsibility for implementing it broadly? And if so, are you open to, do you have the resources to partner with? I was struck with what Jay said and Richard said and so forth, that you've got opportunities to implement this. So maybe you can respond to that.
Well, first on your example, I've heard so many examples like that. My friend's 16-year-old son who wanted to, talk about it. It's kind of tapped into this really powerful movement that was already ongoing, and I think we clearly struck a nerve. I don't want to give the impression that our CEOs woke up on August 19th and suddenly decided, hey, there are some challenges in society, and the way that I run my company is going to play a role in whether we address them. I don't think that's true. Our CEOs were on the whole thinking about these issues long before and kind of working through them. The statement was, I think, might galvanize that effort and maybe help them work collectively more effectively, but lots of them were doing a lot in these areas already. I think on implementation, it's, on the one hand, this is something that companies are going to have to do in some ways, focused on their specific challenges. So I don't think it can all be done collectively. When, AT&T is thinking about how it's transforming its business, some of that's going to have to be done by AT&T management and board thinking about their particular circumstances. I think there are things they could do collectively in terms of sharing best practices, focusing on some of the principles, for example, long-termism that I mentioned earlier, and also public policy advocacy. So identifying places where they think government can do some things to, provide for broader economic opportunity. As an example, Business Roundtable, since the statement, endorsed a minimum wage increase for the first time in history. And that's kind of part of thinking of what are the things that we can do that would promote economic opportunity, but still keep our economy strong and growing.
Great. Good. Thank you. I think there's a question back here. Yes? Mitch?
Mitch Rofsky, Better World Club, Green Alternative to AAA. First, Kristin, I just wanted to thank you for being here. 40 years ago, when I was 7, I worked for Ralph Nader, lobbying Congress, and the Business Roundtable was my number one opponent over and over again. But my question is for Liz. Does No Labels have a policy agenda that, would touch on some of the issues that have been raised here?
We don't. Where we are working on is building the infrastructure of support for these members and wanting them to come up with the policy solutions. If they can get to a yes on any of these issues, we think it's a good solution. We want them to work on that. We think folks that are interested in only getting 100% of what they want and making it a straight partisan bill is not sustainable, and they're pushing back on that. So if if you're working with these members or want to engage with these members, they are very open to that, and they're listening to all the stakeholders on any given issue to make sure that it is a bipartisan solution. And they're never perfect. No bipartisan bill is ever perfect, but getting somewhere on something is better than doing nothing.
Great. Good. And I think Evan wanted to add a comment to that.
Yeah, so I just wanted to jump in on this one, uninvited. But, No Labels does tremendous, class-leading work at the grass tops level that is absolutely essential. Because of our organization, Stand Up Republic, is more of a grassroots organization, so we tend to take a different approach to the work. But our view is that as much as we want our leaders to solve the intractable problems, modern challenges facing our country, we have to change the incentives for them to actually do that. And right now, the incentives are completely perverse. And so, I mentioned gerrymandering reform or anti-gerrymandering within independent redistricting. That's one thing that we feel needs to happen, where if you've got, too many of our members in the House, for example, are in safe districts, either they're Democrats or they're Republicans. Very few districts in the House are competitive. And some are just marginally competitive, but not really. And so you end up, of course, if you're one of those leaders, you're running really just to please the primary voters of your party, not even the general election voters, which tend to be a little more moderate and practical. You're trying to please the ideologues of your party's base. And so as long as that continues, and Pew says that our parties are ideologically diverging, and there's just no way, if you're incentivized to win over the ideologues on the fringes of your party, there's no way you can go. It's very hard to go to Congress and make public compromises and advance those compromises. The other thing that that we're in favor of is ranked choice voting. I mentioned that earlier. Many of you probably know what that is. Some of you may not. It just means that when you go to the ballot box, you can rank your vote, and that allows you to more fully express your preferences, but it also changes the incentives. It changes the dynamics for our leaders, because all of a sudden, if you and I are running against each other, Raj and I are running against each other, Raj has got a very strong base, and they're never going to leave Raj because Raj is the best. But I may be able to convince them that I could be their second choice, and likewise, Raj might be able to convince my core supporters that he should be their second choice. And what that means is that Raj and I now have an incentive to identify common ground between each other, and that engenders a healthier policy discussion about actual solutions to modern challenges. And right now, that's not the way it is. It's a zero-sum game. And so we need to change these incentives at the voter level that impact the way our leaders perform.
Good.
We have a question.
Can I just jump in for one quick second?
Sure.
Just on the,
yeah, and just
I know that we're going to have we're going to run out of time, and so I just wanted to raise one issue, which is I really appreciate Evan bringing up the issue of incentives and misalignment of incentives in the political system that lead to bad outcomes or extreme polarization. Is I think one of the topics that's been missing in this conversation is we're understandably focused almost exclusively on a conversation around companies and businesses and corporations, and we're missing what the actual market dynamics are that can either support or constrain the leadership of those companies, which we're not talking about the capital markets. Mm-hmm. And so in a conversation around moving from a shareholder to a stakeholder economy, we have to talk about the shareholders. And we have to talk, and so the clapback to the BRT statement was significantly from the Council of Institutional Investors that didn't agree that we should be moving beyond shareholder primacy. So if we're not engaging in a conversation around the incentive structures that drive the capital markets to not value the leadership behaviors that we would like to see and that the CEOs say they would like to embody, then we're missing the ultimate power dynamics that are driving performance at the corporate level. Yeah. Even the CEOs of the largest corporations will tell you to a person that they are constrained not just by quarterly earnings, as our prior panel discussed, right, but by the actual overarching incentives that drive people to that the only concern is to maximize profit. And so you can't lead for the benefit of all shareholders, for the benefit of all stakeholders, if the capital markets only value the financial value to shareholders. Like there's a misalignment of incentives. Right. And so any conversation around policy has to not only talk about policies that will incent that behavior at the corporate level, but also need to align those incentives with the capital markets. Yeah, exactly. We're going to have we're going to bring a misalignment gunfight.
Yeah, yeah, and I think that's a great point, Jay. And as you know, there have been some efforts, particularly at the state level, to address the disparity between what the CEO is making and the lowest paid worker in the company. So there's a CEO compensation issue. There's, Jack Robinson from Trillium Asset Management spoke about the pressure on institutional investors, asset managers to try to rectify, to change the incentive structure. And of course, federal government through the Securities and Exchange Commission, could play a much more active role. I know we're a little behind. I want to take one last question. So if that could be a short question. Yes, and there's a...
Hi.
Good.
Hi, Bob Pollin, University of Massachusetts. I want to also refer to the Business Roundtable statement and relate a very recent anecdote that I was involved in as a expert witness on a very large-scale wage negotiation that is still ongoing, so I won't reveal any details. But in my own expert witness work, I did refer to the Business Roundtable statement. So I think it does provide us a very important framework for thinking about labor relations. And let me just quote the part on investing in our employees. This is the Business Roundtable. Investing in our employees. This starts with compensating them fairly and providing important benefits. It also includes supporting them through training and education that help develop new skills for a rapidly changing world. We foster diversity, inclusion, dignity, and respect. So these are very powerful generalizations. What happened in the course of our negotiation was precisely the other side saying, well, yeah, those are nice words, but they don't have any specificity, so they're not all that relevant. So my point would be, is the Business Roundtable really, if I assume you are really committed to this, how about thinking about making these general, very favorable, supportive concepts, making them specific? For example, establishing a living wage standard.
So, Bob, I'm going to ask you to just hold that next thought. That's a great question. And turn it back over to Kristin just for the sake of time here. Thanks.
Yes, yeah, I need to know more about the details. As I said, BRT has tried on all of those issues. BRT has tried to be an advocate for things that we think are, consistent with it, including minimum wage, including policies around benefits and others. But without knowing the details, I'm not sure I can weigh in on whether I think that company was acting consistent with the statement or not.
The point is whether you could establish some standards, meaningful standards, putting some putting some real specifics behind these general principles so that the next time myself or anybody else is involved in these kinds of negotiations, we can refer to the Business Roundtable says this is what we define as a living wage standards.
Yeah, it's possible. But again, it's hard to imagine how that would apply to all of our members. So, for example, we have one member who has 1.2 million employees, many of whom are hourly. We have some members who have largely professional. So anyway, it's hard to think of a standard that could apply to all of our 200 members, but obviously happy to hear more about it.
Okay, great. Thank you. And sorry to cut the conversation short. A few just quick logistical details, and then let's applaud our panelists. So we're going to have a break, and that break goes till 11:30. At 11:30, there are 3 breakout sessions, okay? And I'll just quickly tell you where those sessions are. One's about climate change. What will it take to solve the climate crisis? Big topic. That takes place in this room. Can capitalism dig out from its own waste? That's about circular economy and sustainable packaging. That's going to take place across the hall in 1E. Okay? I don't see anyone writing these down. Okay? No, that's why. No. I'm going to say it again. So climate change is in 1A. That's what this room is, right? Sustainable packaging, circular economy is 1E across the hall. And 1B, which is out this door and right in the same part of right next door here, is on the high road economy, the future of work, why the high road is the only road, really building on Bob's question. And then lunch is at 12:30, okay? So with that out of the way, we really want to thank our panelists for a great conversation. So folks, if looks like a lot of you are here for the climate session, excellent. So I'm going to turn it over to Christina DeConcini. Christina is with World Resources Institute, our good friend and very helpful in promoting the summit. So I think we have our panelists, and Christina will turn it over to you. Thank you. And we do have this microphone that we'll have a runner in here for.
Okay, terrific. So this panel has the super easy title of What Will It Take to Solve Climate Change? So I'm sure we'll have the answer to that in a few minutes. So I am delighted to be here. I'm delighted all of you are here. I'm Christina DeConcini. I'm the Director of Government Affairs at the World Resources Institute and work on climate and energy policy in the United States with Congress, et cetera. So we have a very distinguished panel today, and I'm not going to introduce them because you have their bios and that will take up too much time. But I do want to make just a couple sort of introductory remarks based a lot on what's already transpired today. The first is, this sort of seems like a duh, but it was stated multiple times, and I believe, and if any panelist disagrees with this, you can say so, that there's pretty much universal agreement that markets and capitalism just by themselves, with just set alone, are not going to address the issue of climate change. And there's many issues that are like that. We wouldn't have public education or fire departments or police offices or anything else if that was alone. The other thing that we haven't talked about, because we haven't really been talking about climate, but the science honestly could not be clearer on what's happening and what's predicted to happen. And we're seeing the effects in Florida, in California, all the time, everywhere. But where this panel comes in is that, and then on top of that, I want to make a couple good news remarks before moving into the more bad news area. The good news is that non-federal actors are doing a lot on this. States are doing a lot. Businesses are doing a lot. Today in Madrid at the COP, WRRI is involved with being one of the authors of the Bloomberg-Brown America's Pledge report, which is coming out in a few hours today in Madrid. This sort of adds up what all state and local initiatives do on emissions reductions, and it's very promising. There's 25 states that are part of the U.S. Climate Alliance. Those states are both reducing their emissions and growing their economies faster than other states, proving the point that we have many, many data points on that you can grow the economy and address climate. We, on businesses, all of you are here doing all sorts of amazing things. Just two initiatives that WRI is really deeply involved in that I want to highlight is one is science-based targets, where we and other organizations help businesses develop science-based emissions reduction targets. We are also involved in a newly created thing called the CEO Climate Dialogue, where 20 Fortune 500 CEOs have signed on to some climate principles, and I recently went with a big group of them to meet 17 mostly Republican senators to urge action on that. Okay, great. Okay, hi. Okay, great. So what that little note was that Ellen, who was going to be on this panel from the Wallace Global Fund, has the flu and canceled. So just right this minute, David Levine, thank you for joining us, of ASBC is sitting in here to talk about that. So I'll make sure to work that in as well. Okay, so what I wanted to say, though, is that those are all good news stories, but there's no analysis anywhere that I've seen, WRIs or anybody else, that shows these kind of subnational and good actions are enough to come close to addressing the urgency of what we need for climate change. And so I want to posit the point that I think is not controversial, that we're going to need Congress to act, and I applaud all of you for being part of this and going tomorrow to the Hill and making visits on this, because it's really important. But that's going to need to be part of the solution. So we've talked some today. Some of the previous panels were really interesting, talking about policy versus politics. And so this panel is going to both talk about policy and politics. But I have to tell you that my bias, because of what I do all day, which is lobby on Capitol Hill for climate change policy, is really going to want to keep directing the conversation back to the politics and how we change that. Because the thing is, the science is clear, and you know what else is clear? The polling of American people. It's not, they want to see action on this, but the politics are not even remotely lined up in Congress to move this all the way over the finish line. So it's sort of like reframing the question of how can we solve this really important problem within our political economy, and what parts of our political economy need to be changed to do that. So with that, I'm going to start with asking each of the panelists sort of an introductory question. And I'm also been told to really keep this on time and don't let it run over, so I'll try to be really aggressive on that. I'm usually not, but anyway. So I think we're going to start first with Bob Pollin, to my left, who's at Mass-Amherst. And people have heard, obviously, a lot about the Green New Deal. We're going to hear about that, too, from Lauren. I wanted to just also frame this whole conversation a little bit, not exclusively on the idea about the Green New Deal as a policy perspective and a price on carbon as a policy perspective that a lot of businesses support. And there's a lot of people that think those are alternatives. Lots of people think they can go together. I welcome input on that too. But Bob has done some very interesting thinking and writing on the Green New Deal and how we would pay for that. And so I wanted to ask him to very briefly sort of talk about that, since there's people saying, oh, that's impossible, we could never do that, or we could do it, et cetera. And then also in a paper he's recently written that I read, he has a very interesting sort of analogy about the messaging around why make these kind of investments, what the payoff is on them, and also how it's an insurance policy for us, which I think could be a very interesting and compelling way to help change the politics. So with that, I'll turn it over to you.
Can you all hear me fine? Okay, good. So first of all, thank you for inviting me, Richard, if he's here. Well, anyway, whether he's here or not, I appreciate the invitation to be here. So in my brief opening remarks, I'll just first start off and say that, yes, we have an absolute imperative before us of, if we take climate science seriously, to get to a zero emissions, at least CO2 emissions economy within 30 years by 2050. That's what the Intergovernmental Panel on Climate Change set as its goal in its October 2018 report. Now, the fact of the matter is, if we're strictly talking about technical requirements and economic requirements of getting there, this is not that difficult a challenge. It is entirely feasible, and it is, in my view, entirely consistent with maintaining economic growth. In fact, economic growth can proceed, and the more we accelerate economic growth, the faster we can get to the zero emissions economy. That is, if we commit to two basic, simple things. One is we invest dramatically in energy efficiency, in raising energy efficiency standards. And secondly, equally dramatically, we invest in clean renewable energy, primarily solar and wind, and technologically these are both entirely feasible. If we do that at a rate of 2% of GDP per year over the next 30 years, we will hit the target. I can show you all the modeling and so forth, but basically we can hit the zero emissions target by doing that. So at 2% of GDP per year, starting next year, I know it's not really going to start next year, but we're starting at around $400 billion starting next year. That is investments in energy efficiency and clean renewable energy. Now, if we think about this framework, there is challenges with respect to financing, but over time, this project is self-financing over time. It pays for itself over time. The logic is very straightforward. If you invest in energy efficiency, that means you are saving money. You're saving money to operate this building. You're saving money to get from point A to B in your transportation systems. You're saving money to running industrial machinery. So all of that savings, some of it can be used to pay for your initial capital expenditures in efficiency and renewables. Secondly, with respect to renewables, as you all probably know, on average at present in the United States and globally, renewable energy is at cost parity or lower than fossil fuel energy. One of my sources on this is this extreme left-wing organization called the U.S. Energy Department under President Donald Trump. If you look at their annual reports on levelized costs of electricity, the most recent one, you can just get it online right now while you're not listening to me, it's there. It is cheaper to generate, on average, a kilowatt of electricity from wind, onshore wind, and solar PV than it is from coal. Okay? And much cheaper than nuclear. Okay, so we do this investment project, and at the same time we transition out of fossil fuel energy. We expand job opportunities because this is an investment project. This is not an austerity project. This is massively improving job opportunities and rebuilding regions of our country that have been neglected for a long time. Now, do we know absolutely what the impact is going to be on climate change? Does the IPCC know? Of course they don't know for sure. We're not dealing with certainties, we're dealing with probabilities. So that's why the way to think about this project is as an insurance program. We need to buy insurance, not on the basis of knowing that the world is going to burn up in 20 years, but knowing that there's a chance, there is a non-trivial chance that life is going to be threatened if we don't take action soon. So then the real question, of course, as an economist, I'm going to ask the question this way. How much do we pay for insurance? How much are we willing to pay for insurance? My answer is 2% of GDP is pretty cheap, especially, this is the critical point, especially that it pays for itself over time. Over time, this is a self-financing project that generates opportunity across the economy. So this is a viable project. It is a way to hit the emission target, zero emissions in 30 years. Thank you.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. And just to make a clarifying point, I did say that the science is very clear. The science is very clear on what is happening and within ranges of what's going to happen. So to back up Bob's point, we don't know within the range whether the worst is going to happen, but the least is really quite terrible if you take the time to look at it. So if you bet on that one, it's not a pretty outcome. So, but okay, so we're going to next turn to the celebrity that we have with us today, who is Lauren, who is with the Sunrise Movement, and she's appropriately going to be receiving an award tonight at this conference. And Lauren has been part of the Sunrise Movement and the Green New Deal, which I want to just say a couple words from my perspective, working in Washington on these issues all day, is that it has been a remarkable movement in changing the politics and moving this issue up on the hierarchy. Instead of it having be like, yeah, we think that's an important issue, it's number 25. We're totally for it, and it's way down here. It has really moved this from the first sit-ins in Pelosi's office to communicate to her clearly that this can't be a secondary, tertiary, et cetera issue, that it needs, if they've taken control of the House, they need to address it. They've set up a select committee to do that. There's lots of activity around that. It's also gotten most politicians I see on, and eventually I'm going to ask Alex about this, but not quite yet, on their heels on climate change. So we've seen a change that at first I was super enthusiastic about, and less and less as time goes on, that a lot of the Republicans who were in the category of this isn't real, it doesn't exist, it's a hoax, it's made up, have really moved away from that. And almost every hearing you go to on the Hill will say it's a problem, we see it's a problem, and I personally credit the Sunrise Movement and the Green New Deal for moving to that. Like, we can no longer be in this ridiculous place of pretending this isn't even existing. But it's still, many of them are in so innovation will solve it, but don't ask me what that means. Or I'm for adaptation, but don't ask me to spend money on it, or something like that. So I wanted to, so those are just a lot of complimentary comments to start with for you. But there's 2 points I wanted to get at. One is I wanted to go back to this issue of the price on carbon, just since this is a business community. That is a thing that many organizations like my organization support as part of the policy solution. I personally don't know anyone who thinks it's the only policy solution, since there's lots of sectors of the economies that studies after studies show won't be responsive to that, but it is a part of it, and obviously it uses markets to do that. So I wanted to ask you a little thoughts on that. And then, this is really just personally, but I think it will be interesting to people. The Sunrise Movement strategy so far has been a lot, and it still seems to be very focused on the Democratic leadership, and they're back in Pelosi's office, and she has recently said she is going to have a bill out in 2020. And and that is fantastic, thumbs up. But from where I sit, every single thing that's not a judicial nomination dies in the Senate, everything. So I'm super curious about, since Sunrise has this political power and this political voice that's really needed, what is its strategy on Mitch McConnell specifically, and Republicans in getting, so that if Pelosi does bring forward some sort of bill, it doesn't just have the fate that every single thing is having. And so those are my 2 questions for you.
Great. Okay, does this work? Awesome. Sorry I can't see everyone over here. But yeah, thanks. Thanks for that. Okay.
More people could see.
Oh, great. Yeah, it's definitely an honor to be here, and I really appreciate coming back tonight for Sunrise to receive the award from ASBC. I think for your first point about carbon pricing, Sunrise sees the Green New Deal as a framework for a real governing agenda for this country. For the past 50 years, we've seen so many intersecting crises that Obviously, climate crisis is worsening by the day. We've talked about that so far, but also we've seen stagnating wages, skyrocketing inequality, really coming from someone in my generation, we're like seeing massive student debt, rampant depression, and mental health issues. So all of these crises coming about from a failed political leadership for the past few decades. And so we see the Green New Deal as a way to tackle all of these crises through getting to the root of the climate crisis and seeing not just how we see this as a challenge, but a real opportunity to transition our society and economy to a better one for everyone. And as part of that, the Green New Deal resolution, which was introduced back in February, is really a framework for how we're going to start tackling these crises. And so it lays out a vision for what policies would need to fit as part of the Green New Deal, as part of a governing agenda for the next decade. And we see carbon pricing as a critical tool. Definitely polluters should have to pay for the pollution that they're putting on the most vulnerable people, creating and exacerbating the climate crisis. But we also know that anytime we're going to shake up the system, it's probably going to fall on low-income and working-class people. We've seen that throughout history. We're seeing that now in Lebanon with the metro fares, in Chile Chile with the metro fares, Lebanon with the projected gas price increases, and Iran in the same case. And yeah, we know that we can't rely on markets alone to take care of the most vulnerable people, and that through this transition, we do need to keep polluters accountable, and we also need to make sure that everyone is taken care of and make sure that everyone has a good job and good wages, and that our actions do not just hurt people who are already hurting, and both as a policy perspective, but also a political strategy. We haven't seen action on climate because we haven't had the strong enough coalitions to move forward any really ambitious bills to take on this crisis. And we see the Green New Deal as extremely important for that reason, that we're bringing in folks who are most impacted by the crisis. We're bringing in farmers, we're bringing in teachers, we're bringing in young people, people at the front lines of climate change, and also business community and faith leaders, and rebuilding all of these coalitions, labor especially, that has been purposefully alienated by often the right, trying to divide us along so many lines. And so we need to broaden that coalition and make it stronger. And we see this comprehensive agenda of the Green New Deal as being able to do that. And really, right now, the only thing that's able to do that, whereas carbon pricing alone will not be able to get to the root of this crisis and solve it on its own.
That's quick. We only have about 1 more minute, but
okay.
I'd love
Senate
to hear
strategy.
what's the Republican Mitch McConnell strategy for the movement.
Yeah. So Sunrise is still predominantly is focused on moving Democratic leadership. We know that Republicans, by and large, are completely bought out by fossil fuel executives, lobbyists, and PACs. Just in 2018 alone, the fossil fuel industry donated $25 million to Republican members of Congress. So we know we really can't water down a solution that is put out by the people profiting off of this catastrophe. And so we're working to build support in this current Congress, in both chambers, for different policies as part of the Green New Deal and bringing more and more members along. And also, Sunrise is doing a mass electoral intervention and building our mass people power so that we're demanding the change that we need and electing people in office in order to champion, our demands.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right, we're going to turn now to Kristin Kelleher, who's with the Climate Action Business Association. And since this is obviously a business conference, this is one of the things, as I think I mentioned in the beginning, is we're trying to, one of the possible goals, I was told by Richard, of this summit is to figure out if there is a better way to build businesses' power and voice to leverage, policy changes in important issues, this being one of the issues. So, Kristin, you have a lot of experience with businesses who are acting on climate, engaged in climate, both internally as well as in policy realms. I don't think we really need to go over why businesses care about this. There's huge risk involved, customer demand, social and moral obligation. There are a lot of businesses that really do care a lot about this. But we also heard earlier today that despite the incredible heroic actions, and I really want to we spent a lot of time on them, so we're very, very devoted to them, whether they're science-based targets or other sustainability practices. We're going to need more than that. So the big question for you is, what have you learned, or what do you think businesses have learned from their involvement in state and federal policies? What kind of lessons have been big takeaways from that? That's my first question. And sort of the second is, what will it take, or what more needs to be done to get business voices to be really instrumental in the change? They're doing more things like all of you are doing tomorrow is one of the answers. But there's not like 4,000 or 40,000 of you here, which I wish there was. But going to Capitol Hill and making your voice clear why this is in your interest is key. So any thoughts you have on that? Thanks.
Can you hear me now? Wonderful. Thank you so much for, having me here today. So we work with businesses of all different sizes, your mom and pop shops on our main streets, and also, larger business groups like Eastern Bank, a variety of, clean energy groups as well. And so a big part of what we do is we look for different avenues for businesses to really make their voice heard, and then really help them connect policies that are being introduced with their business story and communicating it with legislators. And so I'll give, a few examples of, our work. A piece of that is, and a policy that we're working in particular on is carbon pricing and, why it makes sense for business. As Bob was talking about, we have 10 years to do something really ambitious, and we have 25 governors, across the U.S. that have signed on to the U.S. Climate Alliance to, align with the Paris goals. But we don't have that, overwhelming strategy or framework that we can all follow and really align and believe in. And so that's why I think it's so important that we're having conferences like this today with business leaders, with grassroots, with academics. It's so important to have, NGOs and nonprofits as part of the conversation, and not just these events today, but, exchanging cards and, those later meetings that we're going to be having, on the phone or Zoom. Technology is incredible. So let's see, I don't want to go too far off. So something that, we've also seen in helping businesses, share their story is a business where traditionally, 20 years ago, you wouldn't think that they would support, a price on carbon and transitioning our future. These businesses want to share their stories, and we're giving them different avenues. One business that comes to mind is Gentle Giant Moving Company that's been working with CABA for the last 5 years or so. And they have about 60 moving trucks. They're a multi-state moving company. Their trucks drive about 5,000 miles a day. But what's really incredible is the CEO and founder, Larry O'Toole. He really wants to give his employees a leg up. And if you have, happy, healthy employees, you have a better business. And so what's really incredible about a carbon price and working with Larry and educating him and his business about how it'll benefit is that in Massachusetts, the carbon pricing policy will actually have low and middle income individuals come ahead. And those are income brackets that his 250 employees actually fall into. So it ends up being smart for his business and his employees, and then bringing, clean energy jobs back to, the region as well. And so there's a number of regional initiatives, focused on carbon pricing policy that we're following for our members, whether it be TCI, which is just getting formed right now in the Northeast and Mid-Atlantic states, whether it's WCI with California and Quebec and avenues. And I hope I have the opportunity to kind of share some business actions later. But thank you.
Okay, terrific, great. Okay, now we're going to turn to Alex Bozmoski, a good friend of mine who works for Republican. So Alex, one, if you can just tell everybody in a sentence what the organization you work for is in case they're not familiar with it. And then I wanted to sort of bring up maybe a slight difference of opinion on the panel. ASBC is, and WRI, where I work too, and I know Alex are very supportive of a bipartisan congressional solution to this, and we don't think that you can get sustainable, durable, long-term policy without that, and we've seen many examples of that on the climate front, unfortunately, et cetera. So I wanted to ask you a little bit about that, Alex, also responding to what you've heard so far today, but then my personal question for you is, we really are seeing some movement, small movement with Republicans. We had the Senate recently formed a Senate Bipartisan Climate Solutions Caucus that has, I think, 8 members right now, 4 Republicans and 4 Democrats. And the question is, and that is very good, and as I recently met with them with a bunch of CEOs, I view it, my personal opinion, as a necessary step if you're going to do more. But how do we make sure that Republicans who are saying a little bit more now, and I shouldn't just pick on Republicans, but I'm not trying to, but actually because this goes, that are not just saying more, but are willing to actually embrace some sort of bold policy that reduces emissions, whether it's a price on carbon or Green New Deal, whatever it is, something that's sort of the metric. So with that, I'll let you take it over.
I don't think it's going to be the Green New Deal.
Okay, well, go for it.
For those Republicans taking a baby step. So thanks for having me. Sorry I'm sick. My 2-year-old daughter is in daycare, so I have a cold a lot. And I was walking in psyching myself up about not shaking anyone's hand for your own protection. And then I give you a hug.
I'm just hearing this
my
now.
My affection for Christina is just overwhelming. I'm very sorry, Christina.
Yeah, me too.
No one else touched me. But yeah, thanks very much for having. Republican is a grassroots community of about 10,000 conservatives around the country that care deeply about climate change and want to affect bipartisan solutions and see conservative leadership. A few years ago, we celebrated every milestone of 100 new members that we recruited in our priority states, and now we're seeing a couple hundred folks sign up every week. So I think that the U-turn that we've seen in a preponderance of rank-and-file lawmakers on climate change is also reflected in the temperament of maybe not the frothiest sections of the Republican base, but a very substantial component of the Republican electorate. And Christina's right. I mean, we look at this, and it just strikes me as a fantasy to think of political strategy that relies on one party taking over all branches of government and sustaining that hegemony for like generations. It seems like a more prudent course of action is to look for the most meaningful and complementary measures that we can enact with broad bipartisan coalitions. that in the same manner that America has passed every other landmark environmental law in our history, Safe Drinking Water Act, Clean Water Act, Clean Air Act amendments, everything we've done that's been meaningful has been a split Congress or a Congress and a Republican president. We haven't had a landmark in 30 years, but before that, that's the only proven path. Requires some compromise. Requires the environmental base to be able to go back to their folks and say, we had to compromise with the big bad Bush or the big bad Reagan. So that's why we couldn't get everything we wanted. I mean, poor Obama. You couldn't do that with him because it wasn't a good excuse. And so, I mean, I feel for Nancy Pelosi when she says, when she meets with environmentalists and they're asking for the moon, and she's got to be looking at them thinking, you know, we passed Waxman-Markey, and if y'all weren't clamoring for the whole wide world, and the Senate would have if this was Waxman-Markey and the Senate would have passed this, she would have been in conference with the climate change bill. But no, there were demonstrations and universities, and the Senate can do better and everything. I know it's a complicated story. It's just that sometimes, you know, making the perfect the enemy of the good is kind of a bummer when the world is kind of, you know, on the line here. So I'll say this. We're carbon pricing advocates. We think it's straight out of the Milton Friedman playbook. And I'm happy to take that Milton Friedman playbook and have a conversation with Lauren about a lot of the other issues that the Sunrise Movement has, you know, brought to the fore here. If we want to talk about universal housing, that's in the, you know, that's great. Let's talk about it. We can talk about public housing and you know, national rent control versus the vouchers versus just giving people cash. I'm kind of on the giving people cash side of things. But that's a great conversation, public policy conversation to have. Really, you know, makes it hard to make climate change an enfranchising issue with enough of the American public to push this through. If we confound it, if we borrow the urgency from climate change to apply to every justice and economic, you know, disparity and problem in the United States, and say we only can solve them all together through an economic revolution, that is a much harder that's a much harder position with which to compromise than if we define the sandbox of climate mitigation and say, let's get something done. You know, we can tax, subsidize, regulate. Each of those things have a negative and a positive. We can untax good things, tax bad things. We can subsidize good things, unsubsidize bad things. We can deregulate and privatize where competition lowers emissions, and you can regulate and nationalize. I would never be for that, but I mean, it's part of the spectrum across all three of those intervention areas. Those are the parameters of our sandbox. And I'd love to have the conversation about what the most effective complementary policy measures that we can have in that sandbox without making it impossible to get anything done by, you know, introducing controversies that aren't related or germane to reducing emissions into our national conversation about this. Thanks.
Okay, I'm going to definitely have Lauren get to respond to that, but I need to let David have a piece first. Then I'm going to have Lauren respond to that because it's directly really talking to her on that. And then what we're going to do is open up for questions for all the panelists, and panelists can also jump in. But now we're going to turn quickly to David Levine. And I understand you're going to be talking about what part of the climate solution is finance-oriented and what can finance or investment do on this. So there's some obvious things that I think everybody agrees with, but there's no political will for to get rid of fossil fuel subsidies. I don't know anyone who really thinks that's a really great thing to keep going, except the fossil fuel industry. But I also understand that you're going to talk some about your involvement with divestment. And I am not an expert on that at all. So I'm curious, sort of like for an update on how is that going? What part? How big of a piece of the solution do you see that as? Are there sufficient options for billion-dollar pension funds to reinvest when they decide to divest, or anything else you want to talk about regarding finance and climate?
So I can do a bit of that, but Ellen would be, and I'll just add a little bit about the ASBC work. So on the divestment front, the Wallace Global Fund really helped to spur, the work of Ellen Dorsey and to really spur the divestment movement, particularly starting with philanthropy. The ironic piece, that she would tell you, right, is you have all these foundations funding, the addressing of social, environmental, economic problems, yet their funds were totally invested in the economy that was bringing those problems about. So the whole idea of divestment in this case, and then, of course, where ASBC comes in as well, is the reinvestment in the new economy, was how do you actually move those dollars, to purpose in such a way that it could actually drive the change. And so now they're calculating about $3.4 trillion that have been moved, that have been commitments around divestments from governments, from other private investors, from investment funds and the like. And so growing movement, philanthropy, universities, and others had picked up on it. And, ASBC dove into the issue a bit, in working with some of the investor organizations that have been a part of this in order to sort of spur that interest in, partners like Green America and the like, the whole Move Your Money movement that, was really about, looking from your personal bank account, over to the institutional investors to actually, look towards reinvesting, right? Then we took it a step further and with Green America is sort of introduced the clean energy victory bonds now for the I think it's our third year in a row now trying to push that forward. If you look back and harken back to the World War II, the victory bonds that helped to fund the war effort, right? So the idea here is that it allows for every individual $25 to invest in a bond that could then go to financing clean energy, right? So these kinds of movements from a very populist, citizens-rooted one, over to the institutional investors is a key part of the frame here. But one of the other important parts for ASBC is that when we talk about addressing climate change is to remember that it needs to be thought about across all issues in all sectors. So quite correct, when Bob points to, energy efficiency and a drive towards renewables. But let's look at, we have our friends from Rodale and Celine at the Epicenter, working on regenerative agriculture, right? So the reduction of the use of fossil fuels in agricultural use, as well as the role that agriculture plays in being able to sequester carbon when done correctly. That's a great opportunity. When we look at, across every sector, you talked about the new initiatives, the multi-state initiatives in the Northeast Mid-Atlantic states is around transportation, right, and reducing those efforts. But likewise, then, in New York State, Bob Rossi and the New York Sustainable Business Council, right, helped to just pass comprehensive, moving towards 100% renewables. So did Hawaii, started it going, right? One of our advisory board members, Hank Rogers of Blue Planet Alliance, helped to move the 100% renewables by 2045 initiative. Then how the states actually meet those really calls for initiatives incentivizing businesses to step up across all sectors to actually help you to meet those efforts. So for ASBC, it is A, looking across all sectors, B, looking at using the market drivers and investment as a key tool, but then 3 is looking to the public policies like carbon pricing, and we did jump in order to get the conversation movement and form Business for a Green New Deal. It was an important step. And then recognizing that often farmers and ranchers are thought of as a different world of the economy and not part of the business, we helped to launch with Regeneration International Farmers and Ranchers for a Green New Deal. Is it the comprehensive? It's not the comprehensive public policy at the moment. It was the thing that got the conversation moving, and now we need the articulation of the actual policies that are going to help us to implement the component parts that could actually drive on this. So that's where, the rubber hits the road in terms of being able to work in a transpartisan way, but also to be able to sort of drive actual real-world change that's going to incentivize the good behavior and regulate the bad behavior.
Terrific.
So I'll stop with that.
Okay, great. That's really wonderful. Thank you. So I'm going to give Lauren just 2 minutes to respond because I just really, really, really want to make sure we get audience participation. Okay, so and we're going to be running up against the clock. So
okay, Alex and I will have to talk more after this. So I think just want to say one thing when you said the activists coming in and asking for the moon. I actually think this is asking for a very basic right to a stable and livable future. When everything is on the line, we need to be fighting for that. And all of the scientific reports coming from the IPCC are saying we need rapid transformative change across all sectors of the economy within 10 years. And so I think we're really just asking for what is necessary to have any shot at a livable future. In terms of referencing Wax and Markey, I actually think that's really helpful as a case study of why we're not addressing climate just as parts per million as a single standalone issue. Wax and Markey largely failed because it was mostly insider politics and did not engage millions of people and did not engage broad coalitions who were going to be impacted by the bill. And so that's why we need to address what actually matters to people and what's actually going to solve this crisis, which is talking about if we're going to drastically reduce emissions, which we're all here wanting to do, that will impact people's jobs in a real way. That will impact a lot of people working in the fossil fuel industry. So if we're not talking about reducing parts per million while also talking about how do we guarantee a good union job for those impacted workers, how do we guarantee that people will actually come out better on the other side of this, then we're going to see the same flaw that we experienced 10 years back when we didn't have millions of people fighting for that policy.
Wonderful. Thank you so much. Okay, so thank you to all of you. So I'm going to, just because of time, I'm going to take like 2 at a time, 2 questions at a time, and try not to give a speech, try to give a question, and if you have a specific panelist, go for it. Okay, you're first.
Bill Weil, I used to run sustainability and interview people on Facebook, currently on my own, working with companies to get Wallace all things climate policy. I love what's happening tomorrow, going to the Hill. What about the states? Because there's a lot of action that's happening at the state level. I think that's where things can move over the next 6, 12, 24 months, much more so than in Washington.
Yep. Okay. We're going to take another one, and then we're going to let people jump in on who wants to answer either of those questions.
I'll ask a somewhat heretical question. But, policy matters, but culture, I would argue, matters more. And, so it's like changing the common sense.
So what's the question?
Well, the question is, how do you do that? And if you look at Social Security, that was a wild left-wing idea, hard to the left of both the Democrats and Republicans. 5 years later, it was lost. So, it was bipartisan, right? So, how do you shift that?
Okay, great. So on those 2 questions, would anybody want to say, yes, you want to answer one of those specifically?
Yeah.
Great.
So I've actually been very active at the state level in the last couple of years, in particular 3 states, Washington, New York, and Colorado. Somebody referenced that the measure that passed in New York. I wrote the study that was the basis for that, the legislation. And there's good lessons. In the 3 states, New York, Colorado, and Washington State, we had comparable, you can call it Green New Deal, whatever you want to call it. These were projects to get to net zero or almost net zero within 30 years, to front load it and to address the issue quite explicitly and around the just transition for people working in the fossil fuel sector. So in New York State, it passed. Now, the fact that it passed doesn't mean it's going to be implemented, because they've passed other really cool things in New York State and then they get ignored. So its first critical thing is, don't let the politicians off the hook once you pass something. And I myself was naive, because I saw that, they had renewable portfolio standards in New York State that were just ignored. So that cannot happen. We can't let Governor Cuomo just make nice speeches and then not let anything actually happen. On Washington State was polling a massive majority on this issue up until about 2 weeks before the election, November 9th, 2018. The oil companies spent $30 million and defeated it. So that's another thing we have to be wary of, and we can't let it happen. In Colorado, it's the first time of which I'm aware that the measure, the Green New Deal measure, was actually, in my study, was endorsed by, across the board, the labor movement, including the building trades. And that was because we had a very strong provision for just transition.
Okay, great. Now, real quick, Lauren, on that one, because we have 5 minutes and they're going to shut it down. I want to get some questions over here. So
great. Okay, about changing the culture, I think first we need to make people feel the urgency of this crisis, not as an abstract idea, but connecting hurricanes, wildfires, floods to real-life impacts of the climate crisis. I think the vision of the Green New Deal is realigning our culture and political common sense of this country. We've seen that before with the New Deal, when FDR had his second Bill of Rights saying that everyone is guaranteed a good job, a good home, good education. And we need to see that again, and that's what the Green New Deal is about, and that's where its namesake. And same thing with World War II scale mobilization. We felt as a nation that we needed to come together and tackle something urgent. And that's what we need, and that's what we're working towards, of shifting the mindset towards a national priority of tackling the climate crisis.
Okay, great. We're going to take 3 from this side. Okay, way in the back first. Yep, you, and then you're next. Yes. Okay, could you speak up a tiny bit? I'm sorry. Yep.
I've been in this space as an entrepreneur and advocate. What seems to me is missing is the public power to drive Congress. I think, Ron, you mentioned that there are millions of people. Can you point to me where there are millions of people who are registered and showing support that you can demonstrate those millions in Congress?
Okay, great. That's the first question. You're next. Make it a question.
Yeah, sure. So the latest thing in the Green Deal has been this housing program, recommended public housing. It would cost $180 billion in 10 years and reduce carbon emissions by 0.1%. So my question is, why does decarbonization seem like the bottom of the priority of the Green New Deal? And is it not bad politics to compare all sorts of progressive causes? Maybe they're worthwhile causes, but definitely the valence of progressive with this goal of decarbonization. When you look at the actual thing being put forward, I think decarbonization.
Okay, I'm going to take one more from over here. Okay.
So 10 years ago, in a month, we'll have the anniversary of the Citizens United.
Yes.
Corporations
Yep.
more power and lobby here in D.C. 5 years ago, there was a rainbow coalition of people marching in New York City for the climate march. And we had 10 years to do an awful lot of shit regarding this environment.
we have on the panel, like right next to each other, you have two organizations that are doing parallel things. You're doing work that's parallel. You're doing work that's parallel. There's Citizen Climate Lobby.
Right.
There's USIF, series.
Yeah.
But where are we making the dollar influence here in D.C. that is mattering regarding lobbying influence that's going to get this stuff done? Because we have to bring this rainbow together in some kind of like powerful dollars and cents to make some influence in this city.
Okay, so that's it for the question. So, okay, we're going to try to divide it up. Is there one you want to take out of that set?
We have another 2-3 minutes.
Okay, I'm just wondering if you're going to.
We'll keep going. We'll just jump in all. And so I'd say, it's a couple of things. Yeah, a couple of things. Is that the good news is that more and more groups are working together. So CABA with ASBC, following this conference is launching a working group in order to be able to help keep coordinating the strategy. With Series, BICEP, a bunch of other groups. There'll be a specifically focused climate carbon pricing lobby day coming up in the spring. Right. Again, this idea of showing up in mass with business leaders in order to make that impact felt. With the elected officials, to protect America, we're doing a nationwide climate emergency tour, right, that will stop and coordinate with each of our state affiliates, right? So the business leaders and elected officials to try and drive state policy. And these will be elected officials that are veterans making the case about why this is important for security, this is important for the environment, it's important for jobs, pairing up with business. So it's a lot of opportunity coming up over the next bunch of months to actually engage, to work on the state policy, and then to keep building towards the national policy.
Okay, thanks. I wanted to ask if you wanted to say anything, Kristin, and then we're going to turn to Alex and Lauren real quickly. But Kristin, did you want to say something?
Yes,
okay,
thank you. That was a wonderful setup. I also wanted to, really elaborate on the importance of coalition building. Something that, we're doing at CABA, particularly in New England, is we're actually in conversations with the New England B Corps, as well as a number of other innovative businesses and Sunrise Movement representatives to actually have these conversations, in particular on how to move Congressman Richard Neal, chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, to advocate for a Green New Deal, and where we can actually, agree on different strategies to make that a reality. So I think there's, a lot of positive movement that will be happening in the next few months, whether it be different coalitions and groups working together, and then, coming at different lobby days and, supporting businesses and groups at different hearings and writing testimony and coming in force. So there's a lot of positive things to come.
Thank you, Kristin. So, Alex, I think that gentleman made a point that you were
yeah, and I need to look at
him
when I'm talking.
I want to let Lauren, if you have anything specific on the voting thing, to answer.
This is cool. Whoa. So the reason we're in a whole new world today compared to even just 12 months ago is because of the grassroots touches from Citizens Climate Lobby, because of the higher national attention that climate has gotten from the Green New Deal. And by the way, like 80% of your response I'm with you on. 20% very much not, but the 80% like very much with you on. And on the question of the members of Congress, I ask members of Congress all the time this one question because I want to get like a longitudinal data set. How many of your constituents calling you would raise climate change to one of your top priorities? And the answer is all in Republican offices is almost always about 100. Like the 100 is the median. I mean, just think about that. That means that we could raise climate change to be a top priority in 25 Republican offices with 5,000 dedicated conservative primary voting kind of activists in that district. Part of the reason that that's such a challenge, such an easy number is such a challenge, is because the organizing on the environmental left is funded about 99-1 versus organizing on the eco-right. A little bit of parity in that philanthropic giving would go a long way to creating more urgency in the non-traditional advocates of climate change on the Hill.
Okay, great. And Lauren, do you have anything to answer the question of, do you have proof or numbers of is the Sunrise Movement registering people to vote, and what are the numbers on that? I think that was one of your big questions.
We're a movement of young people all across the country growing rapidly, exponentially. So about a year ago, we had 20 hubs in 5 states. We're now over 300 hubs in every single state. And we are part of the coalition that is putting on these climate strikes, turning out on September 20th, we had 7 million people. So we're getting people out in the streets striking, but we're also simultaneously getting each of those young people who are out striking also registering to vote, and we are doing a mass electoral program in 10 electorally strategic states with full-time field organizers, and I'm happy to talk more at length about that program. I'm also happy to talk about the public housing bill and answer any other questions.
Okay, we're supposed to wrap up, but Paul, you can say one last sentence.
My one last sentence is, I don't know where you're getting your evidence on retrofitting buildings having no impact on emissions. In fact,
that's not what he said.
He said 0.1% reduction in emissions. In fact, if you read anything like the National Academy of Sciences study on energy efficiency, it happens to be the cheapest way to lower emissions, and it also, in conjunction, will create a lot of jobs. Under President George W. Bush in 2007, there was actually a fairly ambitious energy efficiency measure that was supposed to apply to all federal buildings, and that kind of is a very, very reasonable standard to lower emissions, to lower energy consumption and emissions in buildings like this one. It can be done quickly. It is a jobs program, and so it's really critical that we build our program based on evidence and what we have out there in terms of scientific understanding.
Great. Okay, thank you. You can follow up with him directly. So I just wanted to say thanks. I want to just personally say thank you for coming to D.C. and spending your time, and especially thank you for tomorrow to make your voices heard. And thank you for all that you do in that cities, because the point of what's happening on the subnational level is super, super important. There's lots of potential there, as well as needing to change in Congress. So my word is just thank you very much. And the panelists, I think, are all here and can talk to you further, and I think we're going to have lunch, but they're telling me I have to stop.
My name is Thomas Opel. If you haven't met me, I'm the Executive Vice President of the American Sustainable Business Council. Let me thank you for being here. But I just want to introduce all the folks who worked extremely hard, particularly in the last 48, 72 hours, to make all of this happen. And I just wanted to acknowledge them. If I'll start at my far left, Ali Reza Vahabzadeh, our VP for membership, and if you haven't spoken to him, please do so. Gabrielle Crawford, who is our intern par excellence. She has been with us all fall and has done an amazing, amazing job. I hate the fact that she's going back to college, but I guess I have to give her up. Kat Cousins, who has also been interning with us this fall and has just done an amazing job, and they're just fantastic. Taimika Davis, who is our administrator and just does everything to try and make my life better, which I appreciate. But she has also just done an amazing organizational job on this event. Kathleen Hutton, who does all of our digital work. And so if you got information about the conference, the e-blasts, etc., don't blame her. She is the person behind all of that who makes the digital magic happen and just does an amazing job. And Colton Fagundes, who's a policy associate with us, started as an intern at ASBC and is now full-time and is leading the effort on water and regenerative agriculture and led a couple of sessions today. So I know you've seen just how smart, talented, and capable Colton is. So just if I could get a round of applause for these folks who made it happen. And now back to our regularly scheduled program.
Great. Good. Thank you, Thomas. And my great appreciation to the 6 individuals Thomas just cited as well. So, does it feel like we're ready to begin again? Yeah? 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 Yes? No? Okay. All right. Okay. So, because it says here that our break goes to 1:50, but this looks like an eager, enthusiastic crowd. Okay. So, we thought it would be useful to step back from what we've heard in the morning sessions and kind of, think about things from an ecosystem, systems design perspective, right? Because as we've heard, the challenge before us is to reinvent capitalism and create a more just, equitable, sustainable form of capitalism. And that's a big task. So we thought that it would be helpful to have 2 short presentations, one from Jamie Cloud. The other is from Vince DiBianca. And Vince and I will do that a little bit together. That gives you a sense of maybe new ways to think about change, new ways to conceptualize dealing with problems, and then also, finally, some new ways to think about how we might go forward in some type of collaboration. Okay? So Jamie Cloud is an educator, sustainability educator par excellence. She's also a very serious backgammon player. And I'll turn it over to you, Jamie. Thank you. And your slides are on. Yep.
Right. Okay. Can you hear me okay? Is that good? So, good afternoon. Vince and I are committed to keeping you awake after lunch. I have been actually working on sustainability, even though we didn't call it that, since 1968. I was 11 in middle school, and we started tracking the state of the planet data at that time in the first experiment in global education. So fast forward, I grew up to become a global educator because that was the coolest 21st century thing to do. And then in 87, the word sustainability arrived on the radar, and I thought, oh, I'm tracking unsustainability. What the heck is sustainability, and how do you educate for it? And so that's how it began for me. I invented an adaptation of a simulation one of the first things that I did in my field in education for sustainability was to create a small systems thinking simulation, because I knew from the age of 11, I was feeling like that little boy in the Emperor's New Clothes story. What about this is so hard for people to see? The data is clear. I'm tracking it. Kids, of course, can see what's actually there. Adults see what they are used to seeing. We'll talk a little bit about that. But I knew it had something to do with thinking. And so I adapted a little game from Dennis Meadows. And it takes 20 minutes, and it's called the fish game. And it's a system dynamics game, 5 to 8 people playing. The object of each game is to have as many fish as possible by the end of 10 rounds. And for 22 years this year, people overfish, and they overfish, and they overfish again, many, many times with 2 forms of feedback right in front of them. The scorecards and the actual fish. They run out of fish every single time. The definition of insanity. Children, not more than once. Anybody over 14, they act like adults, and they keep overfishing. So I began to ask the question, why? What are you thinking? Now that you know that something you did or didn't do had something to do with crashing the system, what were you thinking? And they told me. And so for 22 years, I've been collecting that data, and I get exactly the same answers every single time. And unfortunately, in my graduate class recently, I got all of the same answers in one classroom of 24 young students. I thought it was going to get better and that I would have to create a more complex game over time. It's not getting any better yet in the classrooms, but we're changing that because I have more access these days. So one of the reasons why we learned, so I used to spend a lot of time with ecologists and economists. Now I spend time with brain scientists. And one of the great ways of explaining what's going on is in this ladder of inference. Have any of you ever seen it in any of Peter Sengi's work? Okay. So if you know it, you know that at the bottom of the rung is the observable data. It's reality, as if you were videotaping it. Then we enter the picture and we select data from what we can observe. We add meanings to it, we make assumptions, we draw conclusions, adopt beliefs about the world, and take actions based on our beliefs. And then the results of our actions are way up at the top. And the kids call it running up the ladder. And what happens is that the beliefs we adopt about the world create a feedback loop, or what we call a cognitive framework, that frames the next set of data that we can see from where we're standing. Look where reality is. It's outside of the frame. So the more you do that, the more you see what you're used to seeing, and our prior experiences with the world inform what we can perceive. Very quickly at the age of 14, the frames start to kick in. Before 14, we're still trying to figure out what's going on in this world. By about 14, we think we know, and you can get stuck in that frame, and then all you can see from then on is what you've already expect to see. So the key here is to keep a plastic brain and make sure you are never stuck in your frame in a rapidly changing and interdependent world. It's a form of mindlessness. It's not stupidity. It's just a state in which the brain is trapped in the past, operating out of habit. My friend Steve is here. He works at the Neuro Leadership Institute. He can explain all the brain science behind that. So these are two charts that come from that little game we've been playing forever. On the left is the unsustainable example. The individuals are in blue. The group accumulation is red, and the fish are in green. So you can see that when they go for it, for various reasons, which I'm going I've pulled just a few examples for you today, what kind of thinking drives unsustainable behavior, and then what the antidotes are. When they use those unsustainable frames, they get about 3 rounds, and then they're done. But on the right is what it looks like to achieve a sustainable yield. No one has that in their mind as an option. No one sees that as a possibility, that really I can have a lot of fish, we can have a lot of fish, and there's a lot of fish in the sea. That's not the paradigm people are operating with out there. So we need to help them see that that is a possibility. Fear is not a long-term sustainable motivation. It isn't. I've been at a sense of urgency since 1968. Come on. How long can an emergency last? We're not designed to live in stress. Stress is supposed to be an event, not a way of life. So for this to happen on the right, you need to do the math, you need social contracts, and you need to be creative. It's not rocket science. Sorry. Einstein said a lot of smart things, but one of the smart ones that he said was that the significant problems we face can't be solved with the same thinking we use to create them. So it will require a different way of thinking. It's a big paradigm shift. And you can have this PowerPoint if you want. I see some people taking pictures. You're welcome to it. One of the huge paradigm shifts that we've already experienced was our way of understanding the universe and our relationship to it. Here's a picture of Genesis and the way we understood it way back in the day. Then Ptolemy came along and said, no, we're in the middle and everything revolves around us. And many people are still trying to get over that. And some aren't trying very hard. Then Copernicus came along and said, sorry guys, everything doesn't revolve around us. We actually revolve around the sun. Does anyone know when the Vatican conceded that maybe Copernicus was correct? 1993. And they said maybe. And I'm not picking on them. There are a lot of people who think everything revolves around them, and there's still a flat earth society. So people do get stuck in their frames, but let it not be any of us or any of the people that you're working with. So here's one of the classic mental models of unsustainability that shows up self-reported over 22 years all over the world, some of the smartest people in the world. crashing the system right in front of them in a little game with paper fish. And, of course, in the real world. There isn't enough to go around. I could see there wasn't enough to go around. So what are you going to do if there's not enough? You're going to get while the getting's good. It drives hoarding behavior. And if you are saying that the situation is scarcity, people will get while they can. So it has the opposite effect of what you want. Of course, if you're going down anyway, you might as well go first class, right? Here's the opposite of that. Here's the antidote. Now, what we know from the brain scientists is you can't stop thinking a certain way. You can only think a different way. So you need an antidote or an alternative. If we want to shift people's paradigms, they need a new one. They can't just not think the old way. So we need to be prepared with some of these new ways of thinking to share with them. So we want them to exercise their free won't so they can exercise their free will to think differently. Tap the power of limits is the antidote to scarcity. All healthy systems have limits. Constraints drive creativity. It's not a loss of autonomy, and it's not scarcity. It is reality of limits, and they are our friends. Here's another one that's very popular. I was just maximizing my gains. I went to business school. I know how to do that. Of course, they got the first part of what Adam Smith said. The invisible hand leads all individuals in pursuit of their own self-interest. They forgot the second half of the sentence. You can't just pick apart the part you like. You have to go with the whole. And, of course, he said that a long, long time ago. But people are thinking that self-interest can be met by itself without understanding that self is part of the whole and the whole is made up of all the parts. Reciprocity rules is the antidote to that. In the context of interdependence, mutually beneficial relationships are where it's at. Of course, you're going to meet your self-interest, but you need to make it the self-interest of not only yourself, but all of the selves within that you're interdependent on. This is another big paradigm shift that I spend a lot of time helping people to make, which is how we measure success and progress. We're used to looking at that GDP, which is the green line. There are other indicators of quality of life that have become quite popular. The purple line is the genuine progress indicator, which has been out since the 70s, and I've been asking around to see if anybody is paying attention to these other economic indicators. Doesn't look like we are, but we can see that there's an inverse correlation between the GDP and the quality of life indicators that we're tracking. Note to self, things aren't going that well. Even if the GDP is up, the first question you want to ask is why? You don't want to ask, you don't want to assume that that's good news. Here's the GDP in 13 different countries. You don't even have to read the countries. It's just a trend that I want you to be able to see. But again, you can have these slides so you can see who's who and what's what. That's the GDP, and that's the GPI in all of those same countries. It's whacked. This is the many, many different indicators all at the same time, including the GDP. It keeps going all by itself, while all of the other indicators are in various degrees of chaos. This is another way of thinking that we want to move people to. We shouldn't be asking people to tolerate diversity. Without diversity, there is no life on this planet. So we need to be celebrating diversity, which is another mental model we want to help people get to. Things change. Life is dynamic. It evolves. Will we? The past is not going to be a predictor of the future. So we are going to need to shift our thinking. This is the neoclassical model of the economy that everybody gets in their high school textbooks. This is the one we want to help them understand. That old economy is nested inside the social capital and the human capital, all of which is nested inside the natural capital upon which all life and all production depends. And, of course, it's all powered by the sun anyway. This is the last couple of slides for you. This is another very familiar way of thinking. Hopefully everybody can see that from where you're standing. Of course, if you cut that boat in half, you don't get two boats. It's one boat, and we're all in it. We call it the integrity of the whole, but it's WHOLE, not that whole. And then the last way I will leave you with, the last mental model of sustainability I will leave you with, is that we're all in this together. We are interdependent on one another and on the natural systems upon which all life depends. That's a non-negotiable. Thanks very much. Sure. I can do it that way. That's the easiest way to do it.
Let's have Vince present, and then come back.
Yeah, right. So Vince is going to speak, and then hopefully we'll have a little Q&A.
Vince, you want to have a microphone?
I'll come back there. Put on about 5 pounds. Hide behind it. We shall see. Probably not. You gave me the keep it moving sign before I even started, so I'll skip the slides. How's that?
Okay. Good.
Okay. So I have a question for you. Actually, I have an answer for you, and then you tell me what the question is. So here is. Does this work? Can you hear me?
Yeah.
No? Yes? You don't care? You can hear me. Okay. So here is the answer. You tell me the question. So it's a list. Consumer protection. CSR. Triple P bottom line. Stakeholder management. Woo! Socially responsible investing. Empowering women in business. Economic justice and equality. Diversity in the workplace. Sustainable business principles, practices. Capitalism, compassionate capitalism, conscious capitalism, a bunch more that Richard read. Citizens united for or against. Globally responsible business. Greening the environment, reducing emissions, reducing energy consumption. Actually, it'd be increasing energy consumption, right? Yeah. Social cause brand management. Transformational leadership. Corporate election finance. Great work cultures, fair trade. New ownership models and corporate structure for business for good. New metrics for business. Purpose-driven companies, and the like. Just a sample. So that's the answer. I'll give you a multiple choice to see what the question is. Topics that you might use at your next romantic dinner. The underlying plot for Game of Thrones. A topic area for you to talk to your next Uber driver about. Or sample of business for good initiatives that have occurred since the early 80s. Anybody have an idea? Uber it is. So the point is that there is and has been a lot of stuff going on. This is not new. This is not a new movement. This is something that's been going on, as evidenced by much of the work that you are doing and that the presenters have been doing. But it's happening at an interesting time. It's happening at a time where maybe this is the time for reinventing capitalism. So Richard gave me a call a while ago, and he said, I've got this summit that we're planning for ASBC. What should the theme be? So we talked about issues, except the problem with issues is what? They're pretty unlimited. They're immense. You could talk about them forever. You solve one, it creates another issue. They're important work to be done around issues. But each one, take a narrow one like college debt. It's a $1.7 trillion issue. $1.7 trillion. By the way, we throw these numbers around, billions and trillions. Do you know if I said to you, count from 1 to a billion, how long that would take you? Do you have any idea? 30 years to count from 1 to a billion. So we talk about billionaires. We talk about the billions of people on this planet.
It's a big number. So a lot's happening. Was happening at a particular time now where the outcry is louder. You've got articles coming out every day about reinventing capitalism. If you haven't read the article, I think it was about 2 months ago in the New York Times, look it up online, by the CEO, by Mark Benioff, the CEO of Salesforce, called We Need a New Capital. It's a great article. And then there's also one that's out that's called Finland, A Capitalist Paradise. If you haven't read that, grab a hold of that. It's pretty good, isn't it? So there's an outcry for this change calling reinventing capitalism. We see it's not working. We see the issues that are sourced. So the question is, what's missing? Because when you hear, I think it was Andy Stern who mentioned things are getting worse, all this work that we've been doing since the 1980s, and the report is things are getting worse. When you listen to the young lady from WRI say that we got a lot of distance between here and dealing with climate change. When you talk, I was talking to Roz earlier, and I said, how are, conscious capitalism is a big movement. They're opening another branch in town tonight. I said, how are things going? On one hand, things are going great. On the other hand, it's insufficient. So I think a lot about my kids and my grandkids and your kids and your nephews and nieces and grandchildren. And I wonder, all that we're doing, is it happening fast enough? Is it bold enough? Is it making a difference? What's missing? So you could say what's missing is structural change. That's what Andy was suggesting. Well, I think he may mean, or at least I would add, you can't have a structure unless you have a shared vision. Do we have a shared vision for capitalism? Do we have a clear structure that would support that vision? Do we know what the new culture would be to reinvent capitalism? Where isn't that happening? Well, when I look in the change projects that I've worked on, my frame of reference is always what's missing is leadership. So that's some background. Richard and I talked about, well, we're getting these group of hardworking, innovative people together. Let's deal with the question of what's missing, and let's see if we can somehow play a role in that. So, Richard, the idea was that we could create, I'll just set it up and then you can talk more about it, but the idea was, you got this thing called Imperative 21 now, where they've got B Team meeting with B Corp, meeting with Just Capital, meeting with Conscious Capitalism, and that's a group of people attempting to, but organize things. But what's missing is coordinated action, which I think is a function of leadership. So the idea was, is there a role that American Sustainable Business Council can play in the concept of reinventing capitalism? I like the way we're talking about it now, which is capitalism that works for all, so that we can accelerate coordinated action. So,
okay, good, thank you. So first of all, I want to offer an apology for not introducing Vince DiBianca properly. So my apologies for that. So Vince has been a stalwart colleague for many years, has been a member of ASBC, and has been a pioneer in thinking about systems change for several decades. And in the 70s, 80s, and then the 90s and the aughts. So Vince is not a newcomer to thinking about big challenges. So when we were thinking about the summit, I thought, who would have the bandwidth to take on a fairly audacious project to convene folks who are already working in the space and then to try to reinvent capitalism and come up with a new narrative also, so how we can tell new stories about our economy and our society, okay? So thank you, Vince. And now that you are properly introduced.
Would you like me to start over?
Yeah, that would be good. All right. So, so just a few quick things. So, ASBC, as you all may know or do know, is a 10-year-old organization and has been in the forefront of a number of different issues and has served as a convener on a number of really important causes and issues, political, social, economic, issues. And so our thinking is that we want to take this process to the next level. And that is thinking about a working group that you're all invited to be part of that would imagine and figure out, well, what do we do now, right? Do we hold another conference? Do we create a more formal structure that ASBC is part of and that your organizations and companies are part of, right? So that's an open invitation to anybody, and you can send me a note. You can contact David, but it's an open invitation to take this into 2020 and try to expand the message. And obviously, we're all, as has been said, working on these issues, whether it's in the regenerative ag or the climate or high road workplace or wages or tax reform, et cetera, et cetera. Many, many, many different projects. Our premise is that we'll get further by collaborating. And then we did send out a survey that a number of you filled out, all right? And we got about a 20% response. So when you checked in, you might have picked up a piece of paper which said survey on it. It had 5 questions. If you have that piece of paper and you want to fill it out, it was basically asking you, what is your understanding of capitalism? What worries you and what gives you hope? And what would you like to do next, right? So we'd like to have more answers so we can build out a stronger team. Tomorrow, day 2 of this is we take these ideas and go to Capitol Hill and have a conversation about capitalism, right? So you may have a narrow focus on water or climate or high road workplace, worker ownership, but we want to put it into this broader context of here's what a future economy can look like. We can redefine success, and as small and mid-sized business people, that's what we can do, right? So I'll leave it there. Do you want to add anything else?
One thing, Richard. So given all that's happening, given the divisive world in which we live, given the global necessities, imperatives that we're facing, the question I'm asking us to address is how do we accelerate so that we're actually surprised at the results that we can produce as a nation, and with business being the driving force. So the question is, if we were to get together a small group, this working group that Richard was speaking of, if we could get together as a small group, and the question was, if we had one move to make, with whom and what would that move be? That's an example of a design question, is we have one move to make that would accelerate what's already happening, the great work that's already happening, but it's leaving us with questions like, it's not working, at least capitalism is not working, and solving an individual issue is not resolving systems design. So what move would we make, and who would we have to engage in that move?
Okay. So, anybody interested? Okay, great. Good. So the conversation to be continued. So let's shift out of systems design conversation. And David, why don't you come on up? If we're going to stay on time, is there a pressing question? Does anyone have a question for Jamie or Vince or myself? Okay. Okay. Yep. Go ahead. Well, hang on one. I just saw. I'm sorry. Yes. Go ahead, Elizabeth. Okay. So Elizabeth, I think just said when she was listening to Jamie's language, what the constraints to progress are. Okay. To get to so ask what the constraints to progress are.
Yes.
Okay.
Before you choose what's missing.
Before you choose what's missing. Okay.
I was just going to observe that if we try to come up with one move that will surprise us and make a difference, that might not be the best strategy, because I think the best strategy is all these different. Yeah, I think. Sorry, I was just saying that thinking about coming up with one move is maybe not the best thing. Maybe the best thing is all the millions of moves that we can all make, because what I really see is
hundreds and hundreds of tribes, some of them, just a few people, some of them, thousands of people, all coming together and all trying to push this thing all in the same direction, all trying different ways and different means of doing that. Some of them are bound to work. I think the fact that we're running multiple experiments all at the same time is actually, advantageous. So just putting that out there.
Right. Yep. I agree with that. Other thoughts? Okay, great. So before we move on to the program, I want to do something really important, which is introduce our friend Paul Steimers. Paul is a partner at K&L Gates. Paul has been instrumental in not only providing us this space as a friend, but also giving ASBC great insights into how to message its perspective into the political world. So Paul's worked with us, I think, since maybe as a friend and colleague since 2014, I think. And so I just wanted Paul to tell you a little bit about what they do here at K&L Gates, who's hosting this event today. Paul?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all for coming. It's amazing to see such a healthy crowd. It's a testament to ASBC and to the work that you're all doing. And thank you for being here today. We're a globe-spanning behemoth of a law firm, 45 offices, 5 continents. But here we bother Congress for a living, and so it's great that you're here to bring a message about making capitalism work for everyone and ways to do that. It's an interesting time here in this town. We have a lot of those, but this is particularly interesting, and it's interesting not for the reasons that you might immediately seize upon. But because despite all the other interesting things that are happening or not happening, a lot of things are getting done all of a sudden. Like right now, we have all the funding bills possibly about to get done. We have the National Defense Bill going to get done with some interesting environmental aspects to it. And family leave. Sure, okay, why not? Family leave. We have a brand new Space Force. It's about to get done, which, by the way, I would tell you is really actually quite important. And we have the USMCA. We have just all of this stuff is happening, plus impeachment. Sure, okay. So it's weird. But what does that? Why does that matter to ASBC? It matters to ASBC because what we see is that in a space where there is disruption happening, positive or negative, I'm not going to ask for a show of hands how many people are fans of Donald Trump. I don't care. There's no question that there is disruption happening in this environment. And when there is disruption happening, there are all sorts of interesting opportunities for strange and wonderful deals to be made. And that's something that I really want you to pay attention to here. And what we're seeing on the ground, on the Hill, on Pennsylvania Avenue right now is strange and wonderful deals taking place. Now, they're late. That's fine. We understand. But they're happening. And so as you're going up and talking to folks, as you're thinking about how you can make this work, realize that with this churn that's going on, there are these opportunities, and I think that's wonderful. Please keep doing what you're doing. Let us know if we can be helpful in any way, and enjoy the rest of your time today and tomorrow.
Okay, good. Paul, thank you very much. We appreciate you, and we also appreciate Chris over to my right, who's behind all the music and sound, and good. Okay. So our next panel is about what's happening at the state and local level. And David Levine wanted to give us a quick sort of understanding of what ASBC is currently doing and has done at the state and local level. And then we'll move into our next plenary. Okay?
So a part of the model for ASBC for the longest time, not just when there's been, little movement, except what we're hearing now possibly, at the federal level, was to understand that, decision-making, and change could take place at the local and state level. We've had these great partnerships with some of the leaders. You have some of the leaders of the localism movement here. That at the forefront of thinking how to build local economies. But so part of our work was that, and how do you translate that into the kind of advocacy work? The use of businesses to then drive change at particularly the state level. So what that meant was sort of bringing on and identifying them, bringing on all these state organizations. You have here Frank Knapp, right, who represents the South Carolina Small Business Chamber of Commerce. That was our South Carolina affiliate, right? And so we had a number of those groups. There's new groups like Good Business Colorado that formed, that's an affiliate that were. Where they didn't exist, we said this was a great opportunity to actually sort of use the model of ASBC of bringing business organizations and companies together so that they would have this voice and power in order to impact change at their state level, then join together at the regional level, and then to collectively have impact at the national level. That's the model that we've been building out. So where they didn't exist, we then went out and started to build these. So in New York, we brought together 5 different business organizations. Bob is here representing the New York Sustainable Business Council. Richard, the New Jersey Sustainable Business Council. Heather, the Connecticut Sustainable Business Council. We just formed, Martha's representing, there's Heather waving in the back, yes, the Michigan Sustainable Business Initiative. Again, bringing together multiple business organizations so we would have this collective power. So if you're working in a particular state and want to be able to sort of have this greater impact, the idea is that we work together in order to be able to have and drive these initiatives. Right, and why that's important is example of chemical policy reform. Right, for years, ASBC, working with companies like Eileen Fisher and Seven Generation and Ecos and the like, we formed this initiative, Companies for Safer Chemicals. In order to get to the federal policy work, right, we started to work on state policy, and state after state started to pass chemical policy. It drove those companies crazy, the chemical companies and other, consumer product companies, such that they went to the American Chemistry Council and said, do something about this. It's a patchwork of policies, right? So state policy drove them to the table, and then we negotiated, and we won some, we lost a bit, but we actually got the reform of the Toxic Substance Control Act. So the state work makes a difference. When we're able to sort of drive change in a particular state, then use that to drive change, right? The carbon pricing work, that's been the strategy. Paid leave work, that's been part of the strategy. To drive minimum wage work, get enough states to pay, you can then move it at the federal level. So what we just invite you to do is to think about, contacting us and how we could work together in order to drive change at the state level that also can then help us drive it at the national level. So that's a great opportunity for all of us to keep this moving, because you have governors and mayors and others that recognize this is a great moment for them to be able to make impact as well. And we've got those kinds of partnerships with those legislative groups as well. So businesses working with all the other advocates, working together with the legislators is perhaps the perfect storm to actually create the additional change that's needed. So that's kind of the invitation then, is to join with us in helping to build those out. We've got conversations in New Mexico, in Hawaii, in Alaska, but we're already got about 30 affiliates now that we're working with to make this really vibrant state activity strong and ongoing. So thank you. Yeah.
Okay.
So we'll bring up the next panel.
Yeah, bring up the next panel. Okay. Good. So thank you to Jamie and Vince in particular, and again to K&L Gates. And why don't Linda and cohorts come up? I have a message from Clint Odom from the National Urban League that he's on his way. Okay? So Linda, I'll turn it over to you.
Okay, thank you. You want to sit on one side, or maybe share the wealth?
Yeah.
No, Quinn will join you soon. So welcome. This session is focused on making capitalism work in states, cities, and rural communities. And we have a very diverse panel. We have organizations that represent rural counties as well as urban, some that cross the divide. We have Bali, which represents a national network of local impact investors and thought leaders. I would say both on the social and economic impact. So we really, we're going to hear from each of them individually, and then I'm going to ask some questions, and then we'll open it up at the end so that you all can also ask your questions. Okay? So just going to have you each state your name and your organization and just a little bit about what your organization is focused on with respect to creating opportunities for cities, states, communities on this topic. Start with Jeff.
Great. Good afternoon, everyone. What an honor it is to be here. Okay, how's that? Great. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Catch. I'm here to represent the Rodale Institute. Rodale Institute, for those of you in the room that are unaware, we're widely known as the global leader in regenerative organic agriculture. So for 70 years, we've been putting the science and the necessary education forward to work with farmers all over the world to help transition them away from chemical-dependent agriculture to regenerative practices. And so as it relates to this topic, we're working very hard with rural economies to help them transition to a model that is much more economically viable and prosperous for all of them.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Rodney Foxworth. I am the CEO of what used to be the Business Alliance for Local Living Economies, now Common Future. We just rebranded about 2 months ago. So we've been around for 18 years, and of course, Judy Wicks, who founded our organization 18 years ago, is here. So just want to make sure I give a shout out to Judy. Wow. And so, as Linda pointed out, we're a national network and have become much more of an intermediary as well, working really in deep partnership with local leaders, impact investors, and place-based foundations to actually develop and advance more equitable approaches to business and economic development. Much of our network is actually operating in rural communities across the U.S. and Canada as well. And so we have some interesting, I think, kind of collaborations between urban and rural communities, which I think is really important, particularly in the times that we're in. And so much of what we do is obviously focusing on local economic development, but making sure that it's really a ground-up approach. And so many of the work that's happening and much of the work that's happening in our network, we really hope to be able to identify best practices and innovative ideas and models that we can work with other communities to develop out.
Thank you.
Hi there. My name is Samuel Hammond. I direct the Poverty Welfare Program at the Niskanen Center. The Niskanen Center is a relatively young think tank. It'll be our 5th anniversary in January. We were sort of founded as a spinoff from the Cato Institute. My boss, Jerry Taylor, was their senior vice president when he left, was a rabid climate denier, would go on Fox News and be the kind of talking head on that issue. And over the 23 years he was at Cato, he did a total 180. Basically, he understood the literature so well that he couldn't do that job anymore. And when he launched the Niskanen Center, originally we were the sort of libertarians who were woke to the reality of climate change and the need for something like a carbon tax. But since then, we've evolved into really a full stack think tank. So I direct the poverty program, we have an immigration program, a technology program, fiscal monetary policy, and most recently in the last year, I've been running what's called the Struggling Regions Initiative. We have a website, strugglingregions.com, and it's all about economic development policy. And like my boss questioned the heterodoxy or the orthodoxies of his sort of free market background, I also came from a sort of free market background, but through the Struggling Regions Initiative, we really try to question a lot of the orthodoxies of economic development policy and to sort of think about what a new agenda for industrial policy and for regrowing American manufacturing would look like, and why that matters.
Wow. So you can see the depth and breadth already represented. We're still missing someone. Just a little bit about me. I do work on the ground building cross-sector partnerships to support local economic development, community development, a lot of revitalization work. So large and mid-sized legacy cities, manufacturing, many manufacturing communities. And I know how hard it is to build these cross-sector collaborations. And I'm wondering if someone on the panel or all of you would be willing to speak to how your organizations engage with private, public, nonprofit, philanthropic partnerships to move this agenda forward. Anyone?
I'll take a stab at it. So I think because for us, because our work is so local, it's much easier to actually develop these types of partnerships. And so I'm thinking about some of the work that my team has done with a set of leaders in Little Rock, Arkansas, and also in Chattanooga, Tennessee. Thinking about Little Rock specifically, how we've been able to organize a set of policymakers, specifically in economic development, government agencies, individuals with high net worth individuals that are looking to invest in opportunity in their communities, the local community foundation, on the ground community organizers, as well as institutions that are principally founded around enterprise development. And I think when you're looking at the question of what's happening in a place, it's much easier to actually have that conversation because people are really vested in where they are. And so one of the things that was of particular interest in Little Rock was the racial wealth gap and how it's impacting new business creation, and particularly because there's been a demographic shift in Little Rock. And so no one really kind of very few people were coming to the table looking at it from the perspective of like racial equity or inclusion, but really thinking about it from the perspective of what does it look like to actually enhance the economic viability of a local community. And so you can have these really, I think, interesting conversations and partnerships across political orientation and perspective, as well as where stakeholders are actually sitting. And one of the things that we recognize is that there were a lot of, and I'm sure many of you see this as well, even in a really tight-knit community, you'll oftentimes identify real disruption in terms of, for example, micro-lenders not being connected to investment opportunities or investors, or government entities not being able to actually understand where the local entrepreneurship community might exist. And so really, I think the local approach is one way of really being able to catalyze these types of partnerships, because you can really bring people together around shared interests in real fundamental ways I think are really sort of easy for people to see.
Great, thank you. Sam, I'm going to ask you specifically, because you're looking at a lot of data, right, with economic development. How can data drive strategic conversations across these sectors? How have you found it to be true, and especially as you're doing your opportunity zone analysis?
Yeah, I think sort of general principle, I like to take opportunity zones. Regardless of what one thinks of that issue, everyone should be supportive of reporting requirements and the kinds of prerequisites that will enable evaluations of the program. So if the program is just something that can be done opaquely and states can nominate tracks and who knows who's benefiting from the incentive, then in 10 or 15 years when we go to look back and see if it worked, we actually don't even know. And the way I sort of think about it is every time you enact a policy or pass legislation, you're kind of also doing an experiment. And ideally we would do the experiment beforehand and then pass the policies that work best. But sometimes the window of opportunity to get something through just reveals itself. And and in the case of something like opportunity zones, there's massive heterogeneity at the state level. So, a state like Maryland, you can go on their website and see every single project that's benefiting from opportunity zones. But that's the exception. If you go to the median state, they have almost nothing on their website. There are, cities where they have proactive mayors who are sort of, doing the legwork of building up institutions around opportunity zones. But I come at it from an academic perspective and wanting to know, do the costs do the benefits exceed the costs? And I can't do that looking at a single city or a single census tract or a set of census tracts. I need to have the entire population. And so, data really guides everything in D.C. because you really only legislate what's legible, what you can actually measure. And sometimes that leads to perversities, but it's also the only way you can actually operate.
Right. Does everyone in the audience know what opportunity zones are? Or maybe I should ask, is anyone not familiar? Okay, so there's a couple of people. So I'm going to call on my friend Moses Boyd, who worked with me on a task force on economic inclusion that helped shepherd that legislation through. Moses, would you mind providing just a very short overview?
It's a program that was enacted as part of the tax bill passed in December 2017. It's designed to steer. Thank you very much. It's a program that was enacted as part of the tax bill passed in December of 2017. It's designed to use the tax code to steer trillions of dollars in the poorest, lowest income communities in the country. It works through the capital gains tax program. And in a nutshell, it allows those with realized capital gains to gain a number of benefits by, instead of claiming those gains, to roll them over into what are called opportunity funds. And those funds are used as vehicles to invest in what are called opportunity zones. Opportunity zones originate from required designations by the governor of each state to designate up to 25% of their poorest areas based on census tracts of poverty and income in America. They designate, upon having designated those areas by May of 2018 as opportunity zones, those zones now become eligible for investments by opportunity funds. The program is administered by the Department of Treasury. We are still awaiting the final rules for the program to really take off, but it is in the stages where folks are forming opportunity funds, and hopeful we will see an uptick of investments in these areas. It is predicted that the program, it's a 10-year program, I should say, beginning and with tax year 2018. There's certain requirements to be met, but we could get very technical going through them right now. But the gist of the program is to incentivize those with capital gains to use those gains for a social good while also claiming a benefit. If you do that as a capital gains holder, you get a 10-year deferred payment of your taxes on your capital gains taxes. You get a basis reduction overall of 15% on those taxes. You get to write off losses. And if you realize gains through those investments, you pay no taxes on those gains that you make. So those are some of the attractive features of the program. It has come under some criticism because folks said, well, it can be used as a tax haven for the rich. It can cause gentrification. Certain places have been designated zones that are not really areas of where there's concentrated poverty. You do have a few of those, but overall, I think the program has captured most of the poorest areas. As I said, we are waiting now on the final regulations from Treasury, and hopefully the program can use as a platform to at least open the door for investments there. I should say this, notwithstanding, because I did lobby for the program, I'm a little biased on it. But having said that, until the Opportunity Zones program, we were not having a national conversation about driving private investment in the poorest areas. So there is some criticism. There's some criticism of gentrification. But those who are criticizing gentrification haven't come up with a plan to solve the poverty. So do we feel good about just looking at poor people sit there and they stay together? Well, we have to do something. So we have to make this program work. It's not going to work automatically. It could work for the wealthy and the rich, but it's there as a platform for us to make work. I could go on all day, but thank you very much.
Thank you, Moses. I appreciate that. So we have a new panelist that joined us. If you want to introduce yourself and your organization. And
Sure. My name is Clint Odom. I represent the National Urban League. We're a 110-year-old civil rights and economic empowerment organization. I was very encouraged to hear the discussion about opportunity zones because this is something that has captured the imagination of a lot of us who work in urban affairs and even rural affairs issues. The opportunity zones project does include rural areas. I think some 11% of the areas that have been designated as opportunity zones fall in rural areas. So it is something that the co-sponsors represent a very good metaphor for the program. Tim Scott of South Carolina, Republican, and Cory Booker of New Jersey. If I could put a couple of points on this discussion. Gentrification is a pernicious problem. It has its roots in times when people of different races, different religions, different ethnicities were kept in certain parts of the city. This was done by covenant, this was done by law, this was done by practice. So we've been struggling, for the better part of 80 years in trying to crack the redlining code. The opportunity zones don't really solve that problem. In some ways, it's a different problem from redlining. But the opportunity is there, and organizations like ours are really trying to figure out how to do it. One of the things that happened when the bill was passed, and for the past 9 years I worked in the United States Senate, so I had a first row view to some of this, is that the transparency and reporting requirements of opportunity zones was stripped out. So what that means is, as taxpayers, we don't really have a good sense on what the revenue, what the cost to the taxpayers is going to be for this program. There's an effort in the United States Senate led by Senator Wyden of Oregon to reinstate those reporting requirements so that we can have some sort of baseline to see, are these opportunity zones working? Are they exacerbating gentrification? Are they, are they not doing what's intended? And we certainly support that effort and hope that it happens. But one of the more appealing aspects for those of you who work in municipal issues is most tax advantages, most tax benefits that are given out are handed out by the state, the county, or the city. And there's a real checkered history in that. Let's be honest, where tax incentives are given to major corporations to come into an area and build out. That issue is a real issue. The opportunity zones, however, provides a slightly different tack on this because it incentivizes long-term investment. This is not a hit and run. This is not a flip. This is not even a hollow out your own local tax basis because this is a federal tax credit. This is a national tax credit that's paid for by all of us as taxpayers. You don't have the same dynamic as you do when you're talking about local tax incentives like TIF and others. So there's reason to be cautious, of course, but there's also reason to be optimistic. And we've seen some projects. We've seen some projects in places like Birmingham, Alabama, where opportunity zone credits have been used to build amateur athletic facilities or semi-pro athletic facilities with housing, with hotels and restaurants around them. If we could get some good models out there to present to you to say, hey, this is the promise of opportunity zones, I think we can maybe win the day. But unfortunately, there are a lot of bad headlines out there. And until we get some data on whether this is working, sometimes bad headlines win the day. So, but I think it's a policy issue. The National Urban League is supportive of the concept, provided we have certain guardrails.
Right, and I know I worked with David and a team at ASBC where we also put together a webinar and some other written materials to try to provide some guidance to municipalities and partners for how they might approach a more authentic engagement of the community in deciding what are some of those opportunities. So I'd like to ask a question of Jeff now in terms of what do you think counties and municipalities can do to stem some of the rural economic decline that we hear so much of? What do you see as some of the opportunities, emerging opportunities to counteract that rural decline or to create new emerging market opportunities?
Sure. Great question. I think in order to answer that question, we need to back up and look at the demise of agriculture in the United States. So the United Nations suggests that if we continue to farm the way we farm, we have about 60 arable growing seasons left on planet Earth. And a lot of that has to do with the way we've managed soil. And a lot of the degradation of that soil has come in the last 60 plus years with the advent of industrial chemical farming that has really robbed our rural communities of their own viability. So I think we have to back up and look at agriculture as really quite possibly one of the greatest threats to our rural economies, but also one of, when done in a regenerative organic manner, can be possibly the greatest solution. So I think that we have a real opportunity to see a tremendous revival in those rural communities by embracing this idea of regenerative agriculture. At Rodale Institute, we're hard at work taking our 70-plus years of science and education into parts of the United States that are struggling. So rural Iowa, rural Georgia, and rural parts of California, we actually have set up satellite campuses so that we can provide science and technical assistance to farmers in those communities. Because frankly, that's what's lacking is sort of the best practices and knowledge of how to transition to organic agriculture. We know through our own data, 40-plus years of data, we have the longest-running side-by-side comparison of chemical conventional agriculture against organic methodologies, particularly in grain crops. And we've proven over this 40-year period that in the organic systems, we're seeing about the same yields, except for in years of extreme weather, where we're seeing upwards of 31% increases in yields in the organic systems. Moreover, we're using about 40% less energy in those systems. And most relevant to this conversation is that those organic systems are 3 times more profitable. So we have 40 years of data that really underscores that there's a real economic opportunity here, so much so that this study has now been replicated by 5 other organizations around the United States, and they're all having similar results. They've seen similar results. So with that said, the question is, how did we get here, and how do we get out of this situation? How we got here, I think, is due in large part to this idea that we were told around the late 1960s that farms needed to go big or go home. That was literally the outcry from the Secretary of Agriculture around that time period. And so farms were really forced towards this chemical paradigm, and this has so depleted our soils and our own human health that we are where we are today. We're now seeing autism rates that went from 1 in 5,000 in 1975 to now approaching 1 in 30 in 2019. And I can go on and on and on about the human and environmental degradation as a result of this chemical model. But the hope is that when we are seeing farmers that when they adopt these practices are seeing a major economic improvement to their bottom line and to the viability of their farms and to their own. We're seeing entire communities being rebirthed that are adopting these models. My point is that we're lacking the technical assistance in the science. Our own land-grant universities in these states are not getting there fast enough in showing these farmers how they can do it. And so Rodale, along with other partners on the ground in these markets, are actually doing science and holding the hand of farmers that want to raise their hand and move in this direction. I'll end this question by giving one example. If anyone in the room is interested in going deeper on this topic, I would encourage you to look at Will Harris, who is an intrepid farmer in rural Georgia who has literally reinvented an entire community, an entire town that was boarded up is now thriving because of Will Harris and his farm down in Georgia. So
wonderful. Thank you. So some of my individual clients are located in what some people call food deserts, and these are urban settings. I've also been told that desert is a natural occurrence, so I shouldn't use the word desert. I should use the word food apartheid. So what I'm wondering from some of you that work in more of the urban settings is, there is a push for farm to fork. There's a push for leveraging the opportunity to sell organic, fresh, locally grown produce and provide it to schools, child care centers, senior centers, institutions like hospitals and universities. I'm just curious if any of you have seen any models where communities have used food both as a creator of of wealth, but also to support health and wellness?
I've seen some of these initiatives in places in California, in Sacramento, and San Francisco, where there's a big organic food movement and trying to break into the public school systems with this food. For those of you who have some experience with public school budgets, there's a really big disconnect between the economics that are driving public school systems and really good ideas like organic food. We are in most urban centers looking at what is the lowest cost provider I can get for my food, and that usually comes in the form of large institutional cans and containers of food that's been much like you just described, created by large agra, and probably has a shelf life of about 5,000 years, compared to what's being sold, what's being offered in the organic food movement. I would like to see maybe some more success in pilots. And also see us work on the economics of organics. Otherwise, I think most administrators and school budgets are just looking for the lowest cost provider and would turn down organic food prepared by French chefs on most days if it costs more than a big vat of Cisco carrots.
Okay. I'm going to turn to Rodney and ask a similar question. Have you seen some proven practices for pulling together communities where capitalism is working for all? And maybe more importantly, have you seen some communities that are able to sustain that initiative after the federal funding or the philanthropic funding goes away?
I think, capitalism is it's a massive system. And so I've seen a number of communities do a fantastic job of beginning that process in terms of really putting self-determination and ownership within the community at the center. And so I think about some of the work that's happening in Boston right now with a couple of members of our network, both with the Boston Ujima Project and also the Boston Impact Initiative, that's really focused on, one, ensuring that you're really taking a hard look at the racial wealth divide in Boston. So it's amongst the worst in the country, median household wealth of $8 for African-American households compared to about $210,000 or so for white households in Boston. So looking at that from that perspective, and so making sure that, one, when you're looking at who is able to be an investor in projects and businesses, that anyone in the community can actually have an opportunity to do that. And so that's one step of ensuring that whether you have $1 or $10, $25 or $1,000, you actually have an opportunity. And so we're seeing things like the Ujima Project and Impact Initiative in Boston really do a wonderful job of really kind of seeding that and emerging from there. They're also doing a great job of leveraging anchor strategies. And I think that's one of the things that kind of Clint was alluding to when you think about the public school systems in terms of food access. So thinking about how there's been a wonderful job in Boston with these set of organizers to actually make sure that they're leveraging anchor opportunities with hospitals, churches. Oftentimes they're not looked at as anchor institutions, but to make sure there's a way from a procurement perspective to actually drive opportunities for low wealth entrepreneurship to occur. So we're seeing a number of those types of efforts happen. I do think it's interesting, though, not to talk too much about opportunity zones, but I do think because the conversation is about how to make capitalism work for everyone. And one of the more sort of philosophical critiques that I would offer with opportunity zones, at least in this current design, is that it still incentivizes those who have capital gains, but only a certain amount of folks have capital gains to begin with, right? And so it's still incentivizing individuals and not really placing ownership at the center of the design of the policy. I think there's a lot. I mean, obviously, there's so much room and space for some improvement. But I think about the work that we're seeing in, say, Boston and other communities. Clarksdale, Mississippi is another interesting place. 17,000 folks, mostly African American. There's a wonderful, thriving, entrepreneurial, innovative community. But looking at how individuals in those communities have actually been able to build out like their own sort of lending and capital infrastructure, or beginning to do that. How do we incentivize through policy things like the Ujima Project Impact Initiative, right, in Boston? Because that already from the beginning, from the design, is actually centering wealth creation for individuals that typically are excluded from even participating in the market economy, right? And so I think that is something that, as we think about how can we make capitalism work for more people, I think we have to begin to think about where is the actual, how do we design those policies to begin with?
Right, and I'm assuming some folks in the room don't know the Boston Impact projects. Would you mind just talking a little bit more about what those are?
Yeah, so the Boston Impact Initiative and the Boston Ujima Project are separate but collaborative enterprises. Actually, I think they still share office space. But Ujima Project has been working for years to actually organize community residents in Boston, in particular neighborhoods, to ensure that they have opportunity in actual decision-making ability in terms of what types of businesses. So when you're talking about food apartheid, if you were to take an example of that, ensuring that there's actually grocers and food producers in the community that actually represent the interests of the residents. So that's one fundamental thing. There's a participatory decision-making process, but fundamentally there's also the opportunity really for actually investing in these businesses that are actually catering to the needs of communities. All right, and so again, you don't have to be an accredited investor to do this. It's set up as a nonprofit investment vehicle, and you do have to be a resident of Massachusetts to do it. Again, so that's how you keep it localized. But it's not just the investment opportunity; it's the fact that you can participate as a decision maker in the process. And the impact in the Boston Impact Initiative is similar, except for it's actually much more centered around the investment opportunities and building out the sort of the infrastructure for investment in Boston.
Okay, thank you. Just given the time constraints, I'm thinking we should open it up to the audience for some questions. And we have a person in the back here.
Thank you. I'm Marianne Howland. I'm on the board of ASBC, business owner, IBIS Communications, branding and marketing solutions firm based in Nashville, Tennessee. So I hyperventilate every time I hear opportunity zones. So my question is there a way to put guardrails around that investment opportunity so that what we know is imminent is gentrification? So in those communities, there's going to be displacement. So, for example, in the opportunity zones, does the community know that they are an opportunity zone? And are they part of the conversation about how this investment capital is going to be used? I heard Rodney talk about wealth creation. Can that be woven into the structure of the fund so that people in the community that are the recipient of the investment participate in the economic development? Because we've seen it time and time again, the gentrification of America and communities all around the country. And I just see opportunity zones. We're going to wake up one day and go, oh my God, what happened?
Excellent point, please.
Yeah.
Round of applause. It's the thing that gives us hives and keeps us up at night, because we often sit down with PE folks who want to partner with us. There's an example that's always highlighted in Arizona, Chicanos por la Cosa, which is a model that is often urged where you partner with local folks who have certain skills in restaurant management, or have deep roots into the community, so that it's not a flyover, flip, come in, flip, and then leave. I would urge anybody who's interested in long-term investments, which is the profile of opportunity zone investors, to come into a community and seek out those kinds of relationships. It is key to the long-term success of the project. If you're going to be there for 10, 20, 30 years, and remember, opportunity zones maximize their tax benefit beyond the 10-year period, beyond the 10-year holding period. So for those investors who are socially responsible, conscious, and smart, they will seek out partners in those communities to have, and not superficial relationships, not just give you a little money and go away, but to find a way to incorporate them into the enterprise that's being that is trying to be developed.
I wanted to jump on that question.
Go ahead, Sam.
Sorry for interrupting. I'm going to say a few things that maybe don't fit neatly into an ideological box, but I think are empirically true. I'm an economist by background, and there's been a number of pretty big empirical studies of gentrification, and it's very difficult, even when you first have to figure out how to define it empirically, but to find actual harms. And the two kind of harms that sort of get bundled are neighborhood character sort of concerns and also displacement concerns. There's actually a big NBER paper from this year finding that children born into gentrifying areas either continue to live there and end up having better outcomes, or were displaced into a place that was basically a lateral move. So I'm not totally sold on gentrification being an evil. On the other hand, to the extent that it is a real thing, and it is really a real thing, it's not driven by tax incentives or anything like that. It's driven by the fact that, take DC, if you want to build in DC, you're not going to be building apartment buildings in Kelleher. You're going to be building them in the southeast and northeast, because that's where rich people don't live, and the Northwest is all zone single family, and people. There's kind of an inverse neighborhood character problem where those people, those wealthy people making $100,000 or more, don't want to upzone their neighborhoods, and so that pushes all the demand to places where there are communities that are zoned for multifamily, and to the extent that opportunity zones makes this problem worse, and I think it might, is because housing shouldn't really be an investment. Housing should be something you consume, and a capital gains benefit is predicated on you having a capital gains, when I would frankly like to see realtors lose a lot of money in the next couple decades. And there's no way to get to affordable housing without some wealth transfer from people who own a lot of housing. And if you talk about the racial wealth gap, there's actually an NBER paper from 2 days ago that decomposes the racial wealth gap, and 40% of the gap is explained by homeownership. So that's my first comment on opportunity zones. The second point I'd like to make is just that I think overall opportunity zones, they're not a bad thing. I just don't think they're going to do that much good, because they're still stuck in the same paradigm, this kind of Jack Kemp paradigm of supply side economics, where the problem is an insufficient supply of capital in these areas, rather than the organic bottom-up demand for private capital in the first place. If you cut taxes in an empty field, you're not going to get projects. And to the extent that the very poorest places in the country, and I'm thinking in particular the Deep South, are sort of stagnating and falling behind and pulling away from the rest of the country, it's not because they don't have low enough taxes. It's because there's just a secular lack of demand in those areas, partly because they're poor.
So I'm just going to do a quick timeout here, because I want to let David speak to whether you want to use this as an opportunity for a call to action, frankly. I mean, I think this topic is a really heated, highly charged topic. but might deserve some more attention offline. I know from the work that I'm doing around the country, there are social impact investors who will buy down the risk for the private investors if they, in fact, commit to certain principles, right? Certain values and certain principles. Many of those values and principles we articulated through an ASBC team. But David, do you want to just speak to that? Because I think we have just a few minutes left.
So I would do that. So along with a whole set of stakeholders, including Rodney's team at Bali, the Social Ventures Circle, and others, we decided that part of this was, as we start with any of the campaigns, was the articulation of the principles that would actually guide the policy work. And I think then the opportunity was, how do we partner with others to actually drive the awareness of these principles, but actually put that into the policy? So we can make these available, but one was, to Mary Ann's point, was authentic community engagement. Right. Broad local buy-in through all community partners. 2 was equitable benefit, the idea of community benefit, leveraging other local programs, and responsible engagement in that level. Sustainable benefits, right? And evidenced commitment to well-being, the health of the community, the safety, right? Environmental aspects and the like, right? And all of their inhabitants and the community. So it's addressing environmental injustices, health disparities and the like. Transparency. Right? It's a key principle in almost everything ASBC does. Open book. Shine the light on what's actually going on. And the last one was measurement and outcomes, as you've heard addressed here, is that against key specific objectives and tracking for real change over time. Right? Every grant that ASBC gets, we have to track that we're actually making a difference. Boy, a program like this should really be tracking. So we'll make these available. We've been doing monthly calls on how to have a greater impact on opportunity zones. I think there's a great opportunity for partnerships across the board to actually make a push now as the legislation is actually moving forward and a couple of other bills out there trying to address some of these. We've got a lot of people that have got the solutions and ones that are modeling what could happen. So that will be the follow-up from here as well, is another dedicated conversation around opportunity zones based off of these principles.
Thank you. Appreciate it. All right, time for maybe one more question. Yes.
No, it's no problem. Thank you. As a clarifying question for Clint Odom, you mentioned opportunity zones not addressing redlining, and I'm kind of intrigued about that. Seems like an opportunity, especially paired with what Marianne was saying about community buy-in and self-determination.
I think I could certainly go on at great length on this point, and very astute of you to notice. We've glazed over here issues about wealth disparity, educational disparity, household income disparity, because they are really dense, complex. And we have not in this country been in a position where we've been willing to actually have a conversation about the root causes of these issues. I almost fell out of my seat recently when Fed Chief Jerome Powell was asked about the persistence of black unemployment in the country. He said the lingering effects of slavery have contributed to the disparity in black and white unemployment. Now, for those who have been involved in study of these issues for most of their professional lives, it was probably a moment like I had. It's like, huh? What? What did he say? Is he saying this out loud? Did anybody hear? Was this reported on the news anywhere? As I said, I worked in the United States Senate for the past 9 years. In 2005, the United States Senate issued a formal apology for its role in obstructing federal legislation that would have criminalized lynching. The Senate had given up on it. In the 20th century, we tried 200 times, and it was always blocked by Southern Democrats, given up for dead. Last year, Kamala Harris and Cory Booker introduced legislation bipartisan, for the first time, that made lynching a federal crime in its attempt, in its commission, and in its conspiracy. I never would have believed that in a million years, that and passed it by unanimous consent at the end in December of 2018 and on Valentine's Day this year. When you start to see people commission that talk about reparations, maybe we should really study what are the root causes in this country of the lingering vestiges of slavery and Jim Crow laws and anti-civil rights. You start to understand some things, and you can actually start to tackle public policy issues in a meaningful way. It's no coincidence that criminal justice reform is one of the fastest moving areas of public policy, because we realize the high social cost of throwing people into jail because of a war on drugs for nonviolent crimes that disproportionately hurt people of color. Now we're actually starting to get some rationality around this, and people are talking about criminal justice reform in a real way. I'd like to see this conversation take place in banking policy, in housing policy. These are the root causes of these disparities, and we can throw as much economic theory and as much taxation policy at it, but until we understand it and break it at its core, we're going to continue to make just marginal gains, and it'll be like glacial progress in closing wealth gap X, wealth gap Y.
Great, thank you. I need to, I've been given the shepherd's hook. I need to let you go on break. Yes, Richard?
I want
that's so
to.
Nice. Okay, well, we have a question here. Back to the mic.
And this is, I think, well related to what you were just talking about, banking policy, and the theme of capitalism as it relates to what we can do in rural communities and cities. The money isn't staying there. We need to be able to bank local. We need credit unions like the Self-Help Credit Union in the Carolinas, like Spring Bank in Harlem and the Bronx of New York. We need to keep the capital in those communities. And if there's something that could be tied to the opportunity zone where there are community-based banks, I mean, since Dodd-Frank, we've actually lost enormous amount of community banks in rural communities for farmers. They have to travel further and further to get to any kind of bank, and the bank doesn't know them. The bank doesn't know their community. So they can't get loans, or their loans are excessive. So part of this has to be a restructuring of the banking system to be able to get banking local as well and serving the communities.
Thank you.
Can I comment on that?
Yes, go.
The thing I've been working on the most the past year is the reauthorization of the Small Business Administration. And the SBA, which guarantees loans to small businesses and a bunch of other stuff, if you looked at its portfolio, it would be the 13th or 15th largest bank in the country. So what under Chairman Rubio, is who I've been working with, they basically want to radically reform the SBA to make it something more like a German-style development bank. This is not how they're talking about it with the Republican colleagues, but that's what they're doing. And there's this new program called the Innovation Growth Loan that provides up to $50 million to scaling manufacturers. There's a ton of stuff to try to reorient the SBIC program, the Small Business Investment Company program, to strengthen the venture capital that's in underserved areas. There's the creation of this new entrepreneurial development network, which is basically all the business development centers and women's network centers being merged into a single entity with a ton more resources. So that's the approach that I prefer over the kind of tweaking the tax code stuff, in part because you look around the world at places that still have a middle class and an industrial base, and it is countries like Germany, in part because their banking system, their reliance on banks, keeps the capital within the country and within regions. And I think when we talk about the wealth gap and the racial wealth gap in particular, I have an essay called The Hamiltonian Approach to Reparations. And the reason I call it that is because one of the things that made Alexander Hamilton, so opposed to slavery was he worked at an export-import bank in the West Indies, and he saw what it's like to live in a plantation economy where your only export is sugarcane, and that's essentially what the South had, but with cotton. And he became such a proponent of manufacturing and industrialization because he saw that productivity growth and technology was actually emancipating. And that's, in my view, one of the deeper legacies of slavery is that a large section of the South never really industrialized. And now we're talking about the white working class deindustrializing. And what do we see? We see all the same problems that has plagued the black community: family formation falling apart, drug epidemic, and what we used to describe as problems of virtue or culture isn't really tenable anymore because we're seeing the exact same phenomena occur in white communities when good jobs disappear.
Thank you. I'll just tell you, I'm on an advisory board for what's called Patient Capital for Urban Manufacturers of Color. And but there's a lot of really interesting conversations going on about, first of all, there are very few urban manufacturers of color. Many of them are in what I would call the makers segment. But I think what I took away from our last meeting was how critical it was to identify the patient capital, which is very critical, but also to provide those entrepreneurs and small business with support, whether it be sourcing support, access to capital, infrastructure, et cetera. So curious for the panel, what do you see as policies and practices that really promote small business and entrepreneurship across the country?
Well, I'll take a crack at it, and there is definitely room for improvement in the SBA. Their lending programs are fairly are not referred to as kind of like the lenders of last resort. If you can't get money from a large money center bank, go to the SBA. It's interesting to me that of the flagship lending programs in the SBA, they're about 2%, I believe, take rate by African American entrepreneurs. Small business lending is going to be improved by a steady economy. Some of the biggest losses in small black business happened in the wake of the recession. Home ownership was killed in the recession. We have home ownership now in the African American community that's lower than it is, about the same as it was in the 60s when we started passing all of our big housing discrimination laws. I do believe there is something to be said about the Community Reinvestment Act and making sure that capital, even though we're in a global money-centered banking system, there has to be some accountability for what banks are doing in their local communities. Not just mortgage lending, not just small business lending, but a little footnote in the CRA, education lending, college lending. What is the track record of our large banks in lending money at affordable rates for families to send their kids to college? I think there is some work to be done in the big bank area. There's obviously work to be done in the government space as well, and I don't want to say anything to take that off track. I just want to let folks know that's not where the money is, at least for black entrepreneurs. It really is in large bank reform and keeping it in an economy that is smooth, that is on an even keel, and doesn't have wild swings.
Okay. Well, I think we're done. I want to thank the panelists, if you would.
So, thank you all. It was fascinating. And so at the next panel, there are two sessions, breakouts after this. One is on talking about race and equity, and the other one is about advocacy and communication. So I want to suggest that the opportunity to continue this conversation about systemic, structural changes to the economy and to how people think, that's really the orientation of these next two sessions, okay? So the race and equity is a really critical issue that we wanted to talk about in the context of capitalism, recognizing that long ago and even currently, systemic racism in the United States is holding back this economy, right? And then the other piece we wanted to talk about was advocacy and communication. So how do you message this new narrative about reinventing capitalism? How can we better express our values as business leaders, as people engaged in our communities? And, again, just a reminder, that happens tomorrow. So how we frame these issues up is important. And the last thought I just wanted to make is, in the Niskanen Institute, which you may not know, is sort of a right-of-center organization. Would that be fair to say?
Sure.
Okay. We don't have to agree with that. That's my experience. And then the Urban League, is more of a left of center. So what we want to really do in the context of this summit and an ASBC is bring these parties together, build a stronger collaboration, stronger ecosystem. So we want to give you some information about tomorrow's program on the Hill. So Thomas, come up and give us some details if you would. And one of the speakers just stay put for 1 second, then we'll give you another round of applause.
Is this one? Just real quickly, so tomorrow, for those of you who have agreed to participate in our Capitol Hill Day, I don't like to call it a lobby day, it's a Capitol Hill Day. My view, Lincoln was right. Government of the people, by the people, for the people. This government is ours. It is us. And the people that we're going to see tomorrow work for us. And we need to always keep that in mind. Don't let people convince you that government is the enemy or the other. The government is us. So that's what this country has always strived to be about. Generally not quite gotten there, and we're going to try to help it along a little bit more tomorrow. So tomorrow we are all going to gather at 2318 Rayburn, the House Office Building. If you are not familiar with the House Office numbering system, the 2 represents Rayburn, and so it is the second number that tells you what floor. So 2318 Rayburn is the Science Hearing Room, Science Committee Hearing Room, and it is on the 3rd floor.
So could you say that again?
Sure. So 2318 Rayburn, the Science Committee Hearing Room, it is on the 3rd floor.
What time?
And we are meeting, we're meeting at 8:30. Please be there on time. We are very hopeful that we will have a member of Congress who has a very tight schedule and will be, if they can make it, will be speaking to us probably right around 8:30. So you don't want to miss that. I think it'll be interesting. Please be there at 8:30. Please make sure you get breakfast beforehand because we can't bring food and drink into that committee hearing room. So we'll be there from 8:30 to 9:30, hopefully hearing from the member of Congress, and then a couple of other speakers will be handing out your packets that we'll finish putting together tonight. I'll be up late with the staff that you applauded before, so be thinking about us about 11 o'clock tonight. We'll have packets that have the information about your schedules and who you're meeting and some background on the members. In some cases, we'll be meeting with members. In some cases, we'll be meeting with staff. And so we'll have all of that information available for you, along with, we'll spend a little bit of time talking about the issues. We'll have some issue background information and some talking points in those packets as well. And hopefully we'll have a few minutes for your groups to meet before you go off and start your day. So we're in that room from 8:30 to 9:30. We then, if you're bringing bags, if you're planning on heading to the airport at the end of the day, please be aware that we do not have that room all day long. So you're going to have to, unfortunately, either leave your bag at the hotel or bring your bag with you as we go through it. I apologize for that in advance, but that was the best we could do. Given the activity that's going on the House side, you may have read it in the newspapers, have seen it on TV. They have some activity going on in the Judiciary Committee that seems to like it's pretty important. So that's occupying a lot of time and a lot of space. So remember, you can't leave your bags in that room, although we will be able to go back to that room from 2 to 3:30 in the afternoon, tomorrow afternoon, so we can reconvene there. If you don't have a meeting that conflicts, you can come back there, take a break, talk about how your meetings are going, and reconvene. I think the last meeting for anyone is a meeting with Representative Jayapal at 4:30. I think that's the last meeting for any one of the groups. You may have seen Representative Jayapal on the media a lot lately. She's a very impressive member, and so that should be a really good meeting for one of the groups. We've divided you up into various issues, tried to match you up on the issues that you express some interest in, and it's kind of a puzzle that we're putting together tonight. So we will try to accommodate changes to some limited degree tomorrow morning. But yes, ma'am.
Yeah, I'm kind of old-fashioned. I like to prepare in advance. Would it be possible to send us by email or post someplace that we can find it tonight? Some basic information like what bill are we going to be lobbying on, a copy of the bill, and who we're going to meet with, and what the key points we should be making are?
We'll do our best to get that information to you tonight. One of the issues that is one of the things that has made it hard is because of what's been happening on the Hill. It's been really hard to get some of these meetings confirmed. We now have, I think, at least 4 meetings confirmed for every group, but some of that happened today. That's why I was in and out. Yeah, yes, ma'am. We'll get you that information. We'll try to get that information to everybody by email tonight. Any other questions?
I was just going to say, so the groups are sustained. These are the clustered groups that we created. So there's one on sustainable packaging, circular economy, that same group. There's one on climate, water, and ag. That's a big topic, but that's another group. There's one on high road economics, which includes wages, family medical leave. There's one on capitalism. That's sort of a no specific ask other than transformation. And there's one on taxes. And am I forgetting anything? No. Those are the 5? Okay. Yeah. And the other thing is if you haven't signed up and you think you want to come or you are coming tomorrow, we will figure out how to put you in one of those groups.
Yeah, please let us know that as early as you possibly can. If you're changing your mind, if you're coming and you hadn't signed up, please let us know as soon as possible. If you're not coming and you had signed up, please let us know that too.
Is there a question? Yeah.
I was just going to ask which breakout is where.
Yeah, I was going to tell you that. Any other
you.
questions about Capitol Hill? Okay, good. Thank you, Thomas. Okay, so we have a break now, so eat more cookies and things over there. And thanks to Kristin Bakery for providing those. I really appreciate that. And just quick, want to thank our exhibitors, the Shareholder Commons, Rick Alexander, and American Promise, Elizabeth Doty, and all of our sponsors who were hugely helpful, including New Belgium Brewing. We'll be enjoying their beer later tonight at our reception. I'll tell you about that later, where that is, New Hope Winery, and Empress 1908 Gin. So it's going to be a party. Okay, so the groups are 1A. This is 1A. This is going to be the Advocacy and Communication. Starts at 3:35. Okay, and then 1B, which is out this door and to the right, is how to talk about race, equity, and economic justice. Okay, enjoy and thank our panel again.
Hi, everyone. I am Liz Watson, and I am very pleased to be here with you today. This is an end-of-the-day panel, so we're going to try to keep it lively and have a lot of audience participation. The topic of this panel is Advocacy and Communications, Promoting a More Responsible Form of Capitalism. So I come to this this is going to be a wild ride, not as a messenger or a messaging person. I come to this as a policy person and as a former candidate and as someone who has often been extraordinarily frustrated by what has been portrayed often as a monolithic view of what business thinks, as if there is one voice on everything, right? And having a lot of questions myself as a policy advocate and as the former labor policy director for the House Education and Labor Committee about what it is that we can do to break through and to bring forward the business voices that actually are thinking about what it looks like to have a capitalism that works for all of us, an economy that works for all of us. So I'm hoping that today you're going to answer all of my questions, and that is really what this panel is for. So thank you. Currently, I run the Congressional Progressive Caucus Center, which is a 501c3 organization that is working to provide cohesion and coordination and strategy across the progressive movement as we work to advance a progressive agenda. So that's the work that I do now. And again, in that work, the voices of business leaders are so critically important. And so understanding from you the lessons learned, what has worked as you are out there talking about a more inclusive economy, about shared prosperity, and honestly, what tanked, right? I mean, we want to be real in this conversation. What didn't work at all? And those are the kinds of things that I hope that our panelists will share with you here today. Now, Richard is in the room, so I should probably say what he thought this panel was about. So he's told me that I am supposed to make sure that we address the strategies and challenges in messaging on the emergence of a new form of capitalism, one built on shared prosperity, the importance of highlighting the voice of sustainably oriented businesses and business leaders addressing a whole range of issues from income inequality to climate to employees having more of a voice in their workplaces, to civil rights issues and more. The opportunities for business leaders to be messengers for responsible capitalism, for high road employment practices, and ways to respond to the contention that regulation, right, is going to do business under. And of course, I can tell you that staffing the Ed and Labor Committee and the minority, that is something that I heard all too often from some of the witnesses who came before our committee. So those are some of the things that we are hoping to address here today. And without further ado, let's just get to it. So let me go ahead and introduce the really phenomenal panelists that we have here for the end of the day. So we have Hugh Walsh, right? Do I have that? Welsh, close enough. Okay, from DSN Global. So Hugh is part of the 108-year-old publicly traded Dutch-based DSM Global. Sorry. Hugh is, you can see I'm not a messaging person. Hugh is concerned with addressing the needs of all shareholders and reimagining capitalism. He is seeking to use the power of his brand to address climate change, the circular economy, healthcare reform through advocacy and community work. So Hugh has a lot, I think, to share from his own personal experience doing this work, and looking forward to hearing from him. We are so glad to be joined by Eric Schultz, who served as the principal deputy press secretary to President Obama and serves as a senior advisor now to President Obama. So I've heard from Eric that he is going to tell us all the secrets today from the inside. Is that right? It's a tell-all? Okay, right. Fantastic. Eric has also helped to develop communication strategies for, honestly, an astounding number of campaigns and also elected officials. So we have a real ringer here in Eric Schultz, and we're so lucky to have him in the room. The Democratic Senatorial Campaign Committee, as I said, multiple Senate offices, including Senator Franken's office, and numerous political campaigns. Next, we have Chris Gray, who is here from the Rabin Group. And Chris brings to us extensive experience in communications, progressive politics, corporate social responsibility, grassroots public advocacy campaigns, with a focus on social and environmental justice issues. And then finally, we have the inimitable Erica Payne, who is here, the founder and president of Patriotic Millionaires. And I have seen Erica at work on the Hill, and boy, does she get folks to listen when she talks. So we are lucky to have Erica Payne leading so many of the efforts around corporate social responsibility and an agenda that calls for an economy that works for every single one of us. Erica is a messaging expert. She knows how to really cut through the you-know-what, an economic justice advocate, and an author of The Practical Progressive, How to Build a 21st Century Political Movement. So thrilled to have you with us here today, all of you. So I will just start out by asking the first question, which I'm going to ask. I think I'll start with you, Chris. It's a question that I really thought about a lot as a staffer on the Education and Labor Committee. We were often faced with, as today is a good example, right? We have articles of impeachment announced today. We also have drug pricing bills that are going to the floor. We've got immigration. We have the USMCA, the trade agreement, and that's just off the top of my head, and there's a million other things going on, right? When you have an issue that you're advocating on or that you're advising your clients on, and you're trying to help them think about how do we break through, and I'll just say this, how do we break through in an era in which sometimes what the folks in this room might think may or may not align with what, for example, the United States Chamber of Commerce thinks on an issue. What is it that you've seen that's been most effective at breaking through in a 24/7 news cycle, at breaking through in, frankly, a Washington where there are very, very highly paid lobbyists whose job it is to make sure that a message around shared prosperity never sees the light of day?
There we go. So I think that's a really good question. And, I see this a lot with a lot of my clients in sort of the progressive advocacy space. And I think that's a preponderance of what we do at Raven, in addition to, kind of corporate consulting and all that good stuff. Basically, what I'm hearing from you is like, how do you work in an environment where there's so much issue crowd out? Because that's fundamentally the question we're asking. I think criminal justice reform is a really good example. There were decades and decades and decades where there was all this pent up energy of needed reform that was just going nowhere, and then all of a sudden, the movement for Black Lives kind of appears on the stage, and there is just this explosion of energy that goes out, and the conversation changes in all kinds of different directions. And so, I'm working with a client right now on the issue of like solitary confinement, and they want to actually meaningfully engage the public to change public opinion. And, what I found in looking across sort of the progressive ecosystem, but this carries through to business as well, is that in this particular moment in time, especially when we're inhabiting like a media ecosystem where information is omnipresent, there's no substitution for moral clarity. And I think that this is actually something, it speaks to the condition a little bit of our time. We were seeing so many needed, necessary reforms. And I think that there are rising generations, especially millennials and Gen Zers, who have so little faith in the system, its ability to change or reflect kind of the fundamental needs of an emerging generation or generations, that I think it's the individuals and the organizations and the companies that can harness moral clarity, that stand behind their convictions, that avoid what I think is the least effective communication strategy in existence today, which is, let me think of a way to message this so it will offend the fewest number of people. It's not just going to offend the fewest number of people. Going down that strategy will make sure the fewest number of people will hear it. And so then, mission accomplished on one hand, but on the other hand, I can't tell you how many clients come to me and they want the New York Times, but they don't want to be controversial even a little bit. I'm like, that's unrealistic. You need to have I think, a sense of conviction behind what you're doing, and you need to be able to kind of put yourself out there. I think one really good example of where this has worked out for a company is the Colin Kaepernick ad from Nike. They didn't even have to say anything. They just showed his face and had him narrate something, made them billions of dollars, and they just won an Emmy for this advertisement. And I think that this is like a place where just being willing to be a little courageous and to stand behind your convictions, I think does companies or organizations a lot of good. Alternatively, you look at example where this really went badly, when Pepsi tried to co-opt Black Lives Matter and had Kendall Jenner solve all race relations by handing a cop and a protester a can of Pepsi that did not go over very well. So I think the point being, stay in your lane to an extent. Don't just do something inauthentic because you're trying to kind of make a quick buck, but really having some force of conviction is necessary.
Mm-hmm. Hugh, I'd like to ask you to speak to that. Is there an example of a moment in your own work, in the work of your company, where maybe you've had to swim against the tide and really call on that moral clarity and the force of your own convictions? And where have you seen that be effective? Do you think that's an important underlying, that level of authenticity is really an important ingredient to breaking through? And can you give some examples of how you've employed that, or at least one?
Yeah, to be effective, I think you have to be authentic, and you have to have some bona fides, I think, as an organization, that you are substantive on the specific issue. You see a lot of companies today get out in front of whatever the issue of the day is, because it's going to buy them some social media time, it's going to buy them some Twitter time, some Instagram time, but it's in my opinion, very inauthentic, so it really doesn't resonate and it doesn't change anything. If you pick a number of issues, in the case of DSM, one would be climate change, that are core to your company's raison d'etre, and speak meaningfully on that and authentically to that consistently, I think you can have impact. And for us, we also try to be, and I'll try to be a little pragmatic in what I have to say, because many of you will be on the Hill tomorrow, and you're going to be sitting in front of, more likely than not, 25-year-olds, and they run this whole city. And
you might be standing. They might take the meeting in the hall, so be prepared for that.
And so you're going to have to be able to make your pitch quick and to the point and move on. And so we use a number of different tools in DSM. The acronym DSM actually stands for Dutch State Mines. We started as a coal mining company 117 years ago, and maybe because of that original sin, today we're very evangelical on the issue of climate change. We've repurposed the acronym to stand for Do Something Meaningful. And you can imagine whenever I'm meeting with somebody as a staffer or a media person, that's something that they'll always remember. They'll remember DSM stands for Do Something Meaningful. And so I can tell you a number of areas where we've used that moniker or our talking points. Could be on climate change, very successful. It could be on issues of nutrition, where we've been very successful. But there's also been times where we've just been completely unsuccessful. Mm-hmm. And I won't use examples of myself. I'll use examples of my boss, our global CEO. He's very, very bad at this, because he considers himself to be a subject matter expert in everything. I think that's what CEOs many times do. And so if I put him in front of a staffer, if I put him in front of a media person, he'll take half an hour to answer a single question. And again, I'm just dialing back to the pragmatic. One of the suggestions I would make is to be very short and succinct. That if you get a question from a reporter on an issue, be very quick, move on to the next question. If you get a question from a staffer, be very quick, move on to the next question. My second recommendation would be in an area where there's so much noise in the air, right? You ran through all of the issues that are being debated on the Hill just this week. Find a way to pivot off those issues, because they're top of mind for everybody, and then pivot right to your point. And that requires a little preparation, but it's not as hard to do as you think. And the last bit of advice, so I can be pithy and to the point, would be engage in storytelling. Explain to folks when you meet with them in the context of a story why the issue you're there with the ask or the issue you're there advocating on is important. be a storyteller.
Thank you. So I understand you all are doing a Hill Day tomorrow, so this, I think, is a pretty timely discussion. And Erica, I know, has done a tremendous amount of advocacy on the Hill. And so I'd like to ask you, Erica, in your advocacy, can you give us an example of what you think works really well? And can you tell us about a time when things fell flat, something that didn't work, and stuff to avoid?
I talk so loud I don't ever need a microphone. Hill advocacy I find incredibly irritating. I think you're going to probably find it incredibly irritating. I sat in a room with probably, I don't know, maybe 4 of our members one time with, again, like some 25-year-old junior staffers. It was with a Republican office. And this 25-year-old staffer is trying to tell my investor members that if they change the tax rate on investments, that they will stop investing, to which my members are saying, like, you have never invested and I have never considered a tax rate in making an investment. And you're not really supposed to tell the person that they're stupid because it's impolite and you're supposed to have some sort of semblance of civility in it. And you're largely meeting with people. If you're meeting with Republicans, they're probably not going to agree with you on anything. And if you're meeting with Democrats, they either probably don't know that much about your subject or it's not a top of their priority. So really in D.C., I think you have to understand that if you're going to make change over the long term, you have to have a long-range plan of engagement. These people move slower than molasses uphill. When I first got here 6 years ago from New York, I thought I was going to shoot myself or others, just with the stultifying pace of it. But what you actually find is that you do make progress over time. Just case in point, 5 years ago, we came out publicly in support of the $15 federal minimum wage and the elimination of the tipped wage. And we ran a campaign under Smart Capitalist. Smart capitalist. Who's a smart capitalist? So, I would even argue about making capitalism work for all. You tell everybody right off the bat that you're a bunch of liberals. Even responsible capitalism, it's a little boring. Let's make it sexier. Let's tell it what it actually is. How does smart capitalists maintain a consumer base that's capable of buying their products in a 70% consumer demand economy? And you all have standing within these offices. Use it. It's weird because you're in there and like you think they know stuff. They don't know anything. You tell them what you know and you demand work from them on the issues that you need worked on because this is your country, and so just kind of don't stand for it, but do be on the edge of polite, but firm is important. Firm and no nonsense is important, and then maintain those relationships over time.
I want to just second all of what you said, but in particular, to really reiterate, it is a long-range plan that we've got to have to move a lot of these things forward. And so, you'll have some meetings tomorrow. Some of them might be standing up in the hallway. Some of them might be sitting down, right? That shouldn't be a one-off communication. You need to be able to keep up that level of communication, to establish that level of trust, to be counted on as a trusted resource, to become someone who these folks turn to, right? And that ongoing establishment of relationship, and you're not going to do it with every office, right? But you suss out who has the potential to be a new champion, to be a champion, who goes deeper in a relationship, to come out for an issue that they haven't come out on before, right? And you're going to figure out when you're out there who these folks are and who you should really be zeroing in on, to have an ongoing relationship. And so, you may be frustrated tomorrow, but it's important, the work that you're doing. It's important getting in front of folks, and it's important staying in front of folks. And that's really a lot of the key. I want to turn to Eric, Eric has this very storied resume. It's really long. I have it in front of me somewhere here. Of wonderful, wonderful work in the Obama administration and now as an advisor to President Obama. And I bet, has stories to tell about a moment when bringing business voices forward really was the catalyst and catalyzed a change in policy. And I was hoping, sorry to put you on the spot here, Eric, but I bet you can handle this one. Could you give us an example where being able to bring that business voice forward was actually pivotal in getting support for the policy that President Obama was trying to pursue?
Sure. Thank you. Let me just add to the conversation about breaking through the clutter and the noise. We had a saying in the White House that our ethos was to separate the signal from the noise. And I agree with everything that was said about authenticity, credibility. I think the other thing to keep in mind is proximity. And by that I mean proximity to your audience. So we thankfully had a boss at the White House who was always willing to push the envelope and be as creative as possible. And so he was the first, it's hard to think of this now, but he was the first sitting president to go on late night television. He was the first sitting president to go on daytime television, The View, Ellen, anything like that. And so when we were unveiling our new college tuition tax credit, we didn't do it with the Washington Post or the Wall Street Journal. We did it on Jimmy Fallon because we wanted to reach a younger audience. We wanted to reach college kids, we wanted to reach young professionals, and we wanted to reach their parents. So another example, when we were negotiating the Paris Climate Accord in 2015, we were negotiating it all through 2015 and into 2016. When we were trying to figure out how to sort of bring that home to people, the president went to visit the Arctic. He was the first sitting president to visit the Arctic. And again, we didn't sit down with 60 Minutes or the New York Times or Lester Holt. We actually did an hour-long special with Bear Grylls, who's that outdoorsman who's got a primetime show, and together they sort of walked through streams and ate live salmon and did all this stuff because, again, we were trying to find audiences that weren't necessarily following the ins and outs of John Kerry's and Ernie Monis's negotiations in Paris, but just cared about clean water and cared about clean air. And so I think that one of the most important things as you all are working through your messaging is just keep in mind where your audience is and stay tethered to that. In terms of issue areas where business played a pivotal role, it's hard for me to think of ones where they didn't, but I was trying to think of some non-obvious ones. The one that keeps in the center of my mind was Cuba. When President Obama decided to normalize relations with Cuba, there were a number of sort of underpinnings to that. We got a prisoner released. There was a whole host of reasons to do this for national security and sort of interconnected global economy. But one of the most compelling reasons that we found that sort of moved the needle was the business interests of, the interests of businesses in the United States. And they sort of commanded the bully pulpit. And in the face of, at the time, some pretty fierce opposition from people in Congress and from other areas, it wasn't a no-brainer at the time. And it was a bit of a controversial move what the president did. But it was really business speaking out boldly and aggressively that helped make the case of why this was in America's interests. We heard quickly obviously from the hospitality industry, from retail, from agriculture, from tech, from financial sector, all exclaiming what a good move this would be for American businesses, American jobs, and the American economy. And then one other that's less obvious, I think, and this is not something I want to relive, but one of the protections that the Obama administration put in place for LGBTQ people was being defied in North Carolina by a law passed by their legislature and signed by their governor. Obviously, there's a whole host of human rights arguments, civil rights arguments, moral, ethical arguments that we were making. But I will tell you, one of the most effective arguments is when the business community started to say, we don't want to do business in Charlotte if we're going to be an inhospitable place to our customers and to our employees. And that was, again, something that helped move the needle in a way that wasn't intuitive to the sort of underlying issue, but helped really cast it in a new light.
Liz, can I? Sure. So I think you're talking about the transgender bathroom bill, right? So the thing to know about the transgender bathroom bill as a person from North Carolina is that what was underneath the transgender bathroom bill is a preemption effort to keep states and localities from raising their minimum wage. They tried to push it through in North Carolina with just that minimum wage thing because Charlotte wanted to raise their minimum wage. And when they couldn't do that, they wanted to get the support of Franklin Graham and that whole cadre of pseudo-Christian miscreants. And so they wrapped it in the transgender bathroom bill at his request, and then the Chamber of Commerce of the state pretended like they didn't have anything to do with it, which was utter nonsense. And so, I mean, the thing for you all to understand, if you're looking at advocacy on a global scale, I mean, you are here to advocate for sustainable business practices, and the specifics of that, you know, you're divided into your groups for tomorrow. But I mean, essentially, you joined this organization because you think that the Chamber of Commerce you understand that the Chamber of Commerce is really a lobbying front group for 65 multinationals and doesn't actually speak to American businesses. And so the first thing that I would tell you to do tomorrow morning when you're going in, but also when you're thinking about your role as a business leader advocate, which is what you are, a business leader advocate, look in the mirror and understand that you're a business leader advocate. Don't think about the hardship that you've had of like putting payroll together or, you know, your supplier flakes on you or those kinds of things. You have a really unique and incredibly important perspective to offer lawmakers. Number one. Number two, you sometimes have to get in a fight with your friends, and you can decide if you want to do that privately or publicly. But the Patriotic Millionaires started in the lame duck session of 2010 when, all due respect, it became clear that the Obama administration was going to cave to Republican demands to extend the Bush tax cuts for incomes over $1 million, which was number one, unnecessary, number two, stupid, and number three, immoral. And the fact that the Patriotic Millionaires, it was 45 people, okay? We signed a letter. It was about 3 paragraphs long, and it said, President Obama, for the good of the country, raise our taxes. Okay? So you said something that said something, and you had some interesting people to say it. You have all of those elements in here. So, for example, if you're meeting with one of the 15 Democratic senators who are not on the minimum wage bill tomorrow, you need to understand why they aren't. Given that the minimum wage for tipped workers is $2.13, which is what it was when I was a cocktail waitress at Spanky's my senior year in college. I turned 50 last month. That's not sustainable capitalism. That is not smart capitalism. You all can make that case to these lawmakers and ask Michael Bennet what business he has running for president when he doesn't think that the essential relationship between work and reward has fundamentally been broken. I want to see what he's going to do about it. Y'all can say that to him.
Thank you, Erica. I second that. A question that I want to ask you, I look out across this room, and as long as we're calling the tough questions, you know, this is a remarkably white room. And so this is not in my prepared questions, but as I look at the sea of white faces, I feel like I need to ask us, what are we here in this room going to do in our advocacy to make sure that we are bringing communities of color into the conversation, that we are talking about the communities who are most affected by some of the policies that we're trying to change? And I'm against that workshop. Okay, well, look, it doesn't have to be in one workshop. This is what intersectionality is, right? Thank you, Holly. You're explaining. Okay. All right. But I know that just because you came here doesn't mean you don't care about that. You do care, and you want to talk about it. So I'm going to throw open a question to our panelists, and I'll maybe take a couple of panelists addressing that. And then I'd like to throw that out to the audience as a question. What is it that we here in this room can do to make sure that we are centering communities of color in the advocacy work, and that we are bringing those voices forward, even when perhaps the folks at the table are not always as representative as we would like them to be. So that is the question, and I'll throw it to the panelists first, and then I am going to ask that question of the audience. Yeah. So what are we doing to make sure that in the advocacy work around building an economy, an inclusive economy that works for everyone, not just those at the top, that is a question, and climate change often disparately affects communities of color. These are questions that we are dealing with here in this room that disproportionately impact marginalized communities. We here in this room, at least from what's visible, don't necessarily come from too many of those communities ourselves. Of course, I'm speaking out of school, and I don't know your experiences, and I may be totally wrong in that conjecture. But so that is the question: what are we going to do to center the folks most impacted by the policies that we're trying to change in the advocacy work? It's a hard one.
I have an answer that you're not going to like, probably. I mean, here's the thing: is the head of the Patriotic Millionaires, I'm a wash in old white men. And maybe 50% of our members are women. I mean, we have a reasonable amount of women members, but none of them want to be public. So I'm always throwing like the old white dudes out on TV. And I just want them to look as rich and powerful as is humanly possible. For me, I don't care, because I think that here's the thing. It's largely the rich old white men who are standing in the way of all the progress. So if I can get them to go on TV and demand some progress, I think that that's a very credible messenger, particularly for conservative audiences to hear. So what I hope to do over time is to build the group of people who are engaged with us who are more diverse. But I mean, if you look at who are the millionaires in the country, they look more like Morris than they look, like somebody else. Morris can stand up. So, but whenever I see Morris at meetings, I'm always like, Morris, look as rich as possible. He doesn't really know what that means, but like that is effective when you're messaging to people who don't care about anything except for power and money. And the politicians in this town don't care about anything but money and power. So the more you go in acting like you got some, the more they're going to hear what you have to say. I know you hate that answer. I'm so sorry.
So I'll throw it to anyone else on the panel who'd like to address the question.
Yeah, I'd like to take a stab at this one. So just by way of an introduction to the Rabin Group, so we are the nation's largest majority, minority, and LGBTQ and women public affairs firm in the country. So and obviously I'm not any of those, but it's still really amazing to work in that organization. And a lot of it has to do with the vision of our founder, who organized the firm really not around profit, but around making an impact. One of the things that I've learned in working in that environment on a lot of these causes, it's important to listen, right, first and foremost, to these folks. I think that we, both business leaders and I think policy wonks, we have this tendency to speak in a language that's so inaccessible, it's so technocratic, and it's so very much fraught with, I think, a presumption about how the world works. And when you really boil things down, there's a human element to the issues that we're talking about here, and I think that that's what really moves people. Mm-hmm. And I also think that, like, when you want to talk about climate change, if you want to talk about an issue that really does hit home for communities of color, which are disproportionately impacted, there's so many different ways that you could do that. But one thing is to actually talk to those communities and find out what they're suffering through. It's not an accident that the worst air quality in this country is almost always in majority minority areas, right? Where, here's a crazy, mind-blowing statistic: the population with the greatest propensity for asthma in this country is African American children, and that's not an accident. That didn't just happen overnight, right? This is like a systemic issue that we've kind of willfully turned our eye, a blind eye to, and so when you look at when movements or when issues break through, it's because I think there is an ability to listen to the feedback of the people that are impacted by it and to reflect their voices. But I think There's also a willingness to kind of move away from, I think, frankly, the language of elitism that is more of a blockage when it comes to really impacting public perception and public opinion than it is, something that's capable of shifting or changing the narrative.
Thank you. Yes.
Most of the folks we're going to be speaking tomorrow are on the younger side. They're staffers, presumably not so many members. So perhaps the message can be targeted in such a way as to have the interests of millennials and younger than millennials in mind here with what we're asking, because we're talking about not just the future that those of us who are somewhere in the middle age category are comfortable with, or are used to business as usual abilities beyond business as usual. And that's going to benefit you, regardless of what the party is or part of the country that you're from. Staffers may have certain presumptions, but I think speaking to that as the future of capitalism is perhaps the way to go.
Yeah, I think that's a great point that, both thinking about the particular outlook of the person who you are trying to convince, and then also the particular outlook of the member, right, in that office. I think both are really, really important. I'd like to ask folks in the audience a question. I'll ask you a question, and then I'll take a couple of questions. I bet we have a lot of expertise in this room, a lot of folks who've spent time thinking about what arguments work and what arguments don't work, about messaging successes and messaging failures. I'd like to hear from some of you an example of a time when you were advocating on a particular issue at the policy level where you were able to make change and what that looked like. Or if you failed, why you failed, why you think you failed. Yeah.
Denise Boyer with American Amplify. One of the things that we've done messaging on within our company for workers' rights is you will be supporting families that we sit down with them, ease at the kitchen table, and sell life insurance to them. So we take what we hear, which is people are struggling, on the minimum wage issue. Well, we know. We sit down with people in your district, in your state, and they are struggling to make ends meet. And this is what the minimum wage would mean to them. And these are our customers, to Erica's point. What we know, if they can't afford the basics of taking care of their families today, they're not going to be able to afford the basics of protecting their families in the future. And so we make our case and our story based on that experience. And that is what's been very effective for us. And because it's our core business, it resonates with our CEO and our executive. It's a culture that we've created and supported and encouraged not only our C-level people, but our state agency owners to get involved at their state. That's worked really, really well for us. And I did want to make a comment about bringing people of color or whatever. I think we take people where they are, and I think the answer of us engaging people is a coalition, because I think that that's an effective thing. And I just want to tell Erica that I am forming a chapter of the wannabe Millionaires that inspiring, and I would encourage all of you who love her to do that. We want to support you, and I'm starting that for you.
If you have a baby, you get a onesie that says Future Patriotic Millionaire. So if anybody has a kid, let me know. I'll send you one.
Okay, I think you were next. Yeah. And would you say your name and...
Years ago, which was part of this as Millionaires, we were very, very successful in passing some major climate and energy legislation in California about 15 years ago. We did that by getting business people together. And this was a Republican government. We actually did California solar initiative. It started out as a $1.5 billion 10-year program. We got CEOs from large, mid-sized, and small companies together, meet the business case. Went up and met with the head of the CDC. He said, we should put more money in, and I said, you're absolutely right, Mike, let's make it $5 billion, which is better than help us. It's taking $3.5 billion, which I believe is still the largest solar power distribution in the country. And then another business guy called me the next day and said, could you help us with passing 80-32? Some of you might wait for 32, but it's a 15-year-old, it's the California Building Permit Solutions Act in 2006 that is still in place. So it is. Business people, and if you get large, mid-sized, small together, it makes an impact.
Those are great examples. Morris, I think you were next.
I think one way to deal with advocacy of other groups of people is to address the issue, which is the reason why so many white old guys are so much Capitol Hill, is because of the importance of campaign finance. And so one of the things we're trying to do is address the campaign finance system in order to have our congresspeople spending less time sucking around at fundraisers filled with old white guys and more time talking to constituents. The other point is exactly my right, Mark. We don't have to advocate on behalf of some group of our party. I have to be a white guy. There's a final session. We don't claim to represent black people or any other kind of people, but we claim to be advocates for policies that help us. And we need policies to have a robust middle class, not a one and that's what we're advocating for. Not because we're the hungry group to try to explain why it's so terrible before, but because we're the one group of business people saying why business people don't want to have a country with lots of poor people.
That's a great answer, and I want to say to all the white guys in the room who are middle-aged or above, I'm very glad you're here, and thank you for what you do. So that's, woohoo! Yeah. Okay, I'd like to take some more questions. Let's see. We'll start here, and then Holly, I'll take your question next. Yeah.
I have a question actually that I can comment what we were talking about ways to improve policy or very effective with it. I'm shocked that we even put this in the media. And I don't want to discount the power of bringing the voice that you're representing to the table with you. A lot of our really effective campaign social impact films like Roma, RBG, Spotlight, we bring not only the directors and the talent, but the policymakers and the voices that are represented in our films to the table with us. And I want to hear about any examples or situations that you have had or that you had that representation with. I think what I noticed at the summit is a lack of not explaining all, but as we're going to say, which people are saying.
Repeat the question.
So the question was an observation that bringing the voices of people who are most affected, I think, by business practices or by particular policies to the table is a critically important component of advocacy, and that you observed a lack of worker voice in particular at the summit, and you wanted to know some examples from folks up here where worker voice has been brought to the table. Or other types of campaigns. And I'll just say, actually, so my background is I'm a workers' rights advocate. So you just have, hit home for me. And I will say most of the campaigns that I have ever run have been about bringing the voices of workers with me to the table to advocate for themselves directly with policymakers. We just actually put on a progressive strategy summit with 100 grassroots activists from all across the country talking directly with lawmakers and others. But that's not a public service announcement for that. But it's just to say I agree that that's so important. But, in this case, right in this room, the folks whose voices are being brought to the table are also critically important because you are the folks who are making business decisions, and we need your voices at the table too. So I think it's a both and is the way that I would answer that question. When I was working in the House, one of the most effective, we were in the minority at that time, but one of the most effective, we called them faux hearings for lack of, because you couldn't call hearings in the minority, right? The Democrats couldn't call hearings back then. It's a new day. Putting on my C4 hat for a second. So anyway, one of the most effective hearings we did was to ask a whole lineup of business owners to come in and talk about their advocacy for the minimum wage and why that was a winning policy for their businesses and what it did for their recruitment and retention and advancement of their workforce, right? So that's something that I have seen as a workers' rights advocate to be crucially important in the advocacy that I do. So to me, it's a both and. I will let one person on this panel answer that question, and then we are going to do a lightning round because we have 5 minutes left. Yeah. So the question was, can you please speak to how we incorporate worker voice into the advocacy that is happening with the folks in this room? And by the way, I would be remiss if I didn't say my opinion about that is labor unions. Go ahead.
We certainly have labor unions in DSM, but not all of our employees are represented in that way. I'll tell a story about, and it won't be a workers' rights story, but it'll be about how workers have been impactful in the communications of the company. And so, earlier this year, the president, the Treasury Secretary, the Commerce Secretary kept using language called, we're going to give preference to American-owned companies. And they constantly talked about American-owned companies, American-owned companies, American-owned companies. That was problematic for me because although we have a massive U.S. presence, we're not an American-owned company. We're headquartered in the Netherlands. And I needed to find a way to get the message to the White House and to the Commerce Secretary, to the others, in a language that they would understand how this wasn't good for America. And I could go up on the Hill or I could go over to the White House and talk all day to them. They're not going to listen to me. So what I did is I flew to my site in Greenville, North Carolina, with a reporter from the Washington Post, and I let him talk to the guys that work on the shop floor. And the ladies and the gentlemen that all put together the material that we make there, which happens to be ballistic material for law enforcement in the military. And 15% of the workers in that plant are combat veterans from Afghanistan. And I let the workers tell the story to the Washington Post, who then wrote a 3-page article, and I got a call from the White House saying, can you come down because I think we've made a mistake. I know that's not exactly what you were talking about, but it's a way to give a voice to our employees who at the end of the day are the ones who are going to be impacted the most to tell their own stories, which I find incredibly more authentic and impactful when trying to make change.
Thank you. Okay, so we heard that we are supposed to be succinct. It's 4:27. This thing is supposed to end at 4:30. I'm going to give each of our panelists about 45 seconds to tell you one takeaway that they think is the most important thing they want you to walk out of this room knowing. Okay, and I know Erica knows how to practice what she preaches, so we're going to start with Erica. One takeaway.
40% of people in America make less than $30,000 a year. 71% of Americans think the economy is rigged. 2.5 million Americans are addicted to opioids. Last year, deaths of despair were higher than they have ever been in recorded history. And for the first time, life expectancy is going down for segments of our population. We are in a crisis. It is a crisis that can be solved with money, partially. So you all can advocate to the Democrats to get their head out of the sand and demand a minimum wage that someone can live on. It will affect 40% of people working in America. How is this not the top of their priority list?
Well done. Chris, hard act to follow. Chris, one takeaway, 45 seconds.
Yeah, so I don't think centrism really exists. Let me just tell you something. The common way that we define centrism, the way that we think about it, is that people are socially liberal and a little bit economically, fiscally conservative. If you look at the polling, that's about 5% of the population. It just happens to be that those 5% all live here in this town, and they make all the policy decisions. So if you want to take what Erica just said, and actually act on it, know that you have the weight of public opinion behind you. That there is zero constituency for the the basic biases of this town outside of the people that live here and, the swamp creatures that they feed.
Thank you. Exactly 45. All right, Hugh, you're going to go next, and Eric, you're going to close this out.
Stay away from the facts and figures. People are inundated today with facts and figures and data and points, and people will tune that out. Tell the story in your own voice, in your own words. Make it emotional and make a connection. I delegate the remaining 30 seconds of my time.
All right, Eric.
As a former 25-year-old Hill staffer who thought very highly of himself, I want to defend the people you're about to see tomorrow. Look, the truth is they need you as much as you need them. And I think that that's an important point, which is every Senate office, every campaign, every government office I've ever been a part of, we're desperately seeking validators from the business community. Desperately want your voices to be heard in support of whatever we're working on. And so you walk in there with agency and you walk in there with a lot of clout that don't be afraid to flex.
Well, that was a great note to end on, and I'm so excited that you all are headed up to the Hill tomorrow. We really need your voices, and I think you got some very important tips to send you off on your way. I am told by Richard that I am supposed to tell you that, I don't know if this is a must or you are encouraged to stay.
Don't go anywhere.
Don't go anywhere. The last plenary is in this room.
Which is about millennials
and young
Gen Z
people.
In the future.
Exactly what we talked about during this conversation. So we're going to close out the day focusing on millennials. Thank you all for being a part of this discussion. Thank you to our panelists. Terrific job.
So our final session of the day, and it's the origin of this session is to look at, we wanted to look at the future. We wanted to look at what young civic and business leaders are doing around the country and be inspired. Because I've heard the white old men thing mentioned a number of times, so we have no white old men on this panel. And wanted to look at what is possible and how are millennials and Gen Zers thinking about the future. What are the challenges they're facing? Where do they see opportunity for transformation, right? What are some lessons that we can learn from them, okay? And without further ado, I'll just turn it over to Nina, who's going to moderate this session. Thank you. Do you want to use this?
Yeah, thank you. Thanks, Richard. So everyone, thank you for sticking around. I know it's getting late in the day. It's been full of great discussion. So thanks for sticking around for this last panel. My name is Nina Bernardin. A little bit about me. I work for Conscious Company Media, where we work at the intersection of where capitalism meets social impact. So we work with people who are seeking to learn more about impact investing, about how to create workplaces that are supportive, diverse, equitable, and we have a particular focus on impact investing, addressing the racial wealth gap and racial equity in the workplace, and women, focusing on gender equity. So today we'll be talking about, the name of this panel is Capitalism and Activism, the perspective of Gen Z, exploring the perspective of Gen Z and millennials. So we have an amazing group of people up here who are coming at this approach to making capitalism work for all from across the country and in very unique, innovative ways. So I'm just going to use this first minute to allow all of you to introduce yourselves briefly, say your name, what you do, what organization you work for or have started, and your title at that organization. Yes, and just press this button and it should turn on.
Good evening. My name is Tequila Johnson. I am from Nashville, Tennessee, and I am the co-founder and president of the Equity Alliance. The Equity Alliance, we are a 501c3, C4 organization, and a core part of our mission is using our voting and economic power in the fight for social justice for Black Americans.
Evening, everyone. My name is Quill Robinson. I'm the Government Affairs Director for the American Conservation Coalition, which is also a C3, C4 nonprofit. The American Conservation Coalition is a nonprofit that works to engage young conservatives on environmental issues, and we work on 190 campuses across the country to advocate for smart, real, pragmatic environmental solutions. But I'm actually from Seattle. I grew up two hippie parents. My mom's a yoga teacher, and my dad's an architect. And so I'm looking forward to talking to you guys about why I love capitalism today.
My name is Leela Klein. I am the co-founder and executive director of Co-op Dayton. I work in my hometown of Dayton, Ohio, a city that has really been at kind of the tip of the spear of deindustrialization and really faced things like the housing crisis and the 2008 downturn before a lot of the rest of the country. And so we've really seen the ugly side of capitalism. What we do is we build worker-owned businesses to rebuild the Dayton economy. We do that in deep solidarity with the labor movement and as a way to rebuild worker power in our city and build for an economy that is accountable to those of us in Dayton and works to meet our needs.
Amazing. Thanks, everyone. As you can see, we have a lot of different types of organizations represented up here. So what my second question is, what I'd like to know is what drew you in particular to the work you're doing now, and why is it important today that you're working on that? Why is it important to plug that hole, if you will, in the system? And popcorn, whoever wants to jump in.
Sure. So growing up in Seattle, son of a couple hippie parents, is actually a really important part of my story. I grew up loving the outdoors. I spent a lot of time outdoors, and from an early age, I decided I wanted to protect that. And as I got involved in politics, I saw that sort of the political consensus and the narrative that dominated the environmental conversation, particularly where I grew up in a very blue state, wasn't getting the solutions. It wasn't getting the results that I was hoping for. And so that radically changed my opinion about what will get solutions and what tools we have. I saw that there was a lot of discussion of these issues, a lot of good intent when it came to issues like climate change, which is one of the main issues that I work on. But we weren't seeing the results. And so, through my work and my experience, my learning, I also I spent a year living in Germany after college, and I got to learn about sort of the perspective on environmentalism that shaped the Paris Accords, and is often pointed to as a good example in Europe. I saw that in reality that was not actually producing good results. And so I think my work is important. Why I love my work is I'm really excited to walk into a room of folks, whatever side of the political aisle they're on, and say, I love the environment. I want to solve climate change. And here's how I'm going to do it. I want to use markets to do it. I want to use personal responsibility. I want to figure out how we can work with business rather than against it to reduce emissions. And I think that's an awesome thing. And it's a lot of fun, and I get to work with other young people to re-engage folks on the right who maybe no longer think that, who didn't think that they can be environmentalists, get to bring them into the conversation, and also work with people on the left who think that folks on the right are not engaged in this conversation. So that's why I think that my work matters.
Growing up in Dayton, the story that we tell about our city is of our history of innovation. So we're the birthplace of the airplane and the cash register and the automatic starter. And little known fact, the Cheez-It was invented in Dayton. You're welcome. And I even graduated high school at a time where you could still, graduate high school on at the end of the week and walk in that following Monday morning to a good job at GM just with a high school diploma. That was still true when I graduated high school. I left and went and worked in the labor movement. I went to undergrad and eventually law school and became a labor lawyer. And I worked on international labor rights campaigns and was really interested in kind of the experiences of working people around the world. as after 2008 and as I would go home for the holidays, I really felt this like palpable shift in my city as you just started to see more and more hollowed out businesses. What we thought was unthinkable, National Cash Register, that we created in Dayton, made in Dayton, finally ultimately left. A giant GM plant closed. We just saw jobs leaving. I moved home in 2012 because I realized that my hometown was really kind of the epicenter of something big that was happening. I think we came together. We brought sort of the way my work started as I left my previous practice as a union side labor lawyer was that community came together to address some of the gaps that were left when all of these major institutions left. So it started out really looking, and on 2 panels ago, folks talked about the food apartheid and the real disparities in access to healthy and fresh food. So a group of community members came together around the lack of a grocery store in our community. In 2015, I was invited to the table to represent labor. We started to kind of learn from our neighbors in Cincinnati who were doing a similar grocery store project inspired by Mondragon in Spain and their incredible example of conscious capitalism and worker ownership. And I went down the co-op rabbit hole and decided to leave work as a union lawyer and start working as a cooperative developer full time. I think our work matters because cities like Dayton that have experienced, the last couple of decades of loss, our voices need to be at the table when conversations are happening about what the future of work and workers is in this country. We need to be innovating and creating the solutions, because a solution that might work in Manhattan or DC or San Francisco is not going to just be replicable in a city like Dayton that has experienced kind of a real loss of wealth. So that's why I think my work in Dayton matters.
Oh, wow, that's a loaded question because the work that I do pretty much encompasses who I am and my entire life, and I don't have enough time to tell you guys my whole life story. But I will say, like him, I come from Tennessee. I'm a Tennessee Southern girl, born, bred, and buttered. So all things Tennessee exist within me. I'm the first person in my family to go to college and was able to go to college, get really good grades, got into corporate America, was able to do very, very well, do some portfolio management, just had opportunities that most times people who look like me and come from where I come from aren't given the opportunity to do. So once I got into corporate America and once I started really understanding what government relations look like from a corporate side and capitalism, I realized that a lot of the solutions that were being presented were designed to impact my community, but the people who were bringing those solutions forth had, regardless of what they looked like or their race or their gender, they had never lived or had never experienced what it meant to be a part of that community. And so as I started really digging into it, I realized that when you talk about Black Americans and people of color, we're oftentimes looked at as monolithic. And we're oftentimes grouped by our experience and not by the solutions that are supposed to change that. And so for me, I consider myself a modern day solutionary because at the core of who I am is a Black woman, and I'm proud to be that. But I also believe that the revolutionary mindset should be met with viable solutions, which really at the core means we have to work together, right? And so oftentimes I struggle with explaining my work because as an African-American woman, I'm often automatically labeled as one party or another. And I tell people all the time, I'm in the middle because I'm a Black woman. And so I don't believe that my power should be pigeonholed to a party or to an ideology. It is something that I get to pick and choose because freedom for me means self-determination. So that's kind of my elevator spiel when people ask about my work. But for the sake of this conversation, I'll just say that being at the table and being the only Black person at several tables and being in rooms with several Black people and being the only Black person that has had to experience certain hardships, I knew that I had to figure out how to get more people engaged in the decision-making process and how to get more people to realize the power they had in their voice. So that's really why I got into the work that I do.
Thanks, everyone. Wow. Okay. This whole conversation is around generational differences, right? We're all here representing millennials, Gen Z. And so my next question is about how do you notice, either in your work or just in your general, among your peers, how do we view things differently than previous generations, older generations? And what do we bring to the table that's different and you think is valuable?
Yeah. I mean, I think, like, as someone who grew up with parents who had a union job, and they were artists, but they also were faculty at a university where they were unionized. Public sector workers had a pension, put in their 30 years and then retired with a pension. Like, that's never going to happen for me, right? Like, that's not an expectation that our generation has. There's that kind of like social contract where if you go to work and you put in your time, you're going to get something in return. That you're going to be able to like take your kids on vacation, buy a home. Like, I don't believe that that's an expectation that most of my contemporaries have, or it's the exception, the folks who have done that. I graduated from law school in 2009 in the midst of an economic collapse, caused by the excesses of capitalism, predatory lending, financialization and collateralized, debt, basically like trading on our homes. And so I think I've always had a skeptical eye towards capitalism or towards the promise of the American dream. On the flip side of that, I mean, the possibilities are open, right? If we can break this system open and look for new solutions, I'm not stuck in thinking like, oh, I have this safety net, and if I just like go to work every day and put in my time, then I'll come out the other end with XYZ solution. So it drives me to be innovative and take risks. I don't know.
Mix it up. The biggest thing that I'll say is we don't want to work every day. Like, we live in a generation where information is so readily available, and we're so over inundated with information that processing that requires a lot more brain power and a lot more I guess you could say emotional stability and understanding, then it's hard to explain that to a lot of older generations. They're like, oh, you guys put everything on Facebook, or you do this, or you do that. And it's almost like, well, that's our generation. Like, that's what we are. That's who we are. And so it's kind of like, I find myself oftentimes, because I am also a seeker of knowledge. So I love sitting at the feet of older generations. But sometimes I find myself being a teacher, but not getting the respect of a teacher. So it's like, oh, okay, well, I'm teaching you about things that are going to help make what you're doing a lot easier, but you're also like calling me out for it. So it's kind of like, how do we get to see each other as real people and as viable and as workers and as competent, and not as, oh, millennials and baby boomers?
An interesting example of this come up yesterday. I guess I want to preface it by saying that I think that there's... Oh. Closer. Good? Okay. I think there is too much antagonism between, millennials, Gen Zers, and older folks. I've seen a lot of okay boomer memes on Twitter lately. But yesterday I was at an event where there were a bunch of different companies talking about different technologies that will be helpful in addressing climate change. And a couple of the companies there were nuclear companies. And it was young people who were there who were doing research at Texas A&M University, talking about modular nuclear reactors and Gen 4 nuclear reactors. And it was amazing. It was so cool. My parents, they lived through an era, and I'm sure many of you are also experienced an era where you were constantly under threat of being bombed with nuclear weapons. There's the Soviet Union, the Soviet menace. This was a reality of your life. This was not a reality for my life. I was born after the Soviet Union fell. And so I realized recently that there's an association with nuclear power, with nuclear weapons for older generations. That doesn't exist for me. I don't have that. I look at nuclear and I think about what an amazing technology we have to produce carbon-free energy and help innovate our way out of this climate crisis. So that was an example that I thought of recently, where there's just a generational divide through lived experience that is actually means that we're coming from different perspectives on a really important issue when it comes to addressing this really important issue of climate change. And that also, I think another example that sort of ties into that is I was born after the Soviet Union fell. I've also lived in three countries that were formerly part of the Soviet Union, part of the Soviet sphere. And so that really informs my politics and how I view different economic systems. But for many people of my generation, they haven't learned about, and they haven't experienced, and they don't know what it means to live under the yoke of communism. And so I think that's another example of generational divide where lived experience really informs how we look at issues, whether it's nuclear power or what economic system is preferable.
Yeah, I sense like a common theme here of that innovation, both from the labor perspective to nuclear fusion or nuclear, and I would also add to that even as a young, there's so much more access to travel and seeing the way other people do things. And I think that not out of any disrespect for the way things that have been done in the past, but out of, whoa, you've lived in multiple different countries already, and all of us, people have traveled and seen the way things are done in so many different areas, be it studying abroad or things that have just been very accessible to our generation, that I think has also enabled that innovation and that streak. So considering this is making capitalism work for all, right there, all over, that's what we've been talking about all day, I'm just going to go straight for the jugular and say, what is it that you think needs to change? What needs to change? And if you had a magic wand, it could say 1, 2 things that you think would make the most impact. What would you do? Whether it's policy standpoint or however refined you want to go.
That's easy. I'd like my reparations. In gold bars.
Do you want to say more? Do you want to say more about that?
We get a commission on it?
No. I think that when we talk about capitalism, we have to speak about access to capitalism, access to capital. And I know that it's a very uncomfortable conversation, especially for people who are not Black, to have a conversation around slavery. But we can't talk about inclusion if we're not talking about the past and what has happened to prevent certain generations and certain communities from being included. And I know, like, oftentimes I'm in these spaces and everybody's like dreading it. I like to think that's why organizations like mine don't get fully funded, because no one wants to talk about slavery. It is something that, I'm sure no one in here owned a slave, or at least I hope not. But, it's almost like having to answer for things that you weren't involved in. And I can imagine that's extremely uncomfortable. But we have to talk about it. We have to talk about redlining. We have to talk about Reconstruction. We have to talk about the things that were taken from people if we're going to talk about making capitalism work for all. Because regardless of how smart I am, thank you, how many degrees I have, or how many of these rooms I'm invited to, I'm still a Black woman. So at the end of the day, I still wake up knowing that I have to be twice as smart because I'm a woman, 3 times, I have to work 3 times as hard because I'm a Black woman. And so we have to create spaces to really have those conversations and talk about the solutions, which is reparations.
I want it to be easier for somebody to start a business. I don't want somebody to have to pay $1,000 in order to get licensed to braid hair. I want you to be able to choose what sort of energy flows into your home. If you want to call that making capitalism work for all, fixing capitalism, or more capitalism, I honestly don't really care. But that's the sort of thing that I want. I think that's how we make it more accessible. To me, I think that's more capitalism. I think we need less corporatism. I think we need less regulatory capture. I want people to have access to capitalism, exactly like you said. I want everybody to have that chance to start a business and to participate in this, in these opportunities. And that's what I'd like to see. I think there's a lot of specific examples, like occupational licensing reform, green tariffs, where you can choose where your energy comes from. I think those are great places to start. And you can call that whatever you want. I call it more capitalism, but I think that's where we can start.
I'm going to take two things that I'd like to see. The first is, I think, I agree, increasing opportunities for ownership and increasing ownership culture. And so I think one way to do that is through more cooperative businesses that are owned by their employees, owned by their key stakeholders, building a culture of ownership and buy-in so that, even in the case of we're under construction on a 15,000 square foot cooperative grocery store that's owned by the customers and by the employees. And so we're building kind of two classes of ownership there, community ownership, where folks really feel like it's a form of local self-determination. It's in a neighborhood that has been divested, that has been subject to redlining, that was hit hard by the foreclosure crisis. And so we're kind of like rebuilding a collective sense of what we can own as a community. So ownership culture, and I do see worker ownership as really central to that because we spend so much of our lives at work. And then, super related to that, I think we have to rebalance power in this country. And I think of that in the axis I'm thinking of, though there are many that need to be rebalanced, is the balance of power between labor and capital. And I do think the concerted multi-decade attack on labor unions in this country have resulted in workers' power being at its absolute lowest, where there's runaway corporate capture, as you mentioned. There's runaway power in the hands of the very few. And so I do believe that one way we ensure that automation, for example, is to the benefit of all of us, that it means that we work less instead of more, is we make sure that working people have more powerful, meaningful power. I think that starts with the PRO Act, which I hope you'll all lobby on tomorrow. I wish I could be with you. But it doesn't end there. I think, we have to find innovative ways, whether it's worker ownership, whether it's traditional unionism, whether it's kind of new frontiers of unionism, to help workers come together, use their collective voice to have more power over how things are done in this country and in their workplaces.
I love all this excitement from you here. What was that? We're gonna move into Q&A in just a moment. So when we do, yes, we have one more question before we turn over to Q&A, and you'll be the first one to speak when we do. But to say one final word before we move into Q&As from the audience, you have a message. If you had a message for people of older generations who do currently. I was just learning earlier today, hold quite a bit more wealth than our generations. Also are in the position, have been working for longer, are in the more positions of power. What would be your message to them, like your key takeaway?
Just one word?
Not one word. No, not one word.
I'll go first. I would say one is trust young leadership. And when I say trust us, I mean trust us by giving us the opportunity or the position to be innovative, because that's something we bring to the table, and invest in young leadership, invest in those non-traditional leaders, those people of color, those people who may not have had the opportunity to really know and understand what capitalism looks like in America. But find someone and pull someone up. It won't take anything from you. I know everybody's always afraid of losing something, but the more you give, I believe, the more you gain. So just try to give a little knowledge. It doesn't just have to be money, time, talent, and your treasures.
I don't think I could say it any better. That's exactly what it is.
All right, I'll add one small thing. I would say don't let us go unchallenged. Just adding on to that, I think absolutely. I think that you should listen to our voices, but don't let us go unchallenged, please. I think part of being a good mentor is pushing back, is sharing your wisdom. You lived through an era where there's the threat of nuclear war on a daily basis. You lived through an era where there was, we want to learn. We need to hear those stories. We need to learn, and I think something that really informs my political philosophy and my work is that there is something worth conserving here in our country, protecting, building upon, improving, not scrapping it. And so please push back, mentor us, help us. Let's work together.
Amazing. Thank you. So I'd like to use these last 10 to 12 minutes on Q&A. Oh, here we go. Thanks, Richard. So here, would you like to extend your invitation first and foremost before we jump into another question?
There's a line from a song. I actually don't know the song, but I know the line. It says, waiting for that moment, time came, and I own it. Waiting for that moment, time came, and I own it. Meeting you is one of those moments for me. Another moment for me, and for many of us, is the fact that 200 CEOs of the largest companies are saying that we're redefining what business is. It's not about serving shareholders, it's about serving stakeholders. So many of us, or some of us, are going to be gathering in the next month or so to talk about creating some other moments that can accelerate making capitalism work for all. And I know Richard is going to be by my side, literally and figuratively, by inviting you to come join us, one or all of you, because trusting young leaders, to your point, is what it's about. So we'll let you know the details. Please come.
Thank you.
Hi, Guy Williams from the Charters, working for environmental justice. Thanks a lot. You all are really inspiring, and I'm glad you brought up the generational divide about nuclear power because, and you gave me an opening by saying, don't let you go unchallenged. In my work, a lot of what I've been focused on are solutions to how it is people are getting poisoned unwittingly, I'll say, by processes and substances. Initially, we didn't know the harm as well as we know today. So I was thinking about, well, if it wasn't for the fact that the waste product of nuclear energy lasts forever and kills everything in its path, it'd be great. And so you could think about, case studies like Hanford, Washington, for example, about that, right? So I'm all about the listening and the innovation, and I long for younger, faster minds than me to help me. And one area where I pray now about it is like green chemistry. I met a young lady a holiday who's a chemical engineer. And I said, hey, what about green chemistry? She's like, oh, well, the oil companies pay for all of our curriculum and everything, so we don't really learn about that. It's like you don't learn that thousands of molecules are invented annually with almost no nod to understanding the toxicity of those chemicals. You don't learn that there are well-honed principles for green chemistry that if we were really to take that up as a society, we'd be way ahead. So I'm unabashedly asking all young, bright people to think about how do we accelerate the technology and do it more safely as well.
Okay. Is there another question, comment? Yeah.
Hi. My field is education for sustainability with the entrepreneurial mindset, and you guys would be poster people for the kind of people we want to cultivate in primary and secondary schools, even before university. And yet, recently, when I ask a lot of the youth leaders I meet, did you learn any of this in school? Was school at all useful to you? They all say no. So I'm just curious to know, but they weren't in our programs, obviously. But I'm just curious to know, did K to 12, was there anything there for you before you got to university that inspired you to be leaders and entrepreneurial and be kind of who you became and are becoming?
Okay, I'll take it. And this is I don't know if that was a comment or a question, but a lot of times people ask like, oh, you were able to, at such a young age, matriculate through business, start an organization from nothing. How have you been successful as a young leader? And my answer is always leadership. You don't get to be a leader because you're a good leader or because you're smart. You get to be a good leader because people give you permission to lead them. And so for me, I grew up in a very diverse family. Again, I was a first-generation college student, but I was one of those black kids that was bused to an all-white neighborhood. So I got to live through different environments, which taught me how to interact with different people. And being someone that had to figure it all out, it kind of taught me how to make my way, for lack of words. And so that has helped me in my leadership. I don't know anything about green energy in the way that he does or that he explained. And to be honest, most people don't. But people will follow passion and they will follow good leaders. And so I think if you're wanting to find someone that can push a message or that can inspire people, then you have to find someone who other people view as someone that they will follow. And that person may not be the person that's on the right path. It may be someone that has power to move people that they don't know about. But as a K through 12 teacher, you can find that spark and you can put them on a path to be able to be the person that teaches the world about this innovative technology that they would have no other way known about, but they have that power and passion to move people. Does that make sense?
It does. I want to know if you have that experience.
I did. I got that experience in middle school. There was a teacher, actually, she was a older white teacher, a woman, and she saw something in me, and like to this day, I still call her for advice.
So I have a question, and it is, we read a lot about and we talk to younger people who seem cynical about the society we live in, skeptical that things can change, depressed. There's a lot of suicide. There's a lot of sense of resignment. None of you fall into that category. So what is your sense that this is, in fact, something that is impacting your generations? Is, in fact, what we're reading about and what we're, as parents, what we might be experiencing. How common is that, and why is that?
I see that a lot in my work, and it breaks my heart, particularly on the issue of climate change. There are a lot of young people who are depressed, who are anxious, and are scared. And I wholeheartedly believe that climate change is truly an existential threat that we need to take on. A couple months back, my boss testified in front of Congress. He's younger than me. He's 21. He testified in front of Congress with Greta Thunberg and Jamie Margolin, some of the other leaders in this climate space, and I was shocked by how scared and sad they were, and how common this is among young people. And this is something that I really think that this is a challenge for older generations to not allow this to happen, because the climate change is a serious threat. But 17 and 18-year-olds should not be fearing for their lives from climate change. They should not think that they have no futures, and that's on their teachers, their parents, and their mentors, because that's just not true. There is absolutely hope. There is opportunity, and we need young people who are excited and engaged and ready to take this on. And so that's something that I really do think that older folks need to take responsibility for, to teach young people about the world, but don't teach them despair and depression and nihilism about it. That's just wrong.
So I have a question, but but first let me start with a comment. I'm so proud of tequila. This is a Tennessee homegrown, my sister from the hood, and she is an amazing leader, which was why I insisted that she come and be a part of this panel. And I'm totally want to give you respect for your first comment about what you wanted, and you said reparations. We just had a conversation in a previous session on race, equity, and economic justice, and that topic came up, and it's now something that's being openly, considered, and there's HR 40 now, and so finally we're having this conversation, so maybe we'll get there, and while you can appreciate it. So, but my question is particular to the African American community. What do you, in your millennial age group, what do you think is the number one issue? What do you think is the number one priority issue for young African Americans, your peers, that we should be focusing on?
So I'll just go ahead and put my radical hat on since Marianne gave me permission. She's like a mentor to me. I hear a lot about issues all the time, and I've developed this theory of my own. I think that here as African Americans, we look at issues the way we look at the common cold. So we are constantly fighting the issues, right, or the symptoms. We're taking Robitussin for a sore throat. We're taking something for a runny nose, but we're not trying to develop an immunity. And for me, that immunity is rooted in being a proud American, because the country that we live in has put a system in place that was designed to protect us from having to fight those issues. But in Black communities, what we're experiencing is this heightened fear of what I've realized is just an approach to anti-Blackness. And so for me, it's been about getting African Americans in my generation to not walk around with this fear of, oh my God, everything is gonna, like, everybody's out to get me, but to walk around with this sense of ownership that this is my country, I'm not leaving. I'm going to be here. I am generations in. I'm going to own it. I'm going to walk in it, and I'm going to protect it. And if that means that you are actively, coming up with solutions to combat criminal justice or environmental issues, then you have to do that. But you have to do that from a sense of pride and ownership, which is what we all stand for as Americans, right? So I think that biggest piece is removing that issue focus and really thinking about what does it mean to be an American citizen.
Does anyone else want to answer the same question, Marianne, from your vantage point? Quill or Leela?
Yeah, I'll speak for, I'm a conservative, I'm a Republican, and I'm proud of that, and I have strong beliefs that inform the way I see the politics in the world. But I also want to say that my generation of conservatives sees a number of issues very differently from the older generation of conservatives. Like LGBTQ issues, like race issues, like the future of capitalism. And that's something that I'm very proud of, and something that I'm very committed to participating in. Something that we think about in our organization too is about the diversity and representation in our organization, because we know that because we truly believe that that market approaches, that limited government, that innovation are going to address these issues, and we know that we have to build a coalition, a diverse coalition, in order to share these ideas. And so that's I can only speak for myself and for my organization, but that's what I see among young conservatives, and I hope that's going to inform the future of my movement and my party and my peers.
Other questions, anybody?
Super interesting. So thanks to all of you. I just have a comment. It's very refreshing. I don't know your name. Is it Killian or Quill? Sorry. I looked it up on the thing. I didn't know how to pronounce it. What do you say to Republicans and conservatives who just don't even believe in climate change? I think that's just a big question, right? Because we can all think of one powerful one who's not too far away. Like, how do you even begin to... It's nice to hear you say climate change, and we're looking for solutions, and maybe we disagree about the types of solutions, but how can you work to bring people along who might not even take it as fact?
The same thing that I say to people who say the world's going to end in 12 years. Read the science. No, I'm just kidding. No, I talk about, and that is a serious issue in my party too. The President of the United States, the head of the Republican Party, does not openly accept climate change. That's true. That's fact. But what we do talk about, and how we brought so many Republicans, so many conservatives along on these issues, is we talk about clean air. This is particularly older people. We talk about clean air and clean water. And what kind of job do you want your son or daughter or their son or daughter to have in the future? Do you want them working in a coal mine, or do you want them inventing the next battery that stores energy from a solar panel? That's what we talk about, and it's exciting. We talk about opportunity. And look, I think that the reason that many people are still hesitant about accepting climate change is because there has been an echo chamber in terms of climate change solutions. I do not think the Green New Deal is a serious approach to climate change, and I think that it actually minimizes the issue. And so what I'm working on, and what my organization ACC is actively working on right now, is proposing a plan for climate change, working on solutions for climate change that use capitalism, use innovation, American leadership to reduce global greenhouse gas emissions. And so once we can decouple, once we can talk about the shared beliefs and values that we all hold about our environment and the future that we want to have for future generations, and then decouple accepting climate change with accepting bad solutions to it, then that's where we're seeing the progress.
Really fascinating panel discussion. Thank you very much. I just wanted to ask you a question, and before I ask the question, I just want to reflect on something, and that's I think, Quillam, you were talking about the despair and suicidal feelings that the generation that you're representing feel about the climate change, and what that immediately reminded me of, because you'd invoked this point about the Cold War. So I became a teenager in the early 1980s, and I remember very, very clearly feeling very, very scared in the UK that we were going to get it. No matter what happens that Ronald Reagan did in the US, we were 3 minutes away from the Soviet threat. And so I had a very strong feeling of foreboding, and that the older generation were ruining it for me, and all of those sorts of things, right? So my question is actually, and it's not to oppose anything that's being said here, but just to ask you, at what point does defining ourselves by our age get in the way of making the world a better place? And it's for all of you.
Well, I'd like to chime in and say that what you were saying about mentoring people and listening, right? And you also mentioned you find yourself teaching without getting the respect of a teacher. You might have mentioned that outside before I was here, okay. But I think that the age differences are problematic when different voices are silenced due to their age, whether it's ageism, older or younger. That's really all I have to add to that.
I was going to say, actually, when the question was asked about despair, I mean, I think despair is experienced across generations, along the lines of worry about the climate crisis. In my home community, the sort of sustained economic despair, opioid addiction, the pain of working people who've spent their lives wrecking their bodies in an extractive capitalist system where they gave their physical labor their entire careers and then end up with deep pain. I think that the hope that I have actually comes from working across generations. Dayton is nobody's kind of coming in from the outside to save us. Like, we're finding the solutions ourselves. We're like a scrappy, diverse, working class city, and there are people actively working on my project who are as young as 9 and as old as, I think the oldest, we have a volunteer who's in her 90s, and they all bring something really unique to the table. And it takes all of us across generations to dig our way out of this.
Was there, I'm sorry, was there one other question? I saw a hand go up over here, but no? Okay, good. Nina, do you want to add anything here? Close up here?
Let's see. Really, I'm all set here with my questions, and I'm just so grateful that all of you came here and shared authentically your experience and the work you're doing. So thank you.
So before you all get up, so I really want to thank you all so much for participating. It's been really important for us. I think we've learned a lot. And, intergenerational, multi-generational collaborations are really important. There are a number of companies here that have very diverse workforces that hire a lot of millennials and a lot of Gen Zers. So it's important to build within those cultures. And it's important for young people to obviously get involved in politics. So we really appreciate all the good work that you all are doing. So thank you for that. And just in closing, the invitation to collaborate with ASBC and thinking about a working group on reinventing capitalism or the future of capitalism is a standing offer. So we really want to hear from you what's important, what do you need to do to move this agenda forward. And there is an evaluation form that hopefully you got when you came in here. Did anybody get that? Okay, great. So we'd love you to fill that out and let us know what you thought of the day. And then finally, on to the fun stuff. We are having a reception at our office, which is 10th and G. So the actual address is 10,001, 1001 G Street. That's on the 4th floor. Okay, but you'll have to go through security, and we'll bring you up to the 4th floor, 1001. That's at 6:30. So there'll be lots of food and wine and beer. I don't think the gin actually arrives until like 11 tonight. So I'm sorry about that, but that's FedEx's challenge at the moment. And I just want to point out one thing about the reception is we're giving an award to Representative Barbara Lee. So Congresswoman Lee, as you may know, represents Oakland and it's broader than that, just Oakland. I don't know the whole territory. But anyway, Representative Lee is not going to be with us, unfortunately, because she's voting tonight. So we heard that. But I just want to point out she's been a real champion for reparations. And I think, if not the lead person on H.R. 40, one of the people. So, and then we also know that Senator Sherrod Brown, who's supposed to be with us, he can't be with us tonight either, so we're giving him his award tomorrow in his office. If you have some connection to Sherrod Brown, you're not going to unfortunately be here, but if you have a connection to Senator Sherrod Brown because of his great work on stimulating local economic development and domestic manufacturing and high road employment, come talk to me. We have room for about 15 people to go to that event tomorrow at 11:45 in his office. And otherwise, I think we're set. So thank you all so much for coming today. We'll see you tonight at the reception.